Conditions for the start of the 2024 season, which is fair to say cannot have always been said in previous years. It's the Radio Show Limited network of channels bringing you coverage of this championship all the way through the season. We're live on RS1 and my name's Johnny Palmer. Delighted to be joined, as so often, by Bruce Jones. And it's not just you and I, Bruce, who've caught sight of this championship going to be a highlight of the year, because the grid is absolutely packed full of fans.
Let's start the year by exaggerating. It's a cast of thousands, but the lights were green, the cars are starting to come out. The grid is absolutely chock-a-block. But this is double duty. This weekend, 2 races. Next weekend, it's the qualifying races for the Nürburgring 24 Hours. So a lot of people will sort of have their caravan down. They'll stay in between the teams. A lot of them based just across the road in Moispath. But next weekend, super busy. We'll come shortly to how people have... It's a different route now to get your ring permit, made more simple, but that's important because the Intercontinental GT Challenge, the Nürburgring 24 Hours for the first time, is a round of that. But we can talk about that through the course of the race. But it's onwards and upwards, and to start in spring sunshine, fabulous.
Well, the good news is we've got just under 45 minutes of talking time before we get going at midday on the dot for a 4-hour race. And if you're in a GT3 car, of which we have plenty, then you're looking at probably a 27 or 28 lap race with, once we get going, 8 lap stints, although the first one awkwardly is 7 because, of course, the formation lap is so long around here. It's the 64th edition of the ADAC ACAS Cup, and also we should mention that normally these are Saturday races, have been predominantly in previous years, but this is a double weekend, so not only a 4-hour race today, but also, once again live on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, a 4-hour race to look forward to tomorrow, again beginning at midday all the way through till 4 o'clock. And it's a job just to get the cars away from their chevron formation on the pit lane apron out into the fast lane, because some of the cars struggling with the amount of turning circle they actually have to steer safely around the fans. Qualifying happening earlier on this morning as well, with hopefully 114 starters for this opening race. Tomorrow's event, by the way, is I've lost my bit of paper now for tomorrow's title of the race. What's that called? Oh yeah, the 63rd ADAC Reinoldus-Langstreckenrennen. Typically it was the sheet of paper I was holding. I just couldn't find the relevant bit.
It's like people looking for their sunglasses are on top of their head.
Precisely. But delighted that so many of the organising clubs are once again involved in the 2024 season, and you can't really afford to have a trying weekend this time around, because, you know, a technical problem or, heaven forbid, a crash today could obviously massively dent the potential for running well tomorrow, and indeed qualifying for the 24-hour race later on in the year. So as I said, qualifying for this race today happening earlier on. Great that we've got a Glickenhaus 004 in action this weekend as well in its baby blue. We'll delve into that and potential driver lineups for the N24 later on. The number 7 Lamborghini Huracan was out bright and early qualifying as well, with Danny Sufi and Torsten Kratz as its drivers for Conrad Motorsport. But Mercedes certainly having a strong showing as far as the HRT entry is concerned, with Danny Juncadella and his teammate Frank Bird. We've got a Grello Manthey Porsche in action as well for Laurence Vantor and Kevin Estre. So they've really turned out the big guns as far as that's concerned, and important for them to qualify well. And Falcon Motorsport here with a couple of cars, Alessio Picariello and Martin Ragginger. There's a second Lamborghini Huracan in the Red Bull colours, and that is the Red Bull Team Apt crew of Kelvin van der Linde and Jordan Pepper, who will start from 3rd position on the grid, with the Audi R8 LMS GT3. Now, Scherer Sport have announced some big names once again for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and I'm sure plenty of those will be in action next weekend for the qualifying race. But it is a Mercedes that took pole position. Remember, this isn't the full circuit that we'll be using for the 24 hours, so it's not the full Grand Prix Strecke, instead about half of it, and they go through the U-bend there, the cut-through. So as a result, we are below the 8-minute times, 7:56.507. for car 14. That was a Danny Juncadella time. And alongside that Mercedes will start the Audi R8 LMS GT3 Scherer Sport PHX. number 16 for Frank Stickler and Marcus Winkelhock. Then the Red Bull team, Lamborghini Huracan for Kelvin van der Linde and Jordan Pepper, alongside the first of the Porsches for Falcon Motorsports, Picariello and Ragginger. They did an 8:02.0. 2 times beneath the 8-minute marker, the other one being the Audi, which managed a 7:58.9. The third row, Porsche and Mercedes for Manthey EMA and Lawrence Vantor and Kevin Estre, and Dennis Fetzer, Hubert Hout and Rolf Aron in their Mercedes car number 6. I'll just do the top 10 actually. So the Aston Martin number 69 for Doer Motorsport will start from 7th position for Darren Turner, Ben and Phil Doer. They're joined by another Aston GT3 car for Pro Sport Racing for Maxime Dumouriez, Simon Balchan and Marek Bockman. And then there's a sort of all Porsche fifth row, I should say, for the GT3R and also the leading GT3 Cup car. So Cup 2 will start in that lead pack for Falcon Motorsports, Joel Eriksson and Nico Menzel, and then Daniel Blickel, Tim Scheerbart and David Jahn are clearly in a very quick number 120 Porsche Cup car. And Cup 2, Bruce, is always a highlight across the 4 hours.
Always a highlight, always competitive, doesn't matter which point, how long the race is, there will be a scrap for the lead. But actually, you can become a bit accustomed when you come here and there's a race today. We had 117 cars entered, 114 will be coming to play, but in fact a couple didn't qualify. Can I just touch on that? But just to say that the Cup 2 cars, sometimes we don't look at them enough, but some great names in there. And you mentioned David Jahn. He's been so quick across the last decade. I think with a bit of a push he might get up into the very top class, but he's brilliant in Cup 2. Talking qualifying, David Schumacher didn't qualify. Teichmann Racing Audi R8 LMS GT4. Unfortunately, the reason he hasn't qualified that car, which is number 166, if you're looking at vln.de to check the entry list, too fast for his current ring permit. So he's transferred across to a BMW M240i racing class because he's desperate to get the mileage that he needs to get the permit. I said earlier we'd talk about it. This year, it's been made simpler to get the permit you need to compete, and trying to get ever more international crews, or more to the point, ever more international crews wanted to come over and compete in this, and notably in a race that's not part of the championship, not part of the ADAC Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, but the ADAC 24 Hours of Nürburgring. This year around the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Previously, drivers who didn't have a rig permit had to come and take part in several race weekends and behave in the correct fashion to get their ring permit. However, now they can come and do it all next weekend, get it done. There are 3 sessions and they need 2 good clean sessions and they will get the permit. Those are the qualifying races, and it really is qualifying to prove they're good enough to do it, and qualifying of course to go into the race in midsummer. But a much simpler system. It's just really reacting to the market forces, I suggest, but a good one.
And that's all about creating a successful championship. I suppose we say this a lot about the 24H series as well. It's dialogue, but it happens to happen in both directions. And if drivers and teams are unhappy about something, then there needs to be a platform where you take it to the organisers and say, what about this? And clearly, the Nürburgring Langstrecken series have thought about it, taken it on board and adjusted accordingly, which is great to see and great to hear.
Well, you know, wind the clock back to in the early days of the pandemic and almost all motor racing was closing down. What the organising clubs involved with the NLS achieved was enormous, because they enabled us to go racing again by a very, very clever tweak. Because of social distancing, it seems like the dark ages, it was only a few years ago, but they decided, let's lengthen the pit lane so the crews could be further apart. So you'd drive into the pit lane, you'd have to turn sharp right under the pit building, and some of the sort of tyre change areas were out of the back, then you'd snake back through into the pit lane. Same number of cars, spread over a wider area. Very clever. So it's the club sitting down and talking about things, thinking about things and reacting, and that's what you need in all forms of life.
Just caught a sight of the Glickenhaus racing car, which is making its way towards its starting position on the grid. Now, the drivers involved today, Thomas Much, Frank Meyer and Lance David Arnold, but a certain Combe Ledegar has grabbed headlines recently. This is an SPX entry, remember. It's not eligible in the GT3 category. It's never been a GT3 car because there isn't a road going, well, I say that. They haven't made quite enough cars for it to be eligible in the global GT3 category. So it's SPX. It definitely competes on for the same sort of times though. And Combe Ledegar for the 24-hour race is a big signing, Bruce.
massive. You look at Coden's record over the years, and he's got that ability to do things called winning championships. You know, lots of drivers can be there or thereabouts, and particularly in GT3 racing around the world, it's so competitive, so many entries. But if somehow you can still work your way to the top and win titles in that, you're very good indeed. In fact, he was the Intercontinental GT Challenge champion back only in 2021. I think he was also the GT World Challenge Endurance champion and the Spa 24 winner. Not a bad year for him. So just look out for him. But bit by bit, the news will come in, the other names that are being added to the teams that are going to come out in the 24 hours. But here we are today for the first of 2 races this weekend. 114 cars going out to play. Cracking field of cars, but also the weather is good. It's been sunshine, it's bright blue sky at the moment, a little bit of shadow among the trees. Actually, it's a little less sunny than it was at early this morning when they went out qualifying, but a good dry surface. This is what all the teams and all the drivers need to get under their belt. Get the season launched, get it launched well. One name that stands out for me because he loves this circuit, Alex Brundle. He'll be racing in Cup 2, and next weekend he'll be racing a gaggle of cars, including as a special race Ken Miles Cup for the Goodwood members meeting. So he'll be out with the other 60-year-old Ford Mustangs, hating every single second of it.
Can I mention 2 other names that will certainly draw our attention over the next 4 hours, and probably for a number of them tomorrow as well? A certain Toyota FIA World Endurance Championship star and team principal of that initiative, Kamui Kobayashi, but not in a GT3 car.
No, you'd automatically think that, but there are a couple of Toyota Gazoo Racing Super Evo GT4s in the GT4 class, and he's driving that with fellow Japanese racer Kazuto Kataka. It's car number 172, and Kataka's raced in that's Super GT in the GT300. That's the secondary category. He was the Super Formula Lights champion. You might go, care? What's that? That's effectively their Formula 3 series back in 2022. And this year he's racing in Super Formula, the top single-seater series, and Super GT. So he's a person. But Japanese drivers have always had a fascination. And in fact, in the sister car is another driver who competes a lot over there, Seita Nonaka. He's in 173. I've watched him over the last year racing in GT World Challenge Asia, and he's a very impressive driver. So the lure of the Nürburgring Nordschleife is still massive, but I just love the fact, I mean, it's a really hard season for Kamui Kobayashi, team principal, and in one of the 2 lead cars. There are 2 cars in the World Endurance Championship, and if you haven't been paying attention, it is phenomenal this year. So he'll be here this weekend and then going off to Playa de Imola coming up shortly. But I think it's fantastic. And Kamui is a driver who did a lot of his early racing in Germany. So, of course, you know, there's a certain tie there.
Yeah, so arguably going back to his roots. Also, if you've not been paying attention to the World Endurance Championship so far, we've only had 1 race in fairness, but that was the 10 hours, or actually the 12 kilometres of Qatar, and Toyota really struggled in that, so they're certainly not going to have it all their own way this season in the WEC. We're back to 8 races for that championship as well. Somebody else who has certainly flirted with WEC races, although is not a full season entry, is Jack Aitken as a Cadillac Works driver. So again, you know, you would expect someone of his caliber to be slotting straight into the GT3 field. No, he's in a Hyundai because he needs to get signatures in order to potentially race in the big one later on in the season. So yeah, the Hyundai i30N from Valkenhorst Motorsport. But you know, somebody who's into motorsport should arguably enjoy a GT3 car as much as one of these i30Ns.
And it's on the best circuit in the world. So yes, exactly, of course they should. But talking Hyundai, car number 831, just spotted it moving in past the pits. A couple of Canadian flags on the side windows there. And it's Hyundai Elantra N. It's in TCR class, and it's Robert Wickens and sometime teammate Mark Wilkins. They've been doing fabulous things over the last few years. Not always together, but out of the same team. Brian Herter, Auto Sports, in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge. And Robert, of course, did a lot of his racing over in Germany, based 5 years in the DTM, superstar in that, one host of races. Great to have them there. So you have to look the whole way down the entry list, and when you print it out, it goes on page after page after page, which is how we like it. And sometimes it takes a second reading to pick up the ones you missed on the way through, and ding, ring the bell. What stood out for me? Well, I tell you what, it was on actually the third reading I spotted we've got a Dacia Logan all over again. Of course, the one we've been used to for years got destroyed in last year's 24 Hours, but Dacia back in the pack. And if you're new to the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, we start in 3 different packs at the start of the race. They don't all set off together. The fastest cars go in the first group. There should be about just under 50 in that, 47, I think. The second group, intermediate pace cars, GP2, sorry, not GP2, Group 2, 33 of those, and then 37 in the final group, with an interval between all of them. What it does, of course, it keeps things safer, rather than having 114 cars trying to get into the first turn together. And it also gives 3 different lead battles on that opening lap, so plenty to look out for.
And there is obviously been a slight difference in the entry list today into tomorrow because there's slightly fewer cars. I haven't quite worked out who's missing yet, but certainly in previous double-header weekends, 1 or 2 GT3 teams have dropped away, and we never really got to the bottom of those reasons. I mean, do you know? Have you checked?
I have checked.
Oh, good man. You must have done it side by side last night. This is way beyond the bounds of homework.
I know. Well, one of the lead cars today, the Shira Sport PHX Audi, which is starting second, that's number 16, will not be here tomorrow. They might be watching, but they won't be competing. So Frank Stippler and Marcus Winkelhock will be missing. And also the number 17, Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin, that is down only for today. And one of the drivers will be changing over in the number 4 Porsche from Falcon Motorsports tomorrow. Nico Mentz will step aside and Tim Heinemann will step in. You can then go on down through the field, and quite a few others. But about 6 or 7 are dropping out and a couple are coming in. But it's still due to be, I think it's 107 on the entry list for tomorrow. It was 117 today. Looks so we'll get away with 114 because a few dropped in, dropped out. And as I was saying earlier, David Schumacher was intending to go qualifying in the 166 entry from the SP10 class, which is an Audi GT4. But that was classed as too quick a car for his current degree of permit certification. Oh, what a mouthful that was. But anyhow, he is not missing the race. He's going to be in an M240i BMW, which has its own class, and that is always one worth watching. That will go in the second group of cars at the start of the race.
The differences between lap times as the fastest time set this morning is reasonable. You're talking very nearly 2.5 seconds between the Mercedes that's on pole and the Audi that's in second position. But we should remember that this is a smidge over 24 kilometres, this racetrack in length, and it gets even longer next weekend for the qualifying event ahead of the Nürburgring 24 Hours. And by the way, both the qualifying weekend and the main race can be heard live right here again on the Radio Show Limited network of channels with the full service for the 24 Hours. Much bigger team, of course, required for that to bring you twice around the clock coverage. So, you know, 2.5 seconds the gap first to second. There's then a 5-second gap first to third, and it's about that first to fourth. But you really can read not too much into that because of the nature of this place. Sometimes a car will come across the line, let's say at the end of the first lap, with maybe a 5-second lead, and by the end of the following lap, that's completely gone because they've started to catch traffic. And also, if we get some of those yellow flag areas / code 120s, code 60s, that can be such an opportunity for the chasing car to gain back time.
Yeah, Johnny, in many ways, qualifying is only important to a certain degree. You might get the advantage of pole position, but so many times across the course of the NLS season, the weather is going to be very mixed, and you could have a very wet track trying to dry out. You do not want to be the hero who then stusses into the barriers at Flugplatz or somewhere. So caution is always a byword for the teams when they go out there. And also, don't forget, when you're out on the track in qualifying, if you're in one of the fastest cars from the SP9 class, that's GT3 cars in their sort of global nomenclature, and you come across, say, the Dacia Logan or one of the lower performance cars, you know, you'll back it off because there are certain points on the track you could overtake, but then you'll meet your good friend the barrier on the outside. So, you know, qualifying times only have an importance to a certain degree. But Danny Juncker was saying it means everything because he put his car on pole position. And so at least for the number 14 crew from Hout Racing Team, they've got bragging rights. He's sharing with young British driver Frankie Bird. But Danny, you know, he is so garlanded in terms of his success in championships in recent years in GT3. You know, he just did the job done.
We also should remember that in a lot of the classes, specifically GT3, there's no tyre rule as such, so it's not a spec tyre manufacturer across the various cars. And I noticed that the number 6 Mercedes, probably should have guessed this from the paint job, that that car is running on Yokohama Advance. So we'll certainly have Goodyear tyres represented in GT3 and Michelin. Yokohama often reserved for the BMWs, but and don't get confused, by the way, by the event sponsor, who are Falcon tyres. So every single car has Falcon across the wheel arch, but you've got to pay closer attention to the sidewall of the tyre. And yeah, Yoko's on the number 6 car that will start from 6th position, and we'll try and detail other tyre manufacturers as we go. Falcon fairly obviously on their own tyres.
I actually think when you've got a multi tyre format in a championship, you should force them to have their letters written large on the side of the car. But again, looking around the world as drivers come to compete here, Alessio Picariello.
Does he speak German? Because this interview may well be in English, if not.
It's pre-24-hour
Here we go.
Race at the Nürburgring, so I think the target is obvious, isn't it? Testing.
Yeah, exactly. To take as much experience as we can, to do as many laps as possible, so obviously not too much risk. But you know, at the end of the day, it's a race. We have sponsors here, so we want to perform. But yes, the first goal is for sure to take experience.
Thank you very much. Mit dem Raggi sprechen wir auch noch.
Oh, keeping his cards relatively close to his chest because it's the start of a brand new season, but they are quietly confident. I think that's fair to say. In the number 3 car, Martin Ragginger sharing with Alessio, the Belgian, and a bit further back for the sister Porsche, for Joel Eriksson and Nico Menzel. They'll be starting from 9th position.
Again, Johnny, I don't think it matters as much as all that. But going back to the element about having different tyre manufacturers, what I've noticed over the years, traffic and incident providing, is the fact that some manufacturers, their tyres are rather better towards the end of the stint, and others are quite good at the start.
Yes.
And Falcon, in my mind, they tend to have the tyres that come good through the course of a stint. You often think, oh, well, Falcon aren't up to much this weekend, and then suddenly, lo and behold, there they are. You know, getting up into the top 6, getting up into the top 3, and they've had many successes here over the years. But I guess when people look up and down the grid, if they see that bright yellow and green, the grellos we call it, the green and yellow Manthey EMA Porsche, you always think it's going to be competitive, whatever tyres they're running on. But with the driver lineup they have, Lawrence Van Toor and Kevin Estre, you know there's going to be nothing left out there on the track, or in fact on the grass around the track when Kevin's here and he's needing an overtaking manoeuvre. But you know, every championship I think should have an iconic race livery in it, and this is the yellow and green. You know, you can pick it out in day, in night, probably from the far side of the planet, frankly. It's so bright, but you know, it's just great to have here in the NLS.
Yeah, and always fascinating to me that they adopt the English colour combo, grello, rather than, what would it be, gelm, or
yes,
or just groen, I suppose, but that wouldn't work, so it works better in English.
Yeah, exactly. Groen-gelb doesn't work.
Groen-gelb, yeah.
No,
you can't really combine them quite as well.
Yeah.
And I suppose globally, because there are global fans of this car, I'm sure there are tens of thousands, if not more, of the model version of this. I know that they sell them at the Tankstelle down at Moispat, not very far away from the start of the Dottinger Ruhr.
It's a little petrol station, and for decades that's where you go to get your race accreditation, whether it's the German Grand Prix or the 24 hours. But you know, I have to literally keep my hands by my side to not come out with a load. I normally end up with a couple of books, you know, the book from the previous year.
That's research.
Some gratuitous books to add yet more books to my bookcases. But my policy now is to actually read them. Don't just buy them, read them. I had to rein myself in. But I think if I started going down the collecting model cars route, I don't know where it would end. No, I do, actually, divorce. It's that simple.
I should have mentioned, by the way, Lukas Gajewski, our good friend, is doing the hard work on the grid, predominantly in German, so that's why we're not pausing for the interviews. Lukas just chatting to Kevin Estre, who's installed in the 911 car, and Kevin's German is as good as his English. He is French, bear in mind, but been racing German cars for a couple of decades now, so important to be fluent and multilingual. Looking further ahead of where Lukas is standing, though, the Lamborghini, I noticed, has qualified really well. Kelvin van der Linde and Jordan Pepper in the Red Bull team, apt car, so 27 could go well in the opening stint. It'll be chasing the number 16 Audi R8 from Scherer Sport and the Mercedes number 14 of Daniel Junkerdare and Frank Bird. We're unsure on some of the starting drivers at this stage, but that will be made much clearer by the end of the first racing lap. We've talked about tyres. Crucial, of course, as to how they adhere to the road surface, and you would expect it to be even better turning right at Arenberg and heading down into the foxhole, because that's recently been resurfaced. Not short in speed, in fairness, most of the time, but could be even quicker now.
You know, it's when you look over the winter, what's happened, how dramatic can resurfacing be? It can be very dramatic.
To watch, it's not really
no, but in terms of driver,
sport.
but what I'm about to say is the NLS will provide every single weather format you could possibly have through the course of the championship. The fact we've not started with is that man building a snowman on the pit wall? You know, that's unusual. But how do surfaces work with moisture on them? That will be the big question. And when you go to a circuit that has had a little bit of modification, you get the point where you go from, let's say, the old tarmac to the new, or the new to the old, and suddenly you've got either a lot more grip or a lot less. I do remember decades ago when Donington, they sort of stopped it just before the Craner curve, so you're coming down and didn't have much grip to start with all the aviation fuel from East Midlands Airport, and then suddenly you had a whole lot less. But again, these are pro drivers at the front of the field. People more likely to have a problem would be those at the back. But actually, the beauty, one of the many beauties about the NLS is the fact that drivers compete in it for not just years, for decades. Why not? They make their point of racing on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, best bit of racing tarmac, whether new or old, in the world. And they learn every time, because no time will the track be the same as the time before.
And often it's those transitional bits which in the bad weather can really catch you out. But yeah, you do well to resurface all of this place in one afternoon. So that's the reason why you get different ages of asphalt, and the drivers need to weave that into their circuit knowledge as well, as if there wasn't enough going on in the first place. The green flag is waved on the dot with 19 minutes to go to race start time. And yes, folks, it really does take the best part of 20 minutes to do a formation lap around here. This is the sighter lap, much more crucial in those inclement weather conditions, but will be very useful nevertheless, because it might be that some drivers weren't actually sent out in the qualifying session, perhaps not for a quick lap at the very least. So Startgruppe 1, or the red group, Rot, it sets off now, and this is where we find the GT3s. So Mercedes and Audi leading Lamborghini and Porsche, but also in this group are the Porsche, no, not the Cup 2 cars, but the GT4 machinery is also as part of this.
And Cup 2
is in there. Yeah, I thought I wasn't. I wasn't misthinking there. So Cup 2 is a bit further back within this first start group.
Yeah, they tuck in behind the SP class cars. So you've got the SPX class, which is the pale blue Glickenhaus, well, sky blue, and in fact, good grief, it's exactly the same Pantone colour as the sky above the Nürburgring. That would have been a very ambitious guess when they were getting that painted, but yeah, that's tucked in behind, and then the Cup 2s come a little bit further back in this lead group, which I would suggest, I think we were reckoning for 47 cars. That's not enough for us. We'll have a couple more groups, add another 70 cars to the mix.
And part of the reason that this is done is to make sure that if you're heading onto the main start-finish straight, you can actually have any hope of seeing the lights going out, because bear in mind, if we put all 114 cars, yes, 2 by 2 in a grid, but in one long line, the back of that would still be coming towards the end of the Dottinger Tor and into Tiergarten and the chicane there, so you would not know when the start of the race was about to happen. So it's split into 3 groups, 2 minutes apart roughly, and we will be able to commentate on the start of each of those groups. Of course, because the green group, start group 3, starts so much further back from the GT3s, that's the reason why they start to catch the traffic sooner than you would expect, really, because they're already lost 4 minutes or so, and it's only an 8-minute lap.
Yeah, and actually for the first race of the season is one they're going to have to be most careful when they the front runners catch the tail enders of the back of the third group, because a lot of drivers are still settling into a new car for the new season. Maybe they've never competed in the type of car they're driving, looking at the performance, looking at the visibility, that question, that factor that gets so often overlooked. A driver suddenly sitting low in a car doesn't see as much as one who's sitting a little bit higher up. But anyhow, over the years, it's made absolutely clear in the driver's briefing where the slower cars should place themselves. It's up to the faster cars to find a way round. The other cars are not supposed to deviate from their line. Occasionally you can be a little bit helpful and go, I'm indicating right, I'm pulling that side, you can come past the left. But it's made crystal clear because the format of the Nürburgring Nordschleife is unforgiving, and if you want, you can put it all in capital letters. You have very, very little space beyond the track. The track twists and turns. How many turns? Is it 172? That's the number people like to put on it, but what's a turn? What's a kink? More than enough to be going on, plus gradient change. And even this morning, it's dry now and it was sunny, but it was still slightly damp towards the edge of the circuit. Again, as the sun comes through and a bit of wind, it does dry it out. Now we're looking at a track that's visually perfectly dry, but still maybe at the edges of the circuit where the cars don't normally run, it could be a little bit greasy. But really, we'll take these conditions in early April every single time.
Start Group 1, led by the white 911 Turbo, and if you count up all the classes, we reckon we're just shy of 25. I think it's 24 classes in total that have all been incorporated into this race. And the GT3s will provide, obviously, the main attraction to this race, but we will try and keep you tuned into what's going on in Cup 2. And it was Cup 3 that I was thinking of that will lead Startgruppe 2, because that is a thoroughly entertaining division as well. With we've got Chris Rink involved with that, and also Dominic Baumann. The Eichenberg and Grosser car, but it will be Bednarski and Dogard who will start from pole position in their number 962 car. They're all three-digit numbers, beginning with 9 predominantly, and that's what tells us they're in the 718 Cayman GT4 class.
It's a great class, always well supported. 14 cars in that, and just one more than you've got in Cup 2 for the rather more powerful Porsche 911 GT3 Cup cars that will start at the back of the front group. But certainly when the third group gets its start, those Cup 3 cars, sorry, they're in the second group. What am I talking about? Cup 2 in first group, Cup 3 in second group, but they get their moment in the sun. And then you don't have to have a contemporary racing car to go out and compete here. Starting Group 3 is led away by BMW M3 E46.
Yes.
It doesn't hide its light under a bushel. It's a very purposeful looking car. Massive great wing on the back. So much success. And it's one of those rare cars that has been competitive and able to run at the front of groups ever since time began. Ever since it went out as a competitive racing car. Now it looks ancient, but it looks fabulous. And you have to remember, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series, the ADAC 24 Hours of Nürburgring, the people who attend are massive car fans. Seems obvious, but when you look at the cars in the paddock, in the fields, a lot of people come here with a lot of bolt-on extras as well. So, you know, they very much look to see what sort of car they want, and they've always got an eye to history. Great circuit for historic racing, and of course, over the years, every year, brilliant historic meeting here in high summer. So the fans are very well educated in the sport.
And the drivers in that number 605 M3 from Hoffa Racing, Michael Kroll, Chantal Prins, Alex Prins and Thomas Moulens. So at least 3 of the 4 of those drivers were involved in the Mugello 12 Hours a couple of weekends ago, and getting stuck right back in again with action around the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And that BMW has seen plenty of work around this particular venue as well. But again, prepped with all the newest bits possible. But it's wonderful to have that silhouette still represented on a grid such as this.
No, entirely so. I also love the fact you were just mentioning that just a few weeks ago they were competing at Mugello. As someone who can race a GT-type car, the world really is your oyster now. You've got fabulous events. If you so chose, I'm sure a lot of these cars would go out and do the Bathurst 12 Hours, the Bathurst 6 Hours last weekend. You know, you can pick and choose your circuits. And I think if you spent decades racing, you then go, where haven't I raced? Where would I want to race? But because your car is eligible, because there's a class for it, happy days, really, really good days. But if you want to race at the very top level, you can go to GT3, and then you really can race everywhere.
So the start of Group 3, now heading towards the end of the Grand Prix lap through the Vidal chicane. And the exit of that can be a bit tricky, particularly if you're side by side with somebody else, because you've both got to head from the left-hand side of the track to the right-hand side of the track for Sabine Schmidt's curve and the run onto Hatzenbach. And that's the bit really where you start to pull the belts tight and think, okay, I'm not going to be home again for the best part of 6 minutes. So this car and I better behave ourselves throughout, because, you know, any slight error, the barrier's calling you in, particularly on the really fast stuff through Klostertal and Kesselchen, and you've got the carousel immediately after that as well. But hats and back for me is almost like the point of no return.
I agree. In every single race I commentate on here or attend at the Nürburgring, I almost forget how absolutely brilliant it is. And last year, in the lead up to 24 hours of the Nürburgring, we got to walk out through those early corners, hats and back, keep on going past the crazy camps. People have the most amazing setups with their trucks, with the sides open, they've got dry ice, they've got a hot tub on board. You know, the setup, the effort the fans put in to come and watch at the Nürburgring. And some people watch every single race at the Nürburgring. It's brilliant.
Nordschleife. Ein Traum vieler Rennfans, der für die allermeisten nie Realität wird, mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7 aber ein ganzes Stück realistischer. Mit der neuesten Auflage des Kultspiels für die Konsole fahren wir zu den wichtigsten Streckenabschnitten der grünen Hölle. Die AMG Arena. Erstes Nadelöhr nach dem Start und durch die unterschiedlichen Linien ein toller Ort für Positionskämpfe auf der Grand Prix-Strecke. Auffahrt Nordschleife. Nach der Vidol-Schikane biegen wir ab vom Grand Prix-Kurs. Hier beginnt der 20 Kilometer lange Ritt durch die grüne Hölle so richtig. Fuchsröhre. Mit Vollgas bergab, durch die Kompression und den Berg wieder rauf. Wie so oft auf der Nordschleife, kein Platz für Fehler. Breitscheid. Der tiefste Punkt der Nordschleife. Die Brücke über die Hauptstraße von Adenauer ist ein Zuschauermagnet. Das Karussell, benannt nach Rudolf Caracciola, einem der ersten Heroen des Rings. Die alten Betonplatten der Steilkurve sind Kult. Brünnchen, der Zuschauer-Hotspot. Ob beim Rennen oder bei Touristenfahrten, ob bei brütender Hitze oder im strömenden Regen, hier ist immer etwas los. Die Döttinger Höhe. Windschattenschlacht bei 270 km/h und die Überholmöglichkeit schlechthin am Ende der Nordschleifenrunde mit dem neuen Gran Turismo 7. Und damit von der virtuellen wieder zur realen Nordschleife.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Excellent to see how many campsites are almost fit to bursting in places. Clearly people setting up for the weekend, and every more reason to do it at the start of the 2024 season because there are 2 races to take in across 2 days. So this is a nice rare treat. Heading then through the highest part of the circuit a little bit later on, so through the carousel and up towards Hohe Acht, and then the descent, Flatsgarten, where the cars leave the road, Brunchen, and through the ice curver as well, which can be very treacherous if we've had some moisture in the air. There should be a fair bit of grip though in the opening laps today.
One thing that really differentiates the 24 hours from these NLS races, that these, particularly the early season one, you have slightly fewer fans, but a lot of them are very clever. They don't just watch at one corner, they watch at one corner for a bit, they just go out of the car park, they'll drive round to another point, and it's every corner is a gem here. But you can watch one where the cars are below you, one where they're almost going above you, you can work your way around the outside. We've got one of the best things about the NLS is they have a fantastic helicam that goes around. And when you look down, is that the track? Is that a road? It's certainly a forest, but yes, the track is going through the forest, and you suddenly see these pockets of people. You can't watch the whole way round, but with a little bit of knowledge and the fact there might be a very nice stand selling, Sandwich and, just lovely, lovely food to partake around the day, and probably a glass or 2 of beer to go with it. It's just such a brilliant circuit. And on a spring day, I think it helps push you into the air as it unfolds. We've all had a very, very wet winter in the Northern Hemisphere, and it's sunny today, and it's the Nürburgring. Not 2 things you often get to combine, so we'll take it.
The other amazing thing is that if you're allowed to stand on the outside of the Swallow's Tail, the Schwabenschwanz, and look away from the track, you actually can't see the other bit of the circuit, the outgoing leg, because it's fields and fields away, and it's only then you get an idea of the footprint of this venue. Yes, there's elevation change, yes, there are many different corners, but it literally goes from town to village to town, then through Moispat, which has become its own sort of city really of car development, and then down the massively long straight to finish things off. But the sheer size of this place can often be forgotten about.
It really has, and Johnny's timing impeccable as ever. As he mentions Moispat, it comes into view from the helicam because the field of cars is coming on to that long, long run along Dottinger Höhe, then getting towards Tiergarten Bremskurve, end of the lap. But don't forget, this race will start not just the NLS season, but it will start in 3 start groups with the fastest cars at the very front, and the fastest in qualifying by 2.5 seconds was Danny Juncadere, the number 14 out racing team Mercedes. But the industry on the other side of the main road that runs alongside the Dottinger Höhe, the return leg to the pits, 20 years ago it was farmland. Now it most certainly isn't. Manufacturers are embedded there. We have tyre companies and all the service industries that go with it. And bear in mind, the whole point of this circuit being built in the 1920s was to bring some employment to a very, very agricultural area. It's worked. Finally, it's worked, and it's a huge complex, and even now they're putting up other factories and other buildings alongside. So it's just permanent employment here for this region, and well deserved too.
There is a significant Hyundai facility I've just noticed as well, which seems to have increased at least by a story since I last checked. And I think I've just spotted my own personal parking place at the Tankstelle, where I often leave the car for a bit just to go model shopping. And as you say, come back with several books. So that's always the first place to visit, not least because you need to sign on there for your media accreditation. So down the Dottinger Höhe and towards Antonius Bucher. It's, I think, by accident that this is the last part of the circuit, but it makes for an ideal finish to each and every lap because you've got this long, long straight where you can draft fellow cars that maybe you've been tracking for the best part of 18 or 19 kilometres. And to the line then, sometimes to the end of the race, your best overtaking opportunity is through this section.
It most certainly is, and a bit like Monza in the early slipstreaming days before, 1971 and earlier, you actually don't want to make your move too soon because you can draft past someone who will then tuck in behind you and draft past you as you get to the final twisters. And it's worth pointing out the last 3 or 4 corners, it snaps, it goes into compression, it snaps to the left, it snaps to the right, and then left again. If you can get through all of those, and not all of the drivers have over the years, you've got a chance. But it's a brilliant, brilliant circuit. We're about to start the season. 4 hours of racing up ahead.
So many eyes then peering to the screens that are mounted in the roofs of the garages. They're hoping that they won't see their cars for the next 5 or 6 or certainly 7 laps. If they go beyond that, then there's been a problem. It's Mercedes on pole and a Lamborghini trying to sneak into second position. Now the green light is shown on the gantry, and the Mercedes does get away well, but was that the second of them threading its way through? We've got 2 similarly liveried Mercedes AMG cars, absolutely everybody for second place, and the Lamborghini, which tried to slot into second at the start, has actually fallen down to about 8th position. The Manti Grello Porsche around the outside being driven by Kevin Estre. Got to be careful there. He was very nearly pincered by both an Aston Martin to his left and one of the Falcon Porsches to his right. And Kevin Estre just trying to box clever here as the Audi slips to 4th position. It's almost Mercedes first and third. In fact, it is. And it is the 14 car from pole position, which has lost 2 places. So the next of the Mercedes, you have to look all the way back to 6th place. And it's been an absolutely killer start for either Dennis Fetzer, Hubert Haupt or Ralph Aron. We'll find out in a moment.
Certainly has. I don't think I've ever seen 4, maybe 5 abreast into the first corner with 3 abreast right in behind them, but certainly a real scramble. But you know what? These are ultra-professional drives. They've kept it clean, kept it tidy, but certainly the Mercedes was escaping at the front of the field. What a brilliant job. But again, 2 black and red Mercedes heading down towards the camera at the first corner, trying to work out which is which, but the eye was just drawn to that racing action. But now we've got a clear lead of just about coming up a second as they go through chicane. They're soon going to be getting out towards, of course, the point where you say, Johnny, you draw your breath in. You're getting towards the Sabine Schmidt's curves, and then Hatzenberg lies beyond. The track narrows. They're going over the 2 left-handers of the Sabine Schmidt's curves, over the bridge, and they drop onto what is now officially the start of the Nordschleife.
My only concern about the start for the number 6 Mercedes was, did it start to overtake cars before the red lights had been extinguished, or before they turned to a block of green on the starting gantry? That may well be looked at again by race control, but it is the Mercedes with the yellow rear wing, or certainly yellow writing on it, that is out front, and the pole sitting Merc of Danny Junkadea or Frank Bird slipping from 1st back to 3rd position. Here comes the yellow group, Startgruppe 2, with Cup 3 at the front of it. So these are all Porsche Cayman Club Sports, the 718 Caymans, and again they're starting to spread their way across the road. 962 from pole position, Bednarski and Dalgaard versus Eichenberg and Grosser in their 959 car, and the first to make it, but not make the first corner, completely outbraking itself, is the 962, and then it gets a tap and a spin at the start of a 4-hour race. 2 cars absolutely stranded in the middle of the road. Are they going to get missed by everybody else? Yes, just about. That started so well for 962 from pole position, leading into the first corner. Then it seemed like the car forgot to brake, and then it barely made turn 1, and after that got a biff which nerfed it into a spin, and only now will it limp away from the scene, stone last of start group 2.
You know, sometimes when a driver makes a mistake into the first corner, it's because someone's right on their rear, but they had about a 3 car length advantage, but maybe they had that advantage and it was so big because they hadn't got around to the braking part. But anyhow, it's now snaking around the 962 Porsche after its off-track moment, coming back on, being clipped, but the car that clipped it, I think, has crept to the side of the track and may be out of the race already. What a dreadful way to start their season. Hopefully, I'm not right, hopefully they will get back to the pits and something could be repaired, but for 962, that was unfortunate.
Believe it or not, though, you wouldn't necessarily say race over, because there's still 4 hours to go, and yes, Cup 3 is highly competitive, but if it takes a slightly earlier stop or a later stop compared to everybody else, then this may be the time to go off strategy and win the race that way, because 4 hours offers you much different opportunities, and you might well be forced into now slicing the cake in a slightly different way. Meanwhile, the runners in the start group 1 are heading now down towards the lowest part of the circuit at Brightside, and then up the other side, and in the meantime start group 3 heading its way towards the start of the lap. This is the green group headed by the E46 BMW of the Krolls and Princes and Mühlner, but we've also got the Porsche Cayman S 981 starting alongside, which is car number 396, and then the first of the Hyundai i30Ns. Now that's not the Jack Aitken won the Mertens and Hislop machine, starting from 3rd position alongside Daniel Zils and Philip Lyson's BMW 330i. So the Hyundai's definitely there. In fact, there are 3 of them in this leading pack, but the BMW E30, E46 rather, getting away well ahead of that white and purple. There's another spinner, and that's one of the BMWs, car number 64 or 04, might have been the 504 car for Bloom and Ulms. Everybody else, though, safely through that part of the circuit. I don't think it's particularly greasy at the first corner, but cold tyres probably, even though they've had 24 kilometres to try and heat them up, there's nothing compared to pure race pace.
Yeah, I think tyres might have got a bit of heat, but I think maybe just a little bit of a cool brain at that point, unfortunately. But rejoined the circuit, looked like a 3-2-5-5. But again, looking at these groups of cars, I think the group with the most diversity is the final group of cars, Group 3. 37 of them took set off together with that incredible mixture of Porsches, BMWs, Hyundais, and much, much more. And in among them, the Toyota Supras that look fantastic in a couple of dark blue ones running in their Toyo tyres, and they've been big supporters of the ring over the years. Neat, tidy, one little rotation, no damage done. But waiting really now, probably 3/4 of the way around the lap, is our lead group, the SP9 cars, the GT3 runners, being followed by the cameras out around the circuit, and just looking for any warnings about misdemeanors out on the circuit. The only one we have to consider at the moment is the investigation of car number 6 under investigation for the start of the race. That's the car in the lead of the race. How did it get there? The car qualified by Ralph Aron was 6th on the grid, but certainly first into the first corner. So that is being looked at the moment.
Yeah, unsurprisingly, because it did rather puzzle me as to how that Mercedes had managed to get itself wedged between the first and second placed cars just after the red lights disappeared. So they'll be looking at that and precisely when the pedal was hit in car number 6, but at the moment it leads on the road from the best of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, which is car number 3, I reckon. And car 3 started from 4th place. Yeah, that would make sense. The number 4 car was further back on row 5. So it's Mercedes, Porsche, Audi, and then the pole-sitting Mercedes in 4th, being chased all the way by Kevin Estra's Grello man-type Porsche.
But the way the story is unfolding is the fact that the cars in 2nd and 3rd places are certainly catching the race leader. Now they're getting the toe along the Duttinger Her, and certainly that number 6 Mercedes, the one under investigation for a possible jump start, is probably 2 car lengths clear, but of course it's a long run along the straight, so incrementally with that bit of slipstream the number 3 Porsche is getting closer and closer, and in turn the Shira Sport PHX Audi, if there's a rear mirror, will be tucked in behind in 3rd place. There should be no 3 car lengths back to the Audi, but certainly the attack is coming on from the Falcon Motorsport Porsche. Not going to make it stick as they go up into Tiergarten, but certainly is starting to find its form. Maybe the message has got through to number 6. You might have actually gone a little early, dear boy.
Well, if you know any sense, not going to go anywhere before the decision is made. There may well be a penalty, of course, to be incorporated into the next pit stop. There's confirmation of it. Car 6 under investigation for a jump start as Picariello from a long way back will slice his way up the inside of Hubert Haupt, who has started the number 6 car. Of course, they've now crossed the line, so we know who is taking the opening stint. And the Audi gets through in a second as well. So Haupt could not only, he couldn't hold back Picariello, he couldn't hold back Marcus Winkelhock either in the number 16 Audi. So Audi 2nd, Porsche now lead, and the Mercedes running 3rd and 5th. So there's been a change for 4th as well, with Estra now in front of Frank Bird. Although Bird fighting back, is there contact? Yes, the mirrors that brushes, and for a second time as well, over the rear right wheel arch of Kevin Estra. Got to be careful not to bend that in too much, because they'll start to get a bit of tyre rub. So Frank Bird making his intentions felt there into the horseshoe cut through on the Grand Prix lap.
Putting his beak in, one would say.
Very good.
A couple of times, pecking away there, but certainly the man-type Porsche, the one in the Grello livery, has been making up ground. Likewise, Winkelhock up into 2nd place, but through the part of the Grand Prix circuit that they use, our race leader is pulling further clear, which is Alessio Picariello, just took the lead towards the start of this lap and is getting clear. Hubert Hout falling back, but at least he's the team chief. He's the one who's made the jump start. He's gone from leading this race back to second, back to third behind Winkelhock. Now he's got the Grello Porsche tucked in behind. Kevin Estre looking very busy indeed. Has now made just enough of an advantage over Frank Bird to sort of stem that attack, and in 6th place and 7th, they're very close indeed. It's Joel Eriksson in the 2nd of the Orca Motorsport cars, and Jordan Pepper, South African racer, in the best of the Lamborghinis, down in 7th. But that was a car that went a good initial start and then got swamped by those, including the number 6 Mercedes, that maybe went a little bit early.
It did go a little bit early because there has now been a decision made. It's going to be a drive-through penalty for Hubert Hout because of the start that he made. The Lamborghini very nearly went too early, car 27 for Jordan Pepper, and then through goes Hubert Hout. The lights only just changing, and he was already on the 2nd row and very nearly in between the 1st and 2nd placed cars. So that wasn't the most difficult decision to make, I have to say.
It wasn't really, but it also should prove to me why the Lamborghini, the ADAC Lamborghini in the Red Bull livery, lost ground, because he had to absolutely check. Everybody else had the momentum to come past, because it was Frank Bird who was in the car that was starting on pole, number 14. He hesitated. That held back the Lamborghini. Nothing held back Hubert Hout in the number 6 car, the sister car to the pole starting car, thus taking the lead. But I'd like to see that replay again, because I sort of fancied there were 2 sets of starting lights and one seems still to be red. I'll have to have a look at that. It might have been something red on the hoarding, but certainly there was a question, but the answer has been provided. A drive-through penalty for the number 6 Mercedes, and that will be falling back down the order one feels. But they get to a slow zone just early on their 2nd run through onto the Nordschleife. I'm trying to pick up exactly where that has been thrown.
It is heading into Adenauer Forst, yes, I think, isn't it? So this is the clearing at the base of the Vauxhall, recently resurfaced Vauxhall. So into Adenauer Forest, then you can start getting going. And Kevin Estre tried to draw alongside Hubert Hout there, but he was only shown the outside line. And Hout, who's presumably been told about his drive-through penalty now, did not want to relinquish any further position. So despite Kevin Estre's best efforts, and that's the key, yes, you've got to be aware where the code 60 starts, but where's the green flag? Because you've got to get the hammer down, ideally, ahead of those cars immediately in front of you.
Praising the form of Marcus Winkelhock, working his way forward for Sport PHX in the Audi, but under investigation for pushing another car. We know Marcus is forceful, we know he's quick, but we'll keep an eye out on that one. But certainly it goes to show at the very front of the field, it's very, very busy indeed. Just want to point out that it's not just about the top class, it's not just about SP9, but running in the top 10, that's always a good sign. In Cup 2, in the Porsche Cup class for 911 GT3s, if you can do that. Tim Scheerbart is doing that very job, leading the class 9th overall. Next best in class is down in 12th, which is Jans, but Tim Scheerbart, Avia W&S Motorsport, leading that class. He's just ahead of American racer Danny Sufi, who's in the Conrad Motorsport Evo 1 Lamborghini, that is. The other ones are Evo 2s by and large, so the older Lamborghini for Conrad Motorsport completing the top 10, and then comes in 11th place the Glickenhaus.
Yeah, we'll keep an eye on how the Glickenhaus gets on throughout the course of the race, of course. Just hearing that now the number 16 Audi is under investigation for potentially pushing another car. I'm not sure I remember that happening, but it may well have been out of our vision, of course. But that's Marcus Winkelhock who's potentially in the crosshair there for another penalty, maybe a drive-through. Yeah,
it certainly could be plenty of provocation and opportunity around the opening lap, because as we said, they were very, very close indeed through the early stages of that opening lap, as they will be here. But right now, it's again just doubly checking out around the circuit how many stop-start periods we got. Not stop, but slow right down. We've had that slow zone. They negotiated it well. You do gain and others lose, but certainly at the head of the field, first couple of cars starting to make good their escape.
Yeah, so Marshall Post 44, which is known as Jaguar, is now clear, and there was briefly a slow zone at Brunchen as well, but that's also now being withdrawn. So it looks like the track is clear everywhere, including at Arenberg. But as I say that, now Hoheichen has a yellow flag at it. And you'll get a flavour, if you've never experienced the Nürburgring Langstrecke series before, you'll get a flavour of how rare a fully green track can be, because no sooner have the track staff and hard-working marshals cleared up an incident than the next one strikes, and possibly at the very next post.
Well, indeed, and many a time the fastest lap of the race can be set on the first lap, but more likely the second or third lap, when you've got a little bit of a gap between the cars, but it's before. Not just so much they catch the tail enders in the third group of cars, that certainly helps, but incidents can start to occur. But if the weather's good, your tyres are good, you've got them up to temperature, you've got a bit of space in front and behind you, those laps can come in. They mean you get bragging rights, but then thereafter, the amount of overtaking, the number of overtaking manoeuvres that each of these front-running drivers has to do is mind-boggling if you've never watched a 4-hour race. Think what a 24-hour race is like here around Nordschleife. You're passing, and of course you've got your own competitives. Rivals tucked in behind you, plus the fact the circuit, you go a little bit offline going past someone and you might just find some dust that's been brought off the grass at the side of the circuit in high summer. We do have dust. You have safety vehicles on the car on the track, and one, oh my word, just suddenly had a couple of the SB9 front runners, including the Grello Lamborghini, going through. Number 4 Porsche Ericsson is a little bit up and down the order, just being passed by the ADAC Lamborghini. So Jordan Pepper going past Joel Ericsson and going through. It's about jockeying for position. When you've got the front group of cars, you realise you can really work off your rivals, and it's the very best of them are doing that, and Jordan Pepper knows it very well. He just picked off one. He's got another one in his sights.
I was just about to say that Joel Ericsson probably reasonably pleased with the start of his race, because he started in 9th and had been running in 6th, but as you say, Jordan Pepper slipping by for that position now, so Ericsson back a spot 2, but it's been a real snakes and ladders opening few laps for the Swede. Yeah, but meanwhile, nose to tail here, because the Pepper Huracan is being caught by the Porsche Bruce.
Well, it's a double toe. They're right behind the Grello Porsche, which is absolutely taking the inside line, and well, actually that has slightly stymied. There's a Sirocco going around the outside the circuit rather slowly, so they all had to back off. But just as Ericsson had lost position to the Lamborghini of Jordan Pepper, he got right under its rear wing, but then got interrupted by what the Lamborghini was doing with the tow it was receiving from the Grello Porsche, and a couple of front runners coming into the pits. Looks like, is that both of the Hout Racing Mercedes? One's coming in because it's got a drive-through penalty, but it looks like number 14 came in as well. And that was the car that started on pole.
Down the inside goes Jordan Pepper with an overtake attempt, at least, on Kevin Estre. That's at turn 1. So Lamborghini from Red Bull apt, battling with the Manthey EMA Porsche. Joel Ericsson, of course, in their shadow, but ready to pick up any pieces that might come his way. And again, Kevin Estre's going to feel like the main target man here, because it was Frank Bird having a nibble on his rear right only a couple of laps ago, and that time Jordan Pepper was very close to the rear left wheel arch of the Frenchman's car. Through the cut-through they will go. Aston Martin not very far away from being involved in this battle either. So it's for 3rd, 4th, 5th and 6th. That's Marek Bachmann in the green and white Aston Martin. It's an SP9 Pro-Am car, but there's nothing to stop that doing very, very well in the overall positions if they carry good consistency across the race. So it was not the best qualified Pro-Am car. That was actually the number 6, the Hubert Haupt machine, that had to come in for a drive-through penalty. So now that has put the Bachmann-driven Aston Martin into the lead of the subcategory.
Yeah, so just to reiterate, it was both the Hout Racing team, the Yokohama liveried black and red Mercedes AMGs that came in. One for the reason it had a drive-through penalty, the other because
who knows?
It just simply could, but that is very, very early. You're beginning to wonder, has it picked up a slow puncture or something? Because, you know, normally you divide this race, it's 4 hours. It should be metronomically at the top of the hour, at the top of the hour, at the top of the hour. 3 pit stops. We talked before the race, Johnny, about how you can bring yours forward a little bit, which means the pit stops are timed according to when you come in. You would end up with a longer first pit stop, but a shorter final pit stop. It's how you want to do it. Now, one thing you don't want to do is go around. I thought that one of the cars just spotted a very strange angle. 1-2-1 in the heat of the battle in the Porsche Cup 2 class. It's K. Kramer Racing, always competitive. It's obviously had a little bit of front-end contact because some of its bodywork in front of the driver, at the front of the bonnet, if you will, has doubled back. So it's got an air brake. Very, very handy. Not at all.
So the drive-through was indeed that for Hubert Haupt, timed at 16 seconds, which is, yeah, is that about right? I would have thought it'd be slightly longer than that, so okay, we'll take that with a pinch of salt, but it was a short stop. He won't have visited the team. Frank Bird clearly did in the number 14 car, but again, not for an extended period of time, so I might go with your theory that it was a slow puncture. Didn't want to spend too long in the pits, and yes, there is a minimum pit stop reference time, but when you're doing emergency service, as in repairing a damaged or punctured tyre, I'm sure the regulations allow for that, much like in the ACO rules type of racing as well. So in and relatively quickly out, but Frank Bird, of course, has lost his top 3 running order and instead slips down to what it's shown as 8th place at the moment, but will allow the rest of this lap to be completed, because it'll be worse than that, I reckon. The Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini will certainly have slipped by, and yes, he will be outside of the top 20 now, that number 14 Frank Bird car, only just now going through the first sector. And whereas most people, it took 1 minute and 6 seconds, Frank Bird took 2.5 minutes. So he stopped with the team for probably 1 minute and 20 odd seconds before rejoining. Hubert Haupt, that was much more like a 30-second delay in order to serve his drive-through and return to the racetrack. So Hubert Haupt also clearly dropping positions, but rightfully so, because he got a much too good a start at midday today when we got underway. Jordan Pepper giving Kevin Estre absolutely no peace whatsoever, and 2 wheels on the grass briefly there from the Red Bull apt Lamborghini Huracan. The Huracan for me looks the quicker car of these two. Kevin Estre is putting the car in the right positions on the road.
It's not often you get to watch Kevin Estre having to be defensive. He's normally, you know, one of the arch-attacking drivers, but Jordan Pepper had a little look down the inside at the start of this lap into the first corner. No way, said Kevin Estre, but since then he's kept his car smooth and clean, but on the racing line a little bit to provide no option whatsoever. But certainly Jordan Pepper, you're right, Johnny, does appear to be a little bit quicker, works the slipstream very well, and it's also how they work the traffic. And as I say that, talk about threading the eye of the needle. They go between a couple of Porsche Caymans from the 3rd starting group. It looks super easy. And when you look at the pace of the cars at the back, you think, God, they're going so slowly. They're not. If you look at them without the SP9 cars coming through, you think they're doing a fantastic job, really getting this fabulous flow and carrying their speed. At the bottom of the hill, they're going to come up towards the carousel. No problem at all for the SP9 class cars. But there is a problem for Audi number 311 being pushed back into the pit garage. So that clearly at this early stage in this 4-hour race is not what the doctor had ordered. The bonnets up. That's MSC Motorsport Club Sinzig. And for Wolfgang Haug, Rudi Speich and Roland Vaschgau, that's not what they want, but still time to get back out there all over again.
That's true. Roland Vaschgau it was who's brought that car in, and the bonnet immediately lifted. That suggests the team have a rough idea as to which part of the car to attack first in an effort to repair it. But a shame that for the SP3T car to be out of the running or out of the reckoning so early on. SP3T, that is the only entry, but they will have picked other cars within other categories that they can race with, and unfortunately it's those competitors that are getting the firm advantage whilst that Audi sits in the garage.
Now, what do you do if you're trying to get your ring permit, or just as much as anything want to have race experience here? You need to go around and round. And I'm just checking on the progress of Toyota Gazoo Racing and sound the fanfare. Kamui Kobayashi into the top 50 in 50th place. He's 1 position behind Hibiki Taira in the sister car, but they're 9th and 10th in the SP10 class. So work in progress, but today it's all about getting experience of the track. They're going to go out all over again tomorrow, hopefully in decent weather like this, but it's good to have them here. But again, there's so many drivers to look at. Well, there would be 114 cars starting this race. You would just keep an eye on that class, and if you want to know who's leading SP10, you actually have to look all the way up to 25 positions further up. And for Durham Motorsport, with their Aston Martin Vantage, going well, leading the class, car number 169, and at the wheel at the moment is Oscar Sandberg. So he's doing a very good job. He's got an advantage of about 6 seconds over the best of the rest, which is car number 164, Avia WNS Motorsport, team that's leading in Cup 2, back in SP10, 3 positions further back, and 164. Hill is a driver listed there, and I don't know who that is, because it could be Janine Hill, who races under that name sometimes.
It's Phil Hill.
Phil Hill. Oh, is it Phil inverted commas Hill?
No. I mean, there was a Phil Hill, obviously.
Oh, indeed, yes.
But this is the current Phil Hill, as far as I know, but there are no inverted commas around his name.
Very good.
But who knows, eh? But that's the 164 car. You were bang on with the number 14 problem. Frank Bird, that has been officially reported as a slow puncture, so had to come in for that emergency service at the end of only 2 laps. And the other difficulty is for Kenneth Ostwald, who drives the 801 Audi RS3 in the TCR class. That car's also been pinged for a jump start, so it'll be a drive-through just like Hubert Haupt. Meanwhile, at the head of the order, Alessio Picariello under pressure from the number 16 Audi of Marcus Winkelhock. Of course, Winkelhock is under investigation for potential contact, and speaking of which, there was just the merest of taps there on the rear as well. I think that's just about allowed if rubbing is racing. It certainly didn't pitch Alessio Picariello's car into a squirm, but nevertheless, under braking there for the second part of the Mercedes arena. If we consider the first right-hander as the first part, and then there's 2 left-handers, it was through the first of the left-handers that there was nose-to-tail contact between Winkelhock's Audi and the race-leading Porsche of Picariello.
Yeah, well, 2 seconds were gained by Winkelhock there. He closed the gap down to next to nothing. Fastest lap of the race, 8 minutes, 6.9 seconds, and has clearly got some more targets in his sight. You have to have to look quite a long way back to the Grello Porsche, which is 6 seconds back in 3rd place. They've really opened a tidy gap, looking to see what sort of cars they're going to be catching next. Looks like a pair of BMW 325i's, so in the production class, so you can imagine. Here we have the front runners for SP9, huge wings, lots of aero, lots of grunt, brilliant tyres. Then, of course, if you're running in the production class, which has always been a feature of Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie races, one of them could go nowhere. The track, we've always talked about the Sabine-Smits curves being very, very narrow, but they're both effectively, well, particularly the second one is a 90-degree corner that drops you to the left, downhill. There is nowhere else to go if you're trying to take the corner, and unfortunately for Picariello, he was blocked by the BMW, but it then came back across and slightly delayed. In the sense of fairness,
yes.
Marcus Winkelhock as well. So in fact, Winkelhock probably lost about a few tenths of a second, but they got through. But you can just see, you're trying to find your form. You're the race leader, Alessio Picariello. Hold on, he was 2 seconds back. Now he's right under my tail. He's pushing me through the Mercedes arena. But then if you're given a little bit of breathing space, you take it. In fact, the traffic is being worked very well by Picariello. He's almost out to 2 seconds clear again.
That was a bizarre moment for Marcus Winkelhock. Obviously, you're committing to the second left-hander that takes you onto the Hatzenbach proper, and you're committing to that without seeing the exit. So he's expected to be able to use the curb way up onto the right there. All of a sudden, there's a back marker. And it was like he initiated some sort of rear wheel steering from the car, because it rotated from absolutely nowhere to avoid contact. So that's terrific car control and the ability to sort of get out of the throttle, but also at the same time accelerate out of the moment, so that he avoided a back marker, which he did successfully. And they're now onto the resurfaced part of the road, which looks glorious actually. Very, very dark asphalt into the foxhole, which hits the dip, the base point, and then slightly rises into the quicker sweepers before you properly stop into Adenauer Forest corner itself. Plenty of runoff here, which is a rare, rare thing on the Nordschleife. So if you do make an error, we've seen cars careening off in the wet there, and thankfully there's quite a large grassy patch for you to recover at that moment. But the leading duo are safely through, and the gap is widening now between Picariello in Porsche 3 from Audi number 16, Marcus Winkelhock.
Now they've just passed a car that's limping home slowly. There's a safety car tucked in behind it to protect it, and it was as though they were walking where a couple of runners were sprinting past in 100 metres pace. The front runners observed everything, kept the right way, but you just get this closing speed. And bear in mind, Johnny, there are a lot of points around the circuit where you don't have a long line of sight, because it's either going over, you're approaching a crest, you can't see over the other side, or a tight corner. So drivers have to be on their toes. They might suddenly come up on a safety vehicle. The marshals here are absolutely stunningly good, because they have to be sort of doubly aware that the drivers don't have this long vision around the circuit, and therefore they have to be their eyes. They have to be the ones bringing out the flags the second they possibly can to bring out a warning. And don't forget as well, for the drivers who are towards the rear of the lower class of cars, the slower cars, they're looking in their mirrors as well to see if they're about to be passed by front runners. So it's such a busy place to be, but it does help when it's spring, it's sunshine, and the track is dry.
Thankfully, the leaders got through Hatzenbach as it remained green, because there is now there are now 2 slow zones in place along the Hatzenbach, and I'm intrigued as to the sector 3 times now on this lap to see who's going to be the first to be slowed by that. Marek Bachmann's got through as well, because that's 2 minutes, only about 3 seconds slower than race leader Alessio Picariello. But it may well be the Conrad Lamborghini which will be heavily delayed. That's been started by Danny Sufi, and Torsten Kratz also part of that lineup for Conrad Motorsport. Yeah, very slightly slower for the 7 Lamborghini and the Hubert Haupt Mercedes. I don't expect even more time to be ebbing away, though, from cars a little further down, maybe in the Cup 2 area, that are delayed by whatever has happened on Hatzenbach. Bringing more news on that in a moment, as Kenneth Ostwald in the 801 Audi from the TCR class will now head into the pits to serve his early race drive-through penalty.
So the start of the lap, the gap between Picariello and Winkelhock, 0.3 of a second. Certainly by working the traffic rather better, Picariello, as often is the case for the race leader, has a little bit of an advantage and has opened it out. But don't forget, the previous lap, Winkelhock found 2 seconds to get right on the tail of that Forker Motorsport Porsche with his Scherer Sport PHX Audi. Can he do it all over again? But Picariello is, well, he's in shot, and at the moment, right. 2.5, 3 seconds back now is Winkelhock, so it's been very, very good for the Belgian as he pulls a little bit clear. But don't forget, traffic, we often say giveth and it taketh, but at the moment it certainly giveth to the Belgian, because he's making good his escape. And if he can stay 3 seconds in front when they get to the Dottinger, he doesn't have to worry too much about being slipstreamed, and certainly it's a factor that really can just draw the whole thing together.
Now, what has happened to one of the K. Kramer Racing Porsches? Because it's Michele Di Martino who's not appeared at the end of Sector 3. So is Martino in the wall, or certainly in strife somewhere along the Hatzenbach? He was possibly a little slow through Sector 2, but now just has not appeared at the end of Sector 3. I'll keep my eyes peeled there. SP10 is led by the 169 car. 169... is the Aston Martin GT4 of Oscar Sandberg, as the 311 Audi looks like it's going to return to the racetrack. So that's been a fair delay, maybe losing about a lap because of that difficulty for the MSC Sinsig AV TT, the Audi TT, but at least our only SP3T runner will return to competition now.
Right, just want to fill you in on how much ground was lost by the number 14 Mercedes with that stop for a tyre change. It fell to 24th at the start of the last lap. It will pick off those in front of it, but really to be up among its class runners, it needs to be, well, run down to SP9 class cars, go down 5 Pro entries, then 3 Pro-Ams. That takes you down to number 6. That's the sister car. Don't forget, that was a drive-through penalty for them. That was Hubert Haupt, who jumped the start and then some. Had the drive-through penalty. He's running around in 8th place. His next target is Danny Sufi. You wondered if Danny Sufi had slowed at some point on that lap, but certainly for the car that started on pole position, the sister car from the Haupt Racing team, car number 14, a lot of ground needs to be made up. But Frank Bird, well, he'll enjoy the overtaking, just be a little bit frustrated. Down in 24th position at the moment.
We're actually hearing that it's the 730 BMW 390L which is stuck on Hatzenbach, the entry from Plus Line Racing Team. And Rudy Speich of the 311 crew reporting to Lukas Gajewski that this is a misfire problem for the Audi TT and for MSC Sinsig. So they're obviously trying to cure that during a relatively quick pit stop. But these ignition problems, misfires can be so difficult to sort out, particularly once the race has started and you're trying to get the car turned around in a hurry.
Yeah, but the good news is Rudy Speich was smiling as he was talking there, and so of course MSC Sinsig have been running cars in this series on the Nürburgring Nordschleife for forever and a day. He'll have seen it all as the team chief. He'll have sort of had the frustration, but he was smiling, so I think that's a good thing. So they lost a lap and a bit more, but there's a race today, same again tomorrow, another 4 hours, and the weather conditions are very, very good. So these are really important moments for them at the start of the season. Get a decent start. Now 480 is the car that's being pushed back into the garage. This was travelling quite slowly, a white VW Sirocco in one of the production classes, and hazard lamps are flashing, but bonnet up, so maybe a similar problem for them as the Audi TT just suffered. But the 311 Audi back in the race, but for the BMW number 480, it's in the garage, bonnet up. Early season frustrations, hopefully something that can be solved, and that's for Christian Kurger, Thomas Elpiger, and Bastian Arendt.
If it is the 730 car which is causing those slow zones on the Hatzenbach, then it's Dennis Surace, or Suracha, not entirely sure to be honest, but he competed in NLS last year for MSC Kempenich in the V4 category, and the number 730 car, which is also a V4 entry, the 390L BMW, causing a lot of cars. Ah, yes, he's found the tyre wall on driver's left, partway along Hatzenbach, and the tyres are deliberately put there because it's very easy to straight line the section of grass beforehand and pile straight into the tyres. Hopefully there's not been too much damage done to that car, because it's not pushed the tyres back by a great deal, but clearly too damaged for the car to continue.
Yeah, I think we are probably talking a broken steering link or something from the clipping it. But so many times at Hatzenbach, you actually start your accident at one corner, and you're several twisters later when it comes to an end. But it almost got through that sort of stricture, wonderful twisting section of the track. But for him, I think he went wrong about 2 corners before that, and the nose of that Porsche just in against the tyre wall. All the cars going past have to slow right down code 60 at that area, and that was including actually Joel Eriksson got quite close to the battling 3rd and 4th place runners of Kevin Estre and Jordan Pepper, the Grello Porsche ahead of the Lamborghini in the Red Bull race livery, and then the second of the 2 Forker Motorsports Porsches got very close, but the Swede managed to back out of it, so he's running 5th. But luckily for Forker Motorsports, their other car is running first, and that is of course Alessio Picariello, 3 and a bit seconds clear of Marcus Winkelhock.
And the BMW that we mentioned remaining in the pit lane, unfortunately, so that car still being worked on. Meanwhile, Alessio Picariello has just set the fastest lap of the race, which is an 8 minutes, .123.
We'll call that 8 flat.
Might as well, eh? Yeah. The 123 is quite easy to remember too. Sport Audi 3.1 seconds away then for Marcus Winkelhock. And even though Marcus was able to take the pace to Alessio Picariello in the early stages, Picariello now just finding his stride, possibly landing upon the code 60s at the right point as well. And that's forcing a bit more of a wedge between the top 2 cars. It's another Porsche in 3rd for Kevin Estre, Manthey EMA, and again he's weathered a storm. In the early phase of that stint, Jordan Pepper was all over him, and there's now a 3-second lead. Does this go to your point about certain tyre manufacturers making their tyres, or at least the cars, being set up to be stronger in the second half of a stint?
Pause. Possibly is the reply to that. But
only because it's 2 Porsches, but from different entry. You know, Falcon and Manthey are as competitive as Audi versus Porsche versus Mercedes. You know, yes, they both run the same type of car, but there are no ties between those 2 teams.
No, I was being a bit obscure there, but I mean the hardest thing through the course of these 4-hour races, but think what it's like multiplied by 6, the 24 hours, is to gauge the actual pace of the car. Because there are so many slower cars that can just, you lose momentum, but it's not just into one corner, often the next 3 corners you're affected. But certainly that lap of 8 minutes flat, bear in mind the pole lap this morning, they go out and effectively do 2 laps. It was 7 minutes, well I've lost it now, 7 minutes 56.5 seconds, but you know, that's without too much traffic and stuff. But so few laps in the race, a run without a code 60, a warning, a gaggle of traffic, that it's always very, hard to tell exactly who is at what pace. But what I can tell you at the moment is Alessio Picariello has started this lap 3 seconds clear. I dare say if I flip through various timing screens, I'll see if he's extending it. But in fact, around this lap, quite the reverse. Marcus Winkelhock is closing in all over again in 2nd place. In the 1st sector, he took a 10th. The 2nd sector, he took, an entire second. The following sector, he took another 6-7 tenths of a second. So it looks so 1st to 2nd is coming down. But what traffic lies ahead? That's the eternal question.
Well, it's a relentless pace being run. I couldn't quite believe it when I looked at the clock to discover we've had nearly 40 minutes of this, and we're well through our 5th lap of what should be a 7-lap stint, although it will be interesting to see whether anyone does peel off at the end of this circuit to pit road, because it's going to be quieter in the pit lane, theoretically, and you can take a shorter pit stop because you will have only done 5 laps as opposed to those that push it to the very edge of the envelope and to 7, 8 later, because the fuel mileage will allow 8 in total, and therefore once you add all the laps up, we should be around about the 28 lap marker at the end of 4 hours, depending of course how many code 60s, how many slow zones there are between now and then.
Yeah, and just to sort of paraphrase, the earlier you make your first pit stop, that necessarily brings all your other pit stops forward in the sequence.
Still 8 laps, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
The start point is earlier in the race.
Exactly, but bear in mind, if you come in, say for example you pit at the end of this lap, your pit stop will have to be 306 seconds. What does that mean? Well, I tell you what, if you come in the next time round, it has to be another 22 seconds longer. So you gain an advantage by coming in early, but the counterbalance comes at the other end of the race, because you'll be making your final pit stop more laps before the end, sooner, and therefore that will be, by hopefully a requisite amount, a similar amount, will be a longer pit stop then. So you sort of pays your money, you takes your choice, but certainly what I can see at the moment is the fact that Markus Winkelhock, I said he was gaining, well, he was 3 and a bit seconds down, he's now about, not even 0.3 of a second down, right under the tail of Alessio Picariello. So it's Porsche from Audi, Porsche in 3rd place, which is Kevin Estre, Matt Taillé, Lamborghini from Red Bull Team Abt, Jordan Pepper, and in 4th and 5th, the last of the pro runners in the top 5 is Joel Eriksson in the 2nd of the Porsches from Falcon Motorsport. But down the Döttinger or along the Döttinger, when you say down, it always suggests it's running downhill. It does have a little dip and then it rises, but it's largely a flat stretch of tarmac. But interesting there, coming out of Straubenswanz, better exit for the Porsche leading the race. I really thought that Winkelhock would think, all I need to do is get under his tail as we come out of the corner onto that long drag back towards the pits, but he hasn't been able to do so, find any advantage. So Alessio Picariello going through the final sort of left-right sequence. He just got the left-hander onto the start-finish straight. He'll be half a second clear, but a much better lap for Markus Winkelhock. And of course the question is, why? Why was it so much better? Was it traffic? Are the tyres coming good on the Scherer Sport PHX Audi? Let's find out.
I wonder whether the sector times will offer a bit of a clue as to that, because they were even Stevens around the Grand Prix lap at the start of this, but about a second gained through sector 2, the run through Hatzenbach and on towards Schwedenkreuz and Arenberg, and an absolute best middle sector, so probably clear air, as opposed to maybe Alessio Picariello, he was catching the odd bit of traffic. The thing is, the leader has to find a way through, and that could often pay dividends, do a massive favour to the car in behind. So a second gained through sector 2 on the previous lap, about just over half a second gained through the middle sector, and then another full second in the very long sector, which takes just over 3 minutes. So it was nip and tuck here and there, but the accumulative result is that the 3 seconds gained by Markus Winkelhock in the blue and white Scherer Sport Audi with the Dayglow door mirrors, Dayglow yellow door mirrors, and now heading through the kink and up towards the Vidal chicane, first and second absolutely together.
And just to make things confusing, with that slow zone, their laps were about 20-21 seconds slower than the previous lap, but that's why it's always hard to judge unless you can look at every single split time.
Now to the high side of BMW 651 goes the race leader as the lead battle continues.
es nach Hause. Dein Online-Shop für Simracing-Hardware und Zubehör. www.simraceshop.de.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram,
YouTube, Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
And second dice as we reach the end of the first 3/4 of an hour of this 4-hour race, the Nürburgring Langstreckenserie opener for the 64th edition of the ADAC ACAS Cup, live right here on RS1, part of the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's Lucas Gajewski bringing us occasional English interviews from the pit lane. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer in the Global Broadcast Centre, thoroughly enjoying Alessio Picariello up against Marcus Winkelhock. So Falcon Motorsports, Scherer Sport, and as Bruce Jones called him a moment or two ago, Kevin Manthey, which I kind of like actually, because then you could call Alessio Falcon and Marcus Scherer. That sort of dovetails the names and the team names together.
It's not so good if your team has a long name there. It wouldn't be Tim Shearbart, it would be Tim Avia WNS Motorsport. You know, it sort of falls away. Did I call them that? But it's a family team. They all take on the family name. You know, when you're racing for Manthey, you've got to do the only thing they don't stipulate. You don't have to have such an extravagant moustache as the wonderful Olaf, the team boss in days of old. Huge, bushy, curly at the ends. Couldn't be more Germanic, and such a character as well. Very, very well suited to all forms of racing in the Eiffel Forest. And Marcus Winkelhock takes a look up the inside there at the bottom of the hill before they go up to the carousel. He's not giving Alessio Picariello a moment's rest, but they're about 5 or 6 seconds behind a car that they should pick off quite easily, but it's how they do it. Oh, Winkelhock coming out of the carousel, pulls almost alongside, but the track then turns to the right, and Picariello's got just enough now, just enough momentum out of the corner, or built the momentum to pull across the nose of the Audi. So Winkelhock is not enjoying himself.
2 abreast up the hill out of the carousel and towards Rohr Act would certainly be breathe in and hold it for 2 minutes really, because it could very easily have been side by side then all the way through the next sections as well at Wipperman and Eisbach, which they're just heading to now. Eschbach, in fact, there's side-by-side contact with the race leader, and here is Marcus Winkelhock's opportunity. Picariello trying to defend. He slapped the side of a back marker, did Picariello. That massively slowed him down, not only because of the tag, but also obviously Alessio Picariello getting out of the throttle to avoid any further contact, and Winkelhock didn't need another indication to say this is your chance. As at Brunchen now, Winkelhock pulls out of the draft of the Belgian, but there's no way through there, again blocked off by a back marker. But this is how close they are to absolute peril with every turn of this racetrack.
I mean, that's the thing. This was supreme racing between 2 of the very, very top runners in SP9 in global GT3 racing, on their mettle, top of their craft. Winkelhock having a look at the bottom of the hill before they go up towards the carousel, doesn't make it work, nearly does on the exit, and Picariello had just done enough to move back across and think, it's okay, I've got the lead. The back marker's seen me. The back marker is rubbing the paint off the side of my car. I'm going to be over the edge of the curbing and into the barriers on the outside, but managed to get past. Couldn't see what it was. I thought it was white. I thought for a second it was a Hyundai. I worried for a second it might be the car we talked about earlier in the race, the Canadian duo, but of Wilkins and Wickens, but I don't think it was. But certainly that was a moment in which Alessio Picariello had been thinking, oh my God, at least it was fully, cleanly side on.
I breathe in again because there was a car virtually stopped on the right-hander at Galgenkopf there, heading onto the Dottinger Ruhr in its own drama, probably with a puncture, at least one, and what it was doing was limping down the curb, but on driver's right, and you head into Galgenkopf fully committed. First of all, let's try and identify the car then that Alessio Picariello slapped the side of a moment or two ago. It is a touring car-based machine. It's not one of the Hyundais, I'm fairly confident in saying. Is it an Astra? Might be an Opel Astra, black and white. difficult to tell from overhead. But nevertheless, that was Marcus Winkelhock's big opportunity. What do we think?
Well, I did question whether it was
In comes Winkelhock. Sorry to cut right across you, but that's a key stop as well. So the end of lap 6, and Marcus Winkelhock deciding probably he's losing too much time behind Alessio Picariello, so get the pit stop done now and hope to jump him if he's fed back into clear air.
Absolutely so. Now we're just trying to work out which car it was. Well, I did question whether it might be the Canadian's car, the 831. The target entered Hyundai Elantra NTCR, and Tim Gray suggests it may well be, and that was the car with Rob Wickens and Mark Wilkins on board. Mind its own business, but it unfortunately left a bit of an inside line, and that's precisely where our race leader Alessio Picariello tried to go, and then it started moving across on the right-hander, but already our race leader was going there. So we'll keep an eye on that, just try and work out exactly if that was the case, but we do think it possibly was 831.
Yeah, getting that confirmed now. So my ability to identify Hyundai Elantras from their roofs.
And it was Robert Wickens on board.
Needs some work. And it was Robbie Wickens, not Robbie Williams, Robbie Wickens driving the car in 831. So here's the stop for Scherer Sport PHX as Marcus Winkelhock will get out and hand the car over to Frank Stippler. I think this is what they call, in the modern era, an undercut, Bruce, as in you're deliberately stopping early to then go back into clear air and potentially leapfrog Alessio Picariello without him even being there by posting quicker laps. And then by the time Picariello pits, he'll rejoin behind you. That's the theory.
Very modern. Let's hope it works. But so clearly Picariello stayed out. Must be going, gosh, it's quite nice now. No one on my tail. But Frank Stippler taking over from Marcus Winkelhock. And I've said this so many times, if anybody can make an Audi R8 LMS fly around the Nordschleife, it's your man Stippler. And so we'll see what he can do. And he's certainly, over the years, he's always competitive here. But he's been able to nurse some cars with problems. Not saying his car's got a problem at all. Towards very, very quick lap times and great positions. But just remember this one thing. Alessio Picariello had that side-by-side contact with Robert Wickens' Hyundai. And let's hope it's not feeling untoward. No potential slow punctures on there, but certainly Picariello has decided it's good enough for another lap. But we expected almost all of the top runners to come in after 7 laps, and then thereafter they should do 8-lap stints. But certainly the Belgian keeps on going, whereas the Audi that was giving chase, the Scherer Sport PHX, pale blue and white car, down on the deck now, about to rejoin the race with Marcus Winkelhock walking to the garage and Frank Stippler heading out on the track he knows oh so well.
Tim Scherbart just crossed the line as the Cup 2 leader. Nico Otto not far away in the number 100 car. So the 100 machine is the Max Cruiser racing entry for Nico Otto and Benjamin Lauchter. So they are not far away from one another, and you would expect that in Cup 2 in these early stages. The car that was limping through Galgenkopf that I talked about at the time, that was very nearly cleaned up by the race leader, is the Black Falcon Cup 2 car, which would have been right with Tim Scherbart, I'm sure, before this problem hit. So this is Tobias Müller, and it's a rear left that's gone down, and this is just a horrible place to be on the Dottinger Höhe. Yes, there'll be white flags, but I have to say the race leader at the time coming through the right-hander onto the Dottinger Höhe a couple of minutes ago didn't show any signs of letting up. I suppose he couldn't afford to with Marcus Winkelhock so close to him, but that speed differential, a Porsche doing slightly more than walking pace versus 2 GT3 cars leading the race, going as fast as they can onto, well, one of the quickest corners of the circuit at Galgenkopf that leads onto the long straight.
And with every fibre in his body, Tobias Müller would want to go faster in that gold Black Falcon Porsche, but knowing it's a long, long run back, where on the circuit, this 25-kilometre circuit, did that puncture start to come into effect? It's clearly wasn't just a slow puncture, it's a proper puncture. Do not want that to sort of delaminate, rip the bodywork off the car and cause far more damage. 2 corners to go, then he'll be into the pits, but he tumbled down the order. And in fact, you have to keep scrolling the screen to find out he's 71st and falling, I think we can say. So instead of being in that Cup 2 battle that's normally just at the tail of the top 10, he has taken a drop. It's the cruelest of things. If you get a puncture, get it as you're coming into the pits, not just as you've gone past.
As one of our directors refers to it, Oliver, thank you for this, flat tyre is probably a better description than a puncture. It is absolutely virtually off the rim and no air in it whatsoever. So he has done a good job in getting it back as quickly but as safely as possible so as not to further damage to Porsche number 103, resplendent in a gold livery for 2024. Meanwhile, Nico Otto in the 100 Cup 2 car, looking to try and eat into, actually, is he still behind? Yes, he is, the Avia WNS Motorsport car. That was 0.7 of a second as they started this lap. It's possibly stretched out to about a second now between Team Scheerbaert and Nico Otto. Steve Jans, the Luxembourgish driver, now up to third in the 148. As Hubert Haupt, I'm sure, has plenty of tales to tell to Lukas Gajewski after he was pinged for a fairly obvious jump start in the number 6 Mercedes. They're always told, drivers in the briefing at the start of a race weekend, that as you come through for a rolling start, it's the pole-sitting car that must govern the pace. And until they go, you might well see the lights, well, the lights will be on red. But until the lights go out and the race leader starts to pick up speed, you can't start to overtake. And quite clearly the 6 Mercedes rather did that in an uninvited fashion.
One of the things that's always amusing, if you can see an interview but you can't hear it, is driver's body language. I was waiting to see, would there be a hint of a smile on Hubert Haupt's face, knowing no one can tell him off, he's the team owner, but yes, hold up my hand, I did it. And the glint was there. You know, Hubert's been racing for a very, very long time, sort of leapt from nowhere when he was young into DTM, but his empire has expanded and certainly hugely entrusted by Mercedes, but he'll have to take this one on the chin. He's doing so right now, but you know, just frustration really. But sometimes there was that slight hesitation, ironically from the sister car, ironically from Frank Bird in the number 14 that was starting on pole, and maybe it just bunched the field at the point where naturally, if they'd all accelerated at the right pace, this wouldn't happen. I have a feeling that might be what Hubert's saying at the moment, but anyhow, he'll live to fight another day. But that car was brought in not just on lap 2 for the drive-through, but also on lap 6. So next time around we'll have a lot of the others coming in, but on lap 6 we had the number 4 Falken Motorsport Porsche. That was the one less well placed with Joel Eriksson on board. That came in. Number 6 Mercedes, as we've just mentioned, and of course number 16 the Audi from Scheersport PHX, and that was handed over from Marcus Winkelhock to young Frank Stippler to see what he can do, get some experience around the ring.
And there were driver changes in the other 2 cars you mentioned too. So the number 4 Falken Motorsport car is now being driven by Nico Menzel, and Dennis Fetzer taking charge of the number 6 Team Advan by HRT car. So Haupt out, Fetzer in. Now hearing about 2 further cars stationary in different places. So the 502 is stuck at Hoher Acht. Have a look at which car that is for you. 502 is a BMW F30 from GT Tyre Motorsport, part of the VT2 for rear wheel and 4-wheel drive cars. And also at Bergwerk there's a stranded car, which is the 4 Motors Bio-Concept Porsche 718 Cayman. So one of the alternatively fueled cars which has stopped at Bergwerk corner.
Right, our front runners are about to come in, and it's 2 Porsches at the head of the race. They come in together, and that's because Alessio Picariello has lost about 5 seconds on that lap to Kevin Estra from Manthey Iamarok. Kevin Manthey from Estra Racing or something, but anyhow, into the pits he comes, but nose to tail, so a really, really good in-lap from Estra. You know how team chiefs always say, maximise your in-lap.
Yeah.
If you can maximise a 25-kilometre in-lap, as he has, and take back 5 seconds, you definitely get a bit of chocolate on your ice cream. 99 for you, sir.
And you can come back again tomorrow, assuming that is one of the cars that's on the entry list for tomorrow. I've forgotten which ones.
Yes, it is.
Okay, good. Bruce did the side-by-side comparison ahead of the weekend to find out that we have a slight alteration to the entry list for tomorrow's version. Meanwhile, the 172 Toyota Supra is currently negotiating the latter portion of the lap. This is Kamui Kobayashi, current Toyota hypercar driver and team principal. So taking a weekend away from the FIA World Endurance Championship. And is this with a view to driving perhaps a Lexus in future around this circuit? or other related machinery. I mean, these GT4 cars are thoroughly entertaining. I'm sure he's done a bit of mileage behind the wheel of one of these Supras before, but whether he's ever done it on the Nordschleife, who knows?
Yeah, but with Lexus really now pushing in the GT3 categories around the world, I'm sure he just wants to get experience. I know he's in a GT4 class car now. I think as the team principal of Toyota Gazoo Racing, he really just, he's a racing driver, wants to experience everything, see if he can pass on advice, but great to have him here. Up to 46th position. Remember last time he was in 50th position. In fact, he's vaulted a few positions while I've been waiting, because obviously we've had a couple of cars hitting trouble, so he's moved on up the charts a little bit, but it's all about experience. He's coming back again tomorrow to gain more time on this circuit. A lot of drivers, they're also planning things for their posterity as well, so Kamui Kobayashi, I'm sure he's just taking that opportunity.
And he had to breathe in there coming through Galgenkopf, because absolutely whipping by on his right-hand side, both Tim Scheerbart and Nico Otto for the lead of Cup 2. They're up to 10th and 11th overall, but Nico Otto, having been trailing by the best part of a second earlier on in this lap, is now right with the Arvia car. These two should be able to stay out for quite a few more laps. Sometimes Cup 2 cars can sneak into the top 6, let's say, at the end of the stint. In fact, we have had laps led by, going back far enough, Cup 7 cars, or sorry, SP7 cars, which have now subsequently become Cup 2. But yeah, they have slightly better fuel mileage. They cut through the air far more efficiently, so they're sometimes faster down the Dottinger Ruhr than a GT3 car, which carries much more aero. These Cup 2 cars, basically based on a Carrera Cup 1 make machine, and extending the race distance significantly to 4, 6, and in the case of the 24-hour race later on in the year, twice around the clock. As the Audi of Frank Stippler arrives at turn 1, I was beginning to think, where on earth is the Falcon Porsche? But of course they've become split, because the Porsche didn't pit at the end of 6 laps, whereas the Audi has done, and Picariello is now in at the end of lap 7, so that's as far as they could push it. In fact, Martin Ragginger has already brought that car back out again, and he's being hunted down by an already truly warmed up Kevin Estre. So Estre did not get out and hand over to his teammate Lawrence Vantor, whereas there's been a driver change in the number 3 Falcon Porsche.
Yes, and don't get confused, how could they possibly put a driver in if it's just a tyre change, etc, etc, but of course they have a mandatory minimum time, so that's normally generous enough for, because you don't have a lot of mechanics working on the cars here to keep the cost down, and so on and so forth, but within that timing, Ragginger took over. Kevin Estre stayed on board, so he came in right under the tail of the driver who started the Ragginger Porsche, the number 3 Porsche from Falcon Motorsports. That was, of course, Alessio Picariello. So it's no change there. It stayed exactly as the same. The Lamborghini is just not too far behind. That's still in the hands of Jordan Pepper. They've all served that first pit stop. And don't forget, of course, the number 6 Mercedes enjoyed it so much. It's now being driven by Dennis Fetzer, but it came in twice. Once for a drive-through penalty after 2 laps, and then pitting after 6, and that's fallen down to just outside the top 20. That will work its way up. It's SP9 class car, so of course it'll get past the Cup 2 cars in time. And we haven't talked too much about the car that came into pit from 5th position. It's the Glickenhaus, the fan favourite over the last decade or so here. Of course, competed in the World Endurance Championship until it was just decided as a private individual, a lone individual who's gone racing out of passion. Jim Glickenhaus could not continue to try and take on the manufacturer teams. He did a valiant job for several years in the World Endurance Championship. Loves his racing, loves his off-road racing as well, Johnny, building those Baja buggies as well. That is big business for Jim and the gang. But the fans here in Germany always love the Glickenhaus. Going well. But its fastest lap is, it's still 20 seconds off the pace of the best of the SP9 cars, and it's still the fastest lap held by Alessio Picariello, and 8 minutes flat, 0.123 seconds. There we go.
I was talking about the possibility of getting a Cup 2 car into the lead of the race. Well, we've actually got 2 of them there now, I reckon, because neither Tim Scheerbart nor Nico Otto have actually pitted yet, and they are already into the 3rd sector on this, their 8th lap, whereas Martin Ragginger and Kevin Estre are only just doing so now, heading down the hill into the Fuchsrohre and approaching Adenauer Forest with this whole newly resurfaced section looking resplendent in the sunshine, and still the slightly brown trees on this spring day. Meanwhile, a brand new, rather than the resurrected, I believe, Dacia Logan has been brought back to the Nürburgring Nordschleife in H4 category, but unfortunately the Logan is going no further at this point. It's in the garage, and by the looks of things going to be there for a little while yet. Let's hope it's not an official retirement so far, but brought in a few moments ago. Lukas Gajewski just catching up now with one or two of its drivers, and I would assume, yes, it was Oliver Creaser who brought the car in after it qualified in 112th position this morning. Yannick Lachmeyer is the other driver. They'll just be hoping that they can get the car to the finish line. The brakes are too hot on the car, we're hearing from Oliver Creaser, so they are actually just changing the pads. Hopefully not the rotors as well, but just the brake pads changing, and then hopefully it can be sent back out again.
Yeah, and Oliver was saying if you really squint, it looks like a TCR class car, but it doesn't.
It's true.
It looks as standard as you can imagine, running on its own in the H4 class. And the good news is, a bit of push and shove. It's not the lightest car in the world. It will be going back out to the pit garage, across that sort of squeaky garage floor paint they have, and into the pit lane again. So always popular. This time is the sedan, the saloon model. That's going out to race. Let's hope they can carry on going. But the interview is still going on because Olivia Crease is obviously having a really good time. Glad to be back out, and it always gets acknowledged. Racing something unusual catches the eyes of these fans. Of course, they appreciate the Porsches, the Mercedes, the Lamborghinis, the Aston Martins at the front of the field, and the Audis as well. But always something different catches their eye, makes them smile.
Here goes Nico Otto for the race lead in Cup 2. He got the hammer down slightly earlier than Tim Shearbart, and all over the grass. That's not going to get you any traction whatsoever. He had the road position, but the problem is he was driving on turf and weeds. And Tim Shearbart, in the more conventional racetrack, is able to retain the lead and actually open up about half a second gap now.
Yes, accelerating on grass isn't always a given, but it was grass and dust. It was pulling away under his, think about this, left-hand tyres. Just couldn't get the traction, but it wasn't for want of trying. But of course, only a third of the way around the full Nordschleife, you know that there's not much width for the rest of it until you get to the Dottinger Hurt. So you really want to try and make your move. At the restart, it didn't work, but it's very, very entertaining at the front of the field because the number 4 Porsche is now pushing very hard indeed. That's the Joel Eriksson car. Is it in the hands of Menzel now? I'm just trying to work out. Of course it is, because they changed over. But when you get the cars coming on out of sequence with the others, you suddenly get these scenarios. You think they're fighting for position. Yes, they are, but one of them knows their final pit stop. The one that pitted earlier is going to be a longer final pit stop. So yes, they might be on the tail. They might even be 10 seconds ahead. But if their final pit stop is 20 seconds slower or longer, mandatory pit stop time for them. If you come in earlier, further before the end of the race, then you've got to get in front. You've got to pull away. But right now, it's looking quite good, must be said, for the Audi. That Winkelhock did such a good deal. Then, of course, it's now in the hands of Frank Stippler, who's not exactly going to let the side down. But you get these little moments where the field looks really close, but it may not be as close as you think, because it's a seesawing race in terms of the pit stop time. You go in early for your first pit stop, you gain position. You go in early for your final pit stop, you'll lose position. I think it's about as simple as that, really. Well
explained. One of the Cup 2 cars with a very snazzy livery may well be the Klick-Versicherung team for Czersanowski. And the 119 car has just been overtaken by Frank Stippler and Nico Menzel. That's for position, remember, because none of the Cup 2 cars, none of the meaningful Cup 2 cars, have actually stopped yet. They don't need to stop for fuel until probably the end of lap 8, which will actually be their 9th lap, with the formation lap included. So I'm expecting Tim Shearbart and Nico Otto probably to arrive side by side in the pit lane, such has been the extent of their opening stint. They're also running ahead of the Equipe Vitesse Audi from SP9 AM, and it is that car that leads a fellow Audi R8, the Utah Racing SP9 AM entry, so number 50 ahead of number 8 in that subcategory within GT3. Still the order untangling itself on the timing screen, but Martin Raginger is in the longest sector now of the 5 timed. Sometimes we get as many as 9 sectors timed around the Nordschleife. It appears to be only 5 this weekend, though, for a sort of standard NLS race, as they're now heading for Galgenkopf, and as the road will straighten up in front of Nico Menzel. He hits the Dottinger Hör now still with very much company, because around the outside, I think Kevin Estre has just gone on Martin Ragginger. So this is not actually for the race lead as we speak, but it will become the race lead just as soon as the Cup 2 cars pit in front. And a key overtaking manoeuvre, I only caught the back end of that. That looked to be Kevin Estre going right around the outside of Martin Ragginger.
No particular corner, just Schwalben's front. You always want to get a good position coming onto the Dottingher. However, getting it too soon can count against you. As I said at the start of the race, Martin Ragginger gets straight in the slipstream of the Grello Porsche and pulls his Volker Motorsport car around the outside. But that was a brilliant move from Estre. Go where it's not expected. And just as you could just imagine, Ragginger was thinking, I'll just stay in front, make sure he doesn't get... Oh, no, not supposed to pass sort of before we've got to the straight. But anyhow, at least he's got it back. He's got his pride intact. And they will be assuming the lead of the race because those Cup 2 cars of Shearbart and Otto in that particular order, 120 ahead of 100, Shearbart ahead of Otto, peel off into the pits, 8 laps completed. And now, at the front end of the race, it's all clear again.
Yes, a number of cars pulling off in front for pit stops, including Alex Brundle for Mühlner Motorsport in their number 122 car. Tim Shearbart and Nico Otto timed as the race leaders, though, at the end of lap 8 and separated by only 1.7 seconds as they hit pit road. Kevin Estre not happy with having had the lead taken away from him. Remember, he led the opening bit of Dottinghor, then partway into Antonius Bucher, there was a lead change again, and it's still just about the Falcon car in front.
Yeah, and just need to clarify, Johnny, this is the battle for effective, well, this is now for third place, because Frank Stippler is leading the race for Sport PHX ahead of the number 4 Porsche from Falcon Motorsport. Hold on, how come they're ahead of these two? Because they made their first pit stop sooner.
Yeah.
And that first pit stop was about 20 seconds shorter. They're in front, so we've got these duos. The first two, Stippler from Menzel, separated by 9/10 of a second. It's a quarter of a second between third and fourth, but they are back by about 10 seconds. In fact, let's do the maths a bit better. About 10.5 seconds. Third and fourth, 10.5 seconds down on the first two. Oh,
which side of the... That was always going to be a big question mark as to which side they were going to go of the GT Motorsport BMW, and it was Ragginger who decided the left-hand side, but the back marker went precisely that side of the racetrack, and because Estre had a few extra seconds to make his decision, he said thank you very much, round the outside or the inside of the exit of the Vidal chicane, and takes third position.
We don't joke about traffic giveth and taking awayeth. It's quite hard to say, isn't it? But it really, really does. Because at that point, you can just imagine Martin Ragginger running in third position was thinking, I just need to get onto the Nordschleife, get off the Grand Prix loop, onto the Nordschleife in front, and then Kevin Estre will have to work. And unfortunately, it was then presented to Estre on a plate. Meanwhile, as they say, at the front of the race, it's the other Falcon Motorsport Porsche that's doing the attacking this time. Instead of being the hunted, it's the hunter. And this one with Nico Menzel is right on the tail of Frank Stippler. Fairly clear line of sight. The Audi's still leading the race, but it's down from 9/10 of a second to next to nothing. Maybe half a second, maybe slightly less. How will they work the traffic up ahead? Looks as though drawing breath, an Audi TCR car stays out of the way at the outside of the circuit, so that was good. It let the first two through, but wonderful battle. Spring, sunshine, dry circuit. But as we know, just around any corner, pretty much anything can happen. And don't forget, of course, we had the sister car with the side-by-side contact, Alessio Picariello being having a brush with Robert Wickens and Hyundai Elantra. Don't think there was any damage done because Picariello stayed out for a further lap, so clearly no concern about punctures. Of course, that's had its pit stop since then and is continuing on its way. But these moments, they can just happen.
Markus Winkelhock brought his Audi in to hand over to Frank Stippler after 5 laps, and Joel Eriksson likewise to Nico Menzel in his number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche. So that enabled these two cars to be slightly quicker in the pits, and they are first and second. Therefore, it was 6 lap stints for the number 3 Falcon Motorsport car. So interestingly, in one garage of the Falcon crew, they've gone in one direction, 5 laps as an opening stint. The other car, 6 laps. Nobody's gone 7 though to be out front in the GT3 category. I think I'm right in saying, yeah, no, none of the key runners deciding to go as far as they potentially could to the 7-lap marker. I also looked up a moment or two ago to see a relatively small hatchback type car tucked into the grass on the right hand side and didn't seem to be going anywhere fast. So there are still some slow zones out on the racetrack. In fact, a total of 9 code 60s currently, including at Exmüller and at Bergwerk. But Steilstrecke, which is the approach to the carousel, is still affected by something too. So lots for engineers, team managers to be on the radio to their drivers to say, look out for these corners because you could be caught out.
Now, under investigation, just before the pit stops, they went up into first and second place. Cup 2 cars right at the front of the field. But Nico Otto, car number 100, who was in second, remember on the restart, he got on the grass, under investigation for a dangerous manoeuvre. But it's moved on. It's black and white flag for dangerous manoeuvre. There's the warning. Any more of that from you? And all will not be good. But entertained us, but clearly adjudged to be a little too feisty taking. It was on the restart from a slow zone coming out of Hatzenbach, where trying to be ambitious, trying to get the jump on Tim Scherbart didn't quite happen. But anyhow, no punishment except the black and white flag. That's the warning, and they've got plenty of time to think about behaving very well indeed through to the end of this 4-hour race.
It is an absolute game of patience now for Kevin Est and the chasing Martin Ragginger, restricted to 60 kilometers per hour, as is the Audi up ahead as well from one of the lower categories. Still 60 kilometers per hour in the Kallenhardt area, Kesselchen, Klostertal. This is normally such a fast part of the circuit. Now they get to the greens and they're able to lap the car in front of them, which is the 801 Audi that's already been pinged for a jump start. That's one of the cars that had to take a drive-through penalty. And all of a sudden, you're heading uphill through a part of the racetrack which normally you would be at much greater speed. So how late do you leave your braking into Steilstrecke now? Because all of a sudden you're arriving at a slower pace. You should be able to hit the brakes slightly later.
That is the thing. Once you get into the race, you've gone through your mental preparation or your mental procedures for going through a slow zone. Now you know you've got a car up ahead, right, we're released, we're green, and then they come 3 corners later around the corner into another slow zone, and you've got to be on your mettle. You cannot just close the brain off and just think about your task in this stint. Your task will include many moments you hadn't predicted, but you've got to be able to react to them, and the very top drivers can do that with equanimity. Now, car stopped at stationary at Klostertal. This might be the one you were talking about,
yeah.
949. It's the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport Porsche 718 Cayman. This is in the Porsche Cup 3 class.
Well, it could have been that car. I honestly thought it was more of a sort of hatchback style of car, but again, at speed, it is tricky to tell some of the various manufacturers apart. As now into pit road will come the Cup 3 race leader, which is the SRS Team Sorg Rennsport 718 Cayman. So a good opening stint, as it's turned out, for 959. And into pit lane will come Fabio Grossa, sharing with Heiko Eichenberg and Patrick Gruter in their Sorg Rennsport run car. So 3 drivers getting plenty of track time ahead of the longer and arguably more key races as far as the trophies are concerned. But everyone loves to win the opening Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series race, of course. And if you perform well today, then you could back it up with a double tomorrow as well. Opportunity for good early championship points in 2024. As now, nose to tail will go the Audi versus Porsche battle, which is for the lead of the race, remember. Frank Stippler and Nico Menzel still only displayed in 3rd and 4th, but they have managed to leapfrog the Cup 2 Porsches, who pitted at the end of lap 8, and there were driver changes in both of those, incidentally. So Tim Scherbart getting out and Daniel Blickel taking over there, and it's Benji Leuchter taking charge of the earlier driven number 100 Max Cruiser car of Nico Otto. So Otto out and Leuchter in, and I'm sure they're still only separated by a hair's breadth, as it has been for much of the opening stint.
Actually, that's written into the rule book. It has to remain like that. We talked about it before the start of the race. I said it doesn't matter when the cameras look for the Cup 2 battle, they will find one at the front, and there it is, living up to the reckoning. The Nürburgring Nordschleife, I think it looks magnificent in any weather. I prefer it if it's not thick fog and rain, but it still has a certain majesty. But to be spring sunshine here, leaves not yet on all the trees, in fact possibly far from it. Don't forget that the Eiffel Forest is up high, so it's going to take a little longer for all the foliage to come out to make the wonderful setting, but it's still a wonderful setting as the cars go along the Dottinger Höhe, and certainly it's so super close, and Nico Menzel is making a push, going side by side around the outside through the left hand. King, has he made it stick? Yes, he has, around the Scherer Sport PHX Audi. The job is done. Don't forget, so many times, Johnny, we've seen an overtake onto the start, onto the Dottinger Höhe, and then it all changes over. And then if you get a good exit from the final corner, there's plenty of width when you head down into the first corner of the following lap. Go past the pits now, about a car's length advantage for the number 4. Falken Motorsport Porsche in the lead of the race. Frank Stippler tucks in behind, listed as 1 second in arrears. 9 laps completed. Down to turn 1 they go, and Falken Motorsport into the corner first, out of the corner first. And what is catching them? A Grello Porsche tucks in behind. In fact, it was 0.4 of a second, then 1 second flat back to 3rd place, and 4th place 3 1/3 seconds back is the second of the Falken Motorsport Porsches, car number 3. But bear in mind, 9, 11 and 3 came in for their first pit stop later than the 2 cars ahead of them, so they should have an advantage as the race stagger unfolds.
Yeah, but it's gone, because if you look at the last lap times, Kevin Estre has shaved 10 seconds away. I reckon in the long sector that normally takes 3 minutes, it's still taking north of 4 minutes. But Estre was able to find 8 seconds in Sector 4. Clearly one of the Code 60s cleared just before he arrived on the scene, whereas the 2 in front had to go through it at the 60 kilometres per hour. So that's been a massive win for Kevin Estre. He took the later stop, so had to have a longer pit stop. But this is what I mean about various things changing, even between the car in front going through and then you arriving on the scene. That's 10 seconds he's gained back on both the leading cars.
Look, and also for the Manthey EMA crew and its drivers, Kevin Estre, Lawrence Van Tor will do the second half of the race. It's just easy now in terms of visual. The 2 cars in front of you, well, overtake them if you will, but bear in mind their final pit stop will be 20 seconds longer than yours. Make it clean and simple. Robert Wickens and Mark Wilkins, their Hyundai Elantra in the pits at the moment. No damage on this side of the car. I'd love to see around the other side, because bear in mind it had that little side-on-side clash. Can't see any notable damage with the number 3. Oh yes, we can. Who did you hit? The car that left the sort of turquoise paint on your rear arch. Oh, Falken Motorsport, front end of their cars are turquoise, so there we are. There is it's being taped up now, but actually it's only, as far as we can see, the rear spat effectively around the rear wheel.
So Lucas Gajewski eager to get the story on that. Robert Wickens and Mark Wilkins driving together, and this car clearly having to be adapted for Robert and the hand controls that he requires. And meanwhile, there'll be a change of driver, I think, between the 2 Canadians.
It looks as though actually Robert's still
staying on board. Okay.
You know that moment where you say with great confidence when you can just about see an eyebrow, an eye, and the side of a nose.
Yeah.
Driver sitting on board, looking through the netting. I'm making enough excuses here, but I do think it is still Robert Wickens on board.
I tend to agree with you there. So, and they would have got the driver change done as early as possible.
Well, also they wouldn't do 2 driver changes. They'll just do 1 halfway through the race, because obviously Robert getting in and out will necessarily be slower.
Yes.
So they don't want him in and out and in and out.
Yeah, and I don't know whether there's an adjustment needed then within the cockpit and how long that takes, but I would imagine they've designed it all, whatever changes they have to make, to be within the time-limited pit stop, or the time affected pit stop, governing how long the car needs to be on pit road. It's done this way because a few years ago now, and even to this point, the officials, the organisers of the race, can't necessarily guarantee that the fuel flow in each of the fairly bog standard pumps is the same up and down the pit lane. So rather than regulate the fuel flow and then that potentially becoming an argument from the teams, if you just say to them, right, well, there's a minimum pit stop requirement according to how many laps you've just completed, that's time from pit in to pit out, then it takes any arguing away. So nice and simplified. I know we talk about Nürburgring Nordschleife racing as being rather complicated, but that is a rule that I understand, to make it fair for all. And good as well that you've got this varying scale, so that there is the scope for some strategy here and there. And it's all the stops leading up to the last 70 minutes that are dictated by the stint you've just done. Slightly distracted by, I think, just fuel overfill trailing from the exhaust of the Elantra as it leaves pit road. That does seem to have stopped now, but it was leaving a little trail on the road behind it.
Little something for your friends to collect.
Indeed,
starting their stints. But actually, good thing for Robert Wickens, came back out into clear traffic. Just going back to the way they do the driver change, of course, Robert and Mark Wilkins had raced together a couple of years ago, 2022. They were teammates in the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, came 6th that year. So they, as a pair, are accustomed to in and out of the car together, and every little bit helps, because he's got to be technical, clean and tidy, and almost from the moment his rehabilitation started, Robert Wickens was working on his fitness and getting his core strength back, and put up some incredible footage onto YouTube about the sort of odyssey it took, but the determination was there from the very, very moment. Loves his racing. It's just fantastic to have him back in the cockpit. He was such a promising driver. I watched him a lot in A1 GP when he came and raced those big single-seaters, but then he came back and just absolutely shone in DTM, when it was at a really fierce point in its time, and took 6 wins across a handful of years, and was always a factor. And it's just great to have him here. And also for German fans who've seen a lot of him in DTM, he was always a favourite, because he's just such an affable guy. Some drivers are just, doesn't matter if they can't speak your language, and I dare say he picked some up as he went, but it was all about his personality. And he's just a lovely, lovely guy. So great to have him here. Really good addition. And obviously racing the Hyundai Elantra in the TCR class, he's not going to be pitching for victory in this race, but the victory in many ways is being out here on the Nordschleife in the spring sunshine, building towards, maybe in years to come, try and see if he can go and compete in the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Because I do think as you go through your career, you then have a list of races you want to do, and clearly this would be one that would really tickle his fancy. Yeah, and we've talked a lot about the ring permit and the licenses required. Well, this is certainly gaining initial signatures for that, and I'm sure he's not necessarily going to stop at the Hyundai Elantra, but it's a great place to start, and very much a welcome to the race as well, but getting smashed from the side by the race leader. But meets the leader. Not like that.
Yeah, no, indeed. Not intentional on either part, I'm sure, and thankfully both cars are still able to run, one with visible damage. I haven't actually caught the side of the left side of the Porsche of Picariello, now being driven by Martin Ragginger, but I'm sure it's got similar scuffage. I was slightly concerned on the lower part of the Grand Prix track that somebody had been off the road and left a lot of tyre smoke, but I think that's barbecue smoke in actual fact from the fans and the grandstands.
Every time I see that, you just think, I don't want to see that. Fabulous day. Thought of a barbecue? Yes, please. No. When you're in the commentary booth, you have to eschew all things. Now, one of the cars that seemed to tumble down the order, you picked it up very early on, was Danny Sufi, the American driver. Must have had a problem of some sort in the Conrad Motorsport Lamborghini. Well, yeah, clearly. The car's best lap is about a dozen seconds off the ultimate pace in terms of best laps, but a lot of it has been down in traffic. It's down in 63rd position.
Wow.
Just trying to work out why it is so far down. It's had 2 pit stops, and I can't tell you why it's had the bonus pit stop. Well, not a bonus, quite the opposite, a demerit pit stop. Clearly for work to be done. Its lap pace at the moment, always hard to tell because of the slow zones. In fact, almost everybody was very, very slow last time around. Their best lap in the number 7 Lamborghini was 9 minutes 53, but that's only 6 seconds down on the pace of the race-leading Nico Menzel. So clearly slow zones not making it easy to find a picture. But they will fight away. How far up the field they can come remains to be seen, but we've got still just over 2.5 hours of this opening round of the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. This year's now, of course, with the title sponsor, the ADAC, as they make it very serious indeed. Of course, ADAC, the German organising clubs are going to be big with the Nürburgring 24 hours coming up soon. But of course, next weekend, Johnny, it's 2 days of qualifying races to sort of work towards the sharp end of the field, heading to the 24 hours this summer.
As far as I can tell, Danny pitted after 4 laps and did a stop for about 2.5 minutes, which is slightly longer than you would want, but nevertheless it's okay. But then the problem was he rejoined only for a lap and then came in for nearly a 12-minute pit stop. Hannah's only got going again just after 1 o'clock, at about 7 minutes past the top of this current hour.
So just over 20 minutes ago back into the race.
Yes, and clearly at Conrad Motorsport, as is so often the case. They're great at qualifying that car, but it rarely has the consistency. Sometimes in the 24-hour race, actually did it have a good result last year in the 24-hour race. The reliability is slowly getting there, but more often than not, for about 3 seasons, it would do about 2 laps, and that's all we would see of it.
Yeah, but it would be challenging to be top 3.
Yeah.
Axel Jeffries, Michele Di Martino, and then, because don't forget, you know, the TV director in this will be looking around for gaggles of cars, and with 100 and sometimes 150 starters, you don't always have the camera on the cars at the front of the field. You think it must be, where is it? And you then start scrolling down your very, very long table of 150 cars to find out what's gone wrong. Bear in mind, it's also an Evo 1 Lamborghini Huracan, and for example, the Red Bull team app, they've got Evo 2, necessarily a better car. So it is slightly older machinery. Great to have it here, though.
Yeah, and still eligible, of course, for GT3 competition. They have something between an 8 or a 10-year life in terms of them being part of the regulations homologated. But obviously, new cars are coming out nearly all the time. So that was Evo'd a couple of years ago, but the Lamborghini Huracan Evo 2 first released at the end of 2022. So it was last year that it was its first year of competition. The previous iteration of the Huracan still eligible till the, well, I make it to the end of last year actually. So I'm not sure whether you can run an an initial Evo'd car in any of the big global categories, probably still just about within the rules on the Nürburgring Nordschleife for NLS races. As to whether that still runs in the Nürburgring 24 hours is another thing, because of course that's now part of a bigger championship.
It is indeed part of the Intercontinental GT Challenge. Now, no one likes making mistakes. They happen in life, but I fell for this one last year. I seem to recall talking about barbecue smoke. You mentioned it there, so I went along with sort of Pavlovian dog tactic.
Sorry.
It's a drift play,
is it?
and they do drifting competitions. Thank you very much, John Hindhoff, watching over our shoulders to pick us up on that one. So let's put all further thought or mention of any barbecued food out of our minds for now. And it's the drifting area, of course it is. And again, that just reiterates how you come to the Nürburgring for a day out, see the cars in spring sunshine, but there are many things you can do within that time. The brilliant chance to get on the grid before the start of rounds of the ADAC Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Certainly we saw, or we joked about the cast of thousands on the grid, but you can do that, get the feeling, you can work your way around the circuit, drive from some of the greatest corners to the other greatest corners, but you can also go, and there is the drift competition to watch as well. So, you know, this is a very, very well polished and developed concept, the NLS, but there are so many sideshows, and you know what, we know this, Johnny, it draws in all sorts of fans and sort of cements them in the sport for life. You know, it's not just about the cars on the track, and the organisers have got that very well under control.
It had crossed my mind that if that was a barbecue, it would be of monstrous proportions.
That's why I was getting excited.
But the thing is, that's what's done around here, because, you know, in the night time of the 24-hour race, there very often is smoke billowing across the track from a nearby burger bar in the darkness. So
better than that. It's not normally a burger bar. It's a group of friends from Dusseldorf who've got an entire boar on a spit. You know, that you don't go small here. And then they go to that. It's not a beer counter. It's one with proper, compressed beer. You know, beer pumps, the works. Fresh pretzels in the morning. They do things well. They camp properly.
And a speaker stack similar to the height of a 4-story building that's been brought on an articulated lorry as well, that they just park up and have a mini music festival along with the racing. I get the feeling sometimes in the middle of the night somebody taps the shoulder and say, why are we here again? Oh, it's a motor race. Completely forgotten about that. And a lot of the fans who have been there all week, they're all almost checking out on Sunday morning, even before the race is finished, because I suppose the highlight of the weekend for them has been and gone then, Saturday night, and they're nursing the hangovers already. We'll keep you up to date, of course, though, when we get to the big one later on in the year on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. It's the qualifying weekend next weekend, and we are stuck slap bang in the middle of a double-header for the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series. And now Nico Menzel finds yet more double-wave yellow flags. It's a code 120, it's a code 60 for the race leader, car number 4 for Porsche.
It's for barrier repairs on the left and possibly even on the right of the track, but certainly on the left as they go up the rise, just cross Adenauer Bridge as you start to climb, and then you're kinking to the right, to the right, to the right. And then, you know, as is so often the case, you've got bright sunshine, which is fabulous, but one side of the track is still in the shade of the trees, so it's actually much harder. Luckily for the drivers, their natural line around that corner is on the left-hand side of the track, but on the right, under cover of imaginary darkness or seeming darkness, was another truck, but it was parked hard on the grass on the right-hand side, but it's still slow. And for the cars out there on the track, but the number 3 Porsche, Martin Ragginger, is now right on the tail of the car in 3rd place, which is the Manthey EMA Porsche. Kevin Estre on board. Remember that Kevin got past, a couple of interesting laps, got past, Ragginger got in front, then the positions were reversed. Now, one of the cars that went missing very, very early on was one of the SP9 class cars. It was the Dürr Motorsport Aston Martin, and it got caught up on the opening lap, didn't come round again, and that was the car that was due to be shared by 2 Dürr brothers, Phil and Ben, and Darren Turner, but alas, it didn't get to complete a full racing lap, so it doesn't even feature at the bottom of the timing screens. So problems there.
Well, we were talking about Lamborghini Huracans not too long ago. One of the Cup cars from that division heading over the line now. So we've got...
It's actually, that's the one that's in SP9. That's the new racing team, Renazzo Motorsport team. If it's 786, right, yes it is, 786, bright yellow with black up over the roof and onto the rear wing.
It was the 786 that confused me, because normally numbers with starting with 7, 3 digits, are for classes elsewhere. But
no, exactly.
Right.
It's a curveball. It was started by Kiki Saknana, a Thai racer. And I think it's probably Christopher Broy. I'm trying to see where that is in the overall running. It's down a little bit. It tumbled down. Yes, it is indeed Christoph Breuer. And 3rd driver is Dieter Schmidtmann. But running in, I've found it, I've lost it, 22nd position. I'm having a look and see what sort of pace it's lapping at. I know I've fallen for this trick many, many times. Now there is proper smoke across the track from the drift competition, and the yellow Lamborghini goes through that. That's on the Grand Prix loop. They're about to turn right, drop down the hill towards the Vidal chicane. Good to have another car in the top class, but Renazzo Motorsport team, new to me, so we'll see how they progress in this ultra-competitive level at the top of the pile here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife in the ADAC. NLS, the Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie, launched in sunshine, and Johnny, I haven't been able to say that for every year of the NLS. And the VLN, its predecessor, beforehand, so many times. Will the opening round happen? What have we got? Fog, can't fly the medical helicopters, can't start. We've got snow, lovely day in the snow in the mountains, but alas, we want to go racing. So there have been many a time where we've been poised, waiting, and then you get the message the race is not happening or it's going to be foreshortened. But today, here, starting 2024, we're smiling.
The other issue with the visibility is that marshal posts need to see the next marshal post both down the track and before them too. So it's not just about medical helicopters being able to navigate as well, but just being able to see the next portion of the racetrack is can be so trying around this region. As now over the line, Aston Martin versus BMW. The BMW was very wayward indeed through Tiergarten. And that final jinking of left and right onto the main start-finish straight. In fact, that BMW number 150 is moving around on the road quite a bit, actually. Seems to be an incredibly potent car. The team Bilstein by Black Falcon entry. And this is for Steve Brown, for the man known simply by his social media handle, it would seem. So, at MG Charudin. Manuel Metzger, and member of the RSL Collective, and also, of course, key man in the sim racing world, Jimmy Broadbent is driving this car this weekend, the M4 GT4, and it's just crossed the line to begin another lap.
Yeah, it certainly was being worked for position around the circuit. I didn't know if it just come out of the pit, because I'm just trying to get some heat into the tyres, but again, at least you've got the luxury of a width of circuit to go around here, and it's running, leading the SP8T class, 25th position overall, so that's very, very good indeed. And what's not to enjoy? Spring sunshine, dry track, plenty of competition. Talking of competition, Grello's on the move. The Manthey EMA Porsche is now right under the rear wing of Frank Stippler. This is the battle for second place. The number 16 Sport PHX Audi holds on for now, and in the background is Martin Ragginger. He's about 3 seconds further back in 4th, but up front, and it's getting probably about 6 seconds clear, is Nico Menzel. It really is a very, very good day for Falcon Motorsport. with their Porsches running first and fourth. In fact, we've got 3 Porsches in the top 4 positions, just with that second place Audi spoiling their fun at the moment. Frank Stippler now 10.5 seconds down on Nico Menzel, necessarily being slowed slightly as he tries to hold on to second place. And as before, Kevin Estre shows he quite likes the inside line down into the first corner. But then again, don't forget Marcus Winkelhoff, when he's driving the Audi that's now in second place with Frank Stippler, liked it as well. And he also got award for a little bit of push and shove as well. So again, we quite enjoy watching that, but it's certainly very close. Second, third and fourth now nose to tail as they go through the Mercedes arena.
Got to make sure you get the wheels on the right way round on that Audi R8. Yellow on the front, red on the rear, on the rims, and possibly on the hubs as well. As now Estre tries to the left, tries to the right on the cut-through U-bend, but there's no opportunity to get by there. And as these two squabble, they're obviously not going through the Grand Prix track as fast as they might have done in qualifying this morning. So Martin Ragginger is latching himself onto the back of this and might well be, well, the car that neither of them spot to potentially gain 1 or even 2 positions, as Estre is almost pushing Frank Stippler through the right-hand kink that leads into the Vidal chicane. Better hope they don't encounter a back marker on the exit of this left-right swoop. And once again, bolted to the left-hand side of the circuit is Stippler. Ragginger showing his nose on the inside of the Frenchman's Grello Porsche. Still the same order, but I have no idea how they've managed that.
Sometimes you just need to sit back and listen to the sound of these cars as they accelerate down the hill. And just imagine the G-forces they're feeling, the fact that the hats and backs come at them thick and fast. And then as they come around the corner, what's in the middle of the track? Well, a car running in one of the junior classes round the outside. They go kicking up the dust. Kevin Estre goes to the edge. They've gone past the point at which the tyre wall had the BMW in it for a while, and now they're unleashed to go to really start stretching their legs, but it's staying second, third and fourth in the same order. Frank Stippler in the Shearer Sport Audi, Manthey EMA Porsche with Kevin Estre in third. He'll be handing over at the halfway point in the race to Lawrence Van Toor, and trying to hang on the back is Falcon Motorsport Porsche number 3 in the hands of Martin Ragginger. He's fallen back a little bit, but closes up. They go around a flatbed truck. Yes, a flatbed truck on the track, but the drivers are warned. The marshals are fantastic, put all the flags out to let them know what's happening. But don't forget, when you've got a circuit that's 25 kilometres around, it's not easy to get cars off the circuit, and certainly if you clang into the barriers, you do need to be removed, because it's not like you've just got an infield and a Grand Prix loop. They've got so much more to give this lap its length and, frankly, Johnny, its majesty.
Yeah, this place just can never be mastered, if you like. They talk about the perfect lap around maybe a 5 and 6 kilometre race circuit. You'll be struggling to get a perfect sector here. 5 of them timed this weekend. Down the hill, then out of Arenberg as you duck underneath the road bridge, and then into the foxhole properly, called as such because of the trees that wrap around the racetrack, and it feels like you're plunging down into, well, the rabbit hole in Alice in Wonderland perhaps, but coined as the foxhole. And then all of a sudden the trees clear at, ironically called Adenauer Forst, where you should be in the denseness of the trees, but you get that brief respite and the chance to catch the fans up on the high bank there on the left, before then heading to Metzgersfeld, the double left-hander. Second of those very, very tricky, particularly in the wet. I remember Alexander Sims having a moment in the darkness and the wet conditions a couple of years ago in his BMW. So absolutely full throttle. You might be able to hear in the background for that gaggle of cars for second, third and fourth positions. Jordan Pepper's still in the top 5 in his Lamborghini Huracan GT3 Red Bull team apt car, with a very smart livery on that Huracan Evo 2.
I think what we need to really paint in here is, you touched on it, Johnny, was the pace of on one lap of Kevin Estre when he gained about, what do you reckon, about 10 seconds on the cars ahead. And the 2 cars ahead had pitted a lap earlier for their first pit stop. And in fact, that being the case, it's getting towards where the second pit stop for some of these top runners are going to have to happen. And normally, say you come in after 6 laps, then you'll come in after 6 plus 8, 14 laps, but your rivals will come in maybe on lap 15, because their first pit stop was earlier at the opening stint of the race. But for now, Nico Menzel stretching his lead, 10.5 seconds to start of this lap. That's 11 laps on the board. They're going around lap 12. So Falcon Motorsport Porsche number 4 leading the race. Number 3, the sister car, is down in 4th place, but that has got a different pit stop sequence. That made its first pit stop a lap later, as did the car in 3rd place, which is Grello, which is the Manthey Motorsport Porsche.
Now, a camouflage liveried VW Golf going rather slowly, but some other cars are as well. So just checking the code 60s. There doesn't appear to be anything on the Grand Prix track, so I think it's 2 cars with similar problems, not abiding by a code 60 that's in place on the Grand Prix track, but instead suffering from punctures. Now this is the place to suffer a puncture on the Grand Prix track, because at least then, it's more severe actually, I think, for the BMW in question, but at least then you can hope to limp back to the pit lane. You don't have to do a full lap. You can nip in via the back door into pit road at the very end of the Grand Prix circuit, but I don't think the 700 BMW is going to make it even that far. The Saugmeister-driven 325i from the V4 category.
V4 is a production class for 2 to 2.5 litres, and it looks as though someone's driven out the car park and put 700 on it.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
Number 3 car of Martin Ragginger still trying to hunt down Kevin Est in the 3rd position, and he is much closer to Frank Stippler for Scherer Sports and the Audi. So yeah, Ragginger in danger here of waving goodbye to 2nd and 3rd positions, but probably only until the next code 60 affected area, which they're just heading onto the Dottinger Khor now, so they will have been through all of them in fact. The next hope for Ragginger is that some of these cars up front get slowed by back markers, but because the Dottinger Khor section is so wide, as long as there are no yellow flags being displayed, which there aren't currently, there might be the odd white flag here and there, but that doesn't prevent you from overtaking and indeed from going at top speed. Lights flashing from Frank Stippler to warn some of this slower moving traffic that they want to slice their way through, probably between Antonius Bucher and Tiergott, which is where they are now.
I really do think we should have a vote and put it out there to the World Motorsport Council that every circuit should have a really long straight on the way back towards the end of the lap, because we could see the top 4 cars all in shot, all together, albeit covered by just waiting for the last car to cross the line. All inside. I mean, it was a sizable amount of time. It was, let me see, 8 seconds. But the advantage for Nico Menzel in the lead of the race has come down by about 5 seconds on that lap. That's why they were all in shot. But even if it had stayed as it was, where the gap was about 12 seconds, first through to 4th place, we'd have still had them all in shot. But anyhow, there we have it. But the closest margin between smallest margin between any of those top 4 runners is between second and third. It's still Frank Stippler holding down second place in the Scherer Sport PHX Audi. Still Kevin Estre tucked in behind. We've got 2 hours and 10 minutes remaining in this race. Therefore, we're pretty much at the halfway point in this opening 4-hour race. But the traffic slows right up as you go through the smoke from the drift zone. Oh, what a delight for all the drivers as they're making their way around the Grand Prix loop to have a face full of that. But slow zone, so everybody on tiptoes waiting, asking no doubt, where are we going to be released? At what point can we put the hammer down? Because certainly race leader Nico Menzel must have been waiting for it. They're out of the slow zone now accelerating down the slope towards the Vidal chicane, where the track sort of flips up a little bit to the right and certainly up a short incline, then over the curbs, left then right, continue climbing up towards where the track flattens out. You took the double left and then, oh my word, I'm on the Nordschleife through those 2 Sabine Smits curves. But no place changing for second place. The Audi just being put where it needs to be by Frank Stippler, but Kevin Estre almost looking up the inside as they go into the second of the 2 Sabine Smits curves, but he stays in third place. And if Martin Ragginger can get a bit of a move on, he lost out in traffic at the end of the previous lap, he will be able to watch this battle royal unfold in front of him for second place. But all along, you could say Nico Menzel sitting pretty, but he did have his lead halved on that previous lap. 10.5 seconds down to 5.6. So maybe his tyres are just starting to go a little bit. But the first 2 cars, 4 and 16, the number 4 Falcon Motorsport Porsche and the number 16 Scherer Sport PHX Audi, are probably going to come in at the end of this lap, where it's 2 cars giving chase. The Manthey EMA Porsche, that's car number 911, and the number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche should stay out for a further lap, and then they can make hay when the sun is shining.
Difficult to tell where that 5 seconds was made up, whether it is just on pure pace, as you suggest, tyre wear, or whether there was a small section of code 60 which again cleared in time for Frank Stippler to find his way through. But there wasn't much of a gap for that to happen. 10 seconds, which has now been halved, as you mentioned. 0.3 of a second separates Stippler from Estre, so Frank Stippler certainly having to keep his concentration at all times. And Martin Ragginger, having been able to pull closer to the 2 cars in front for second and third, he in fourth, but that gap is again opening back up again, and seems to be very little that Ragginger can do about it. The good news for him is that there's no immediate distraction from behind, because Jordan Pepper is a full half a minute further back in the Red Bull at Huracan. And the best of the Mercedes, now Dennis Fetzer, who took over from Hubert Haupt in the first pit stop for the SP9 Pro-Am entry there, car number 6. And Fetzer has just, I was about to say, just made another stop. No, he hasn't quite yet. We're on lap 13 now. And remember, there was that collection of cars that pitted after
5.
It was 5 laps, wasn't it? Yes.
I thought it was 6, but you said 5, and I think I'll probably go with that.
Yeah, no, I've misled you, because I'm missing the opening lap. So I think it was 6 laps.
6.
And that's the Nico Menzel car that pitted after 6 laps, and Markus Winkelhock, now Frank Stippler, after 6 laps. And we should therefore be able to now make 14 laps before those cars come back in again. So you can also convert the 911 Manthey opening stint to a 7-lap stint.
Yeah.
I'm basically a lap behind for all of them, and yes, apologies for that.
I redid my notes, but then I re-redid my notes.
Change the 5s to a 6 and change the 6 to a 7, and we should be okay.
Yeah, but what you'd really need to know in this 4-car lead battle effectively is the cars that are running first and second will be pitting a lap before the 2 that are giving chase. So that should put the 911 back into the lead of the race for Kevin Estre and Martin Ragginger, and the number 3 Porsche from Falcon Motorsport up into second place. Now, of course, when we get to their final pit stop, they'll also be making them a lap after their rivals, number 4 and 16, the Scherer Sport Audi and the other Falcon Motorsport car, and that will have an effect in that their final pit stop will be shorter. We'll get to that later, but anyhow, I would say at the moment it's advantage the 911 Porsche from Manthey Motorsport and the number 3 Porsche from Falcon Motorsport. So it's looking very good for Porsche today. 3 of the top 4 runners. Lamborghini for Jordan Pepper, some distance back, about another almost half a minute back in 5th place, best of the Lamborghinis. And Mercedes, the fact we've only got one in 6th place shows the problem, because that one had to serve a drive-through penalty. That's why the number 6 car is down there after the jump start, and the sister car, number 14, is down in 8th place, but that was slowed with an extra pit stop with a slow puncture. So really Mercedes guns were spiked. And between them, in 7th, is Dumoulin, car number 17. That's this Pro Sport Racing Aston Martin. So for Maxime Dumoulin, going there or thereabouts, but for Aston fans, I'm sure they'd like to see their cars a little closer to the very front of the field.
Much better for Emir Asari in the Max Cruiser Racing VW Golf Mark 7. Very easy to lose this car in the landscape because it's painted in or wrapped in that traditional camouflage livery where new cars are turned out, and you know, the designers don't want viewers to see their lines as such. I think I know a Golf Mark 7 fairly well these days, but nevertheless they want it to be under wraps, if you pardon the pun. And that car, which not too long ago was suffering from a puncture, is back to full speed now, car 10.
But in a sort of funny way, that's now a traditional Nürburgring livery, because
yes.
so many prototypes are driven around, or cars about to be launched are driven around this circuit endlessly as the manufacturers test their capabilities. It's hard to overestimate just how many cars are driven around here as the manufacturers try and sort them out. You know, not so long ago, only a handful were, but now it's just de rigueur. And certainly the Japanese manufacturers aren't shy in coming over here as well. They've got plenty of brilliant circuits over there, but nothing provides the challenge of the Nordschleife. And it is also the fact the weather can be challenging too, so that's definitely part of the mix when you're trying to develop a car to the very, very highest level. Right, we're waiting to see who's going to twitch, who's going to come in next time around and start that second run of pit stops.
Sven Market in his number 650 BMW 240i, just heading through the Mercedes arena and down towards the cut-through section, leading 240i's indeed, so 42nd overall, but this is the best of those. And it's normally a very well subscribed category. We reckon 24 classes in action this weekend, and of the 240i's, I reckon there's 12 cars, and they've had differing amounts of luck so far. This is the best of them, just shy of half distance. But Nico Menzel leading on lap 13 now by 5.6 seconds over Frank Stippler, and we would expect therefore that, well, actually Menzel and Stippler are working lap 7, aren't they, of their current stint. They'll be in then, not the end of this one, but the one after that, we would expect, for again a dice on pit road. Top 2 pitting on the same lap, then the next 3 cars, i.e. Manthey Falcon, the other car, number 3, and the Red Bull Lamborghini, all pitting after 7 laps, so they can go another 2 and a bit.
The Nürburgring Nordschleife just provides every challenge imaginable. So imagine you're the team chief. Your driver survived everything out on the circuit, behaved beautifully. As a crew, they've done a great job. Then they get done for speeding in the pit lane. Makes you furious. One thing that makes you even more furious, perhaps, is if you fall below your minimum pit stop time. And unfortunately, car 117 has done just that. That's Halder Motorsport, running the Porsche Cup 2 class, so they will get a stop and go penalty. You just think about all that work. In fact, it's a stop and go plus 19 seconds. Stop and stand. Oh, dearie me. Anyhow, the sun is shining. Try and look on the positive side. You can do it all over again, apart from the problem with the pit stop. Don't do that again.
Yeah, do all the fast bits again, carbon copy those, and then remove the mistake or the error that caused the penalty. Easier said than done. As away in the background, the Bilstein BMW darts its way into the pits. It is for driver known as their social media handle, in fact. So MG Charadin in. Leader
Michael to his mother.
Okay, thank you. And leader of the SP8T class. Got up to 26th overall just before that pit stop.
Or Mick Kyle, actually, if I look at my notes properly. I was expecting our race leader to dive into the pits, which would be the number 4 Porsche, but Nico Menzel has done no such thing. So he's going to take it out to 14 laps duration. So a 6-lap stint followed by an 8-lap stint, which is what we commented on a short while ago. I just didn't know if they're going to do a 7, but obviously on a day like this, on dry track conditions, you should be getting 8 laps out of each of the stints. But they did that short first stint of 6 laps, as did the Shearer Sport PHX Audi, car number 16. But next time around, they should come in, and the time after that should be when Kevin Estra in the Manthey EMA Porsche, the bright green and yellow, the Grello liveried car. That can go a lap further, and can the second of the Falco Motorsport Porsches. That's car number 3, which is just staying a little distance, nearly 4 seconds off their tail in 4th place overall. There was a moment in traffic and with slow zones that the number 3 Porsche got up onto the tail of the Manthey Porsche, but as I said, 4 seconds in arrears now, falling away very slightly indeed. And we saw a couple of cars limping in, and certainly on the Grand Prix loop there's a safety vehicle following a pickup truck that's basically putting quick dry down, a sort of bright orange dust that goes down, and the dust gets kicked up, but that's to dry up whatever was dropped, and certainly there was a fair bit of lubrication. We had those 2 cars limping around the Grand Prix loop, and so better safe than sorry, so that's being tidied up as that goes through the Mercedes arena. So still got a fair bit of the Grand Prix loop to tuck it up and clear up the track.
But there was also a concern for a very short period when Robert Wickens rejoined in his Elantra and it was trailing fluid. I thought it was fuel, maybe just a very slight leak or overfill coming out of the rear of the car, and it was in that sort of area of the track. So maybe there's been various problems there that they're hoping to deal with in one fell swoop.
I'll tell you what, the amount of fuel liquid that was coming out of the back of Wickens' car through the first right and then the left, if that was oil, that car would not still be running. Because the amount that was coming out, that it was a visual sort of spray rather than a sort of invisible dribble.
No, I think it was fuel, but again, that's not going to help the outside line through the Mercedes arena. Very hard charging into Arenberg now for Martin Ragginger. He's got, I was about to say, a clear road in front of him. Partway round Arenberg, that was true, but then into the foxhole, various cars come into vision. The one he's still trying to hang on to the coattails of is the Day-Glow yellow, green and yellow, Kevin Estre driven Porsche, which is becoming a slightly smaller speck on the horizon with every turn of the wheel. He's still got visuals on it just about, but it's disappearing into the distance now at Metzgersfeld, and they're heading into Kallenhard in a moment or two as well, which is the right-hander following this double left, which is where Martin Ragginger is arriving, providing a brilliant viewpoint though on that fight up ahead between Frank Stippler and Kevin Estre. And Stippler having to keep the elbows out and use every bit of the width of this Nürburgring Nordschleife racetrack to keep the rapid Frenchman behind. Alessio Picariello looking very cool, calm and collected. It's been a fair while, I suppose, since he was at the wheel of the number 4 Porsche. About an hour or so ago he would have stepped out, because we're at 2:01 now and officially halfway through this first race of the season.
Gosh, there we have it. So for Alessio, he'll be very busy. He'll be back here next weekend for the qualifying races, and then following one he'll be opening the Fanatec GT World Challenge Asia. He's racing with last year's champion Anthony Liu, who's crossed over to Absolute Racing. If you've ever been watching racing in the Far East, Absolute started about 2010, I think. They have grown and grown and grown. They run all sorts of manufacturers. They're based at Sepang and in Shanghai. It's a whole new industry out there that you just have such a cosmopolitan group of people doing their business. But for Alessio, he actually took his racing career out to the Far East, had several years over here trying to make it work as a single-seater driver, and sort of maybe it was the last roll of the dice, went out and raced in Formula Masters in China. And that's what he's done quite well, because certainly Porsche like him an awful lot indeed, and have him in all sorts of cars, all sorts of places around the planet. So, you know, some drivers take an unusual route in their career. You could say they're very lucky, but increasingly these days it's the very wealthy are able to go the straightest route, which is up the FIA formulae. But certainly for Alessio Picariello, I'm just doubling back to see what year. Yes, 2013 he went over there, having done the ADAC Formula Masters Series in Europe, largely in Germany. He went the next year, 2013, and won. Sorry, 2013 he won the ADAC Masters Championship. 2015 he no, he didn't. When did he go over? Yes, he did. He went over to China in 2015. So it was a right-hand turn, and he's made it work for him. But right now his car's going very, very well indeed. Thank you very much. Running in 4th place overall, but that and the Grello Porsche up in front from Manthey Racing, 3rd and 4th at the moment, but they have the advantage. They took that later first pit stop, and it really does yield rewards as you work your way through the race.
Yeah, they may not be immediate because, of course, you head away from the first pit stop if you've pitted later. with not necessarily the race lead, but it's a game of patience, because that will pay back, assuming everything remains equal in the meantime. But that will pay back, as you've said, in the final stint, because that final stint is mapped to the end of the race in that final 70 minutes. And how many minutes you've got to go, Bruce has got the official table, governs how long you've got to spend in the pits.
Just to give you an idea, it might seem there are myriad rules, but this one is quite simple, except it takes an entirety of a page of A4 for all the figures. If you stop with 1 minute remaining in the race, which is probably fairly unlikely if your final pit stop, it'll only have to be just under 3 minutes, 178 seconds, but let's be more realistic. Say you stop with 50 minutes to go before the end of the race, so you've made 3 hours and 10 minutes from the start of the race, a 4-hour race. Your pit stop will be 307 seconds. If you come in, let's say, a lap earlier than that, laps at 8 minutes, so you're going to come in at 42, 286. So it's a time advantage of 21 seconds. Effectively, a lap later, and your final pit stop will be about 21 seconds shorter.
So that's done on every minute,
Every minute from 1 minute from the end of the 4 hours, or end of the race, to, in fact, my chart gives me to 69 minutes.
69 minutes, yeah. So it's
before the end. So the
closing 70 minutes there, or
the final hour, effectively. And the difference between minute to minute is about 3 seconds by and large.
Okay. Not always, but
no, some are 2, some are 3. I think it's on average. It sort of rotates around there. But what you need to know, with a good clean lap at just over 8 minutes, 8 minutes 10, it's about 21 seconds difference.
Yeah.
Advantage if you've made that first pit stop later.
Slow intervention vehicle, well, obviously, because they don't go that fast, funnily enough, down the Dottinger Ruhr, trying to stay as far to the right as possible. I think already having dealt with an incident and now trying to get back to where that vehicle is normally parked during the race, as both the second and the third place cars will come in together. The race leader, I reckon, is pitted on this lap as well. So we possibly were not expecting them all in.
Wasn't expecting the Manti car. I was expecting the first two, 4 and 16. So they've come in after another eight laps, which will make it 14 laps on the board. But also to have the number 9, 11 in as well. That means into the lead of the race will go Martin Ragginger in the number 3 Porsche. Now, I don't know if he's going to do 2 stints in a row, because not long ago we saw his teammate sitting there looking cool and calm, but doing an interview, which was Alessio Picariello. So he could have time, because don't forget he's got 8 minutes, or 8 minutes and change, or if there's a slow zone, 9 minutes around the lap. Let's see. The last laps were 8:12, 8:13. Yeah, so he's got plenty of time, but I think they might keep ragging here in for 2 stints, 2 and 3. And Picariello to lead the first stint and the final one.
Nothing against Martin Ragginger, but I would think they will favour Picariello to do the opening and the final stints, as they are the sort of most important. I'm sure we're only talking about the odd 100th of a second here and there, but on average times, if Picariello can be more consistent, then they'd sooner him to be in at the end with the potential to win the race, and also to make up for any code 60s that might be creeping in. So let's keep Ragginger in the car until we learn any different. But there's definitely a driver change in the sister Falken Motorsports car, with Menzel out and Ericsson back in again. The way Manti seem to be running it then is that they're just going to do 7 laps throughout, which is another way of, we've seen that done from teams previously too. If it's a 28-lap race, then that's fine, 4 lots of 7.
Yeah, well, look at Manti's record across the year, and they clearly know what they're doing quite well around here. But for Falken Motorsport, it made absolute sense. The cars were separated by a lap for the first round of pit stops, and will be again this time around. Jordan Pepper, did we mention, is also coming on this lap. I hadn't quite got him into my little notebook of pit stops. And a third pit stop for the number 6 Mercedes as well. Don't forget they had to come in for a drive-through after lap 2. Then they did 4 laps to their first proper pit stop, then 8 laps to the second one. But the outrider in that is the number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche. Moved into the lead of the race. It was 4th in the hands of Martin Ragginger. It will go into the lead, but next time around that will be calling to what will maybe be quite a quiet pit lane. New set of Falken tyres on board, and just to increase the challenge as the Falken tyre brand uses the races in the NLS to develop their rubber towards their road range as well, also making performance tyres, but to make it difficult for themselves, or in fact more of a challenge. A couple of years ago they ran a Porsche and a BMW M6 as well.
That's true.
In the SP9 class, so they could develop, for two different manufacturers. And right now, Grello back onto the track. I presume it'll flip over from Kevin Estrup. He's been very kind. He's letting his teammate Lawrence Van Tor have a go in the second half of the race. And certainly Kevin was busy every single lap of that, but they've got the jump on some of those around them, as it should be, because Joel Eriksson back out onto the track. He came in, remember, it was about just under 6 seconds clear of the best of the rest. The Scherer Sport Audi back in the hands of Marcus Winkelhock, and then tucked in behind is Lawrence Van Tor. They're still in the top 4, but the order's been shuffled because that number 3 Falcon Motorsport Porsche did not pit, but it should be next time around.
And we wait to see whether there is a driver change. I suppose Picariello has had all of this time to get the race suit back on again, and Ragginger not yet through the third sector of this, his 15th lap. Frank Meyer has just gone on a very quick one for the Glickenhaus. That's its best lap of the race so far. Remember, not running as a GT3 car, but instead SPX. So rather than SP9, where the GT3s slot in, and in 3 different subcategories, Pro, Pro-Am and Am, then SPX is where that one can be found, and that is the only SPX car in today's race. The Glickenhaus SCG 004C, to give it its full name. And Frank has just done an 8:16.1, which is decent considering we've still got yellow flags at Hohenrhein right at the end of the lap, but otherwise the code 60s have all been lifted now. And around the outside of one of the slower hatchback cars goes former race leader Joel Eriksson. Remember, it's Ragginger who should now lead the race, and depending on how they slotted in, it does appear that the Lamborghini got the best stop there. Now, of course, the Porsche of Estrup could spend less time in the pits because it only did a 7-lap stint, and of course Pepper as well. So Jordan Pepper, Kevin Estrup doing 7 laps can spend less time on the pit lane than Nico Menzel / Joel Eriksson and Frank Stippler, now Marcus Winkelhock, did. So that will swing the pendulum again back in the direction of those cars that have just completed 7 laps.
Okay, I think really Manthey Racing, we're bottled up behind the Scherer Sport Audi. We could stay out and hope we don't have a slow zone on the lap. We're due to come in a lap later, but you got sort of basically free middle pit stops, no strictures on them, and so yeah, less fuel goes into that car because it didn't require it. Had an extra lap's worth in, and I think that would be big difference. Right, I sometimes set little challenges. See what happens when someone takes over a car. Down in 13th place, the car that started on pole position, Frank Bird has been running it. Danny Juncadella has taken over, and the best lap for that car so far is 8 minutes 11. I just want to see how low the Flying Spaniard can get that down to, because I think that car is capable of getting down, given a clear lap, to the pace of the very quickest cars. Why not in his hands? So let's see if he can shave a mere 10 seconds off that and get to a competitive time. In fact, the fastest lap is still 8 minutes 0.123 seconds, still set by the number 3 Porsche from Falcon Motorsport. That was Alessio Picariello on about, what, lap 3, lap 2? Lap 3, I think it was, this time around.
Also noting that the third of the Lamborghini Huracans is going rather well now in the hands of Christoph Breuer. So Danny Kubasic and Sak Nana are the drivers in the Renazzo Motorsport Team Evo 2. As perhaps somebody getting a late call there to head to the front of the garage with the car imminently expected in pit lane. So the order should be something like this. Martin Ragginger leading from now Lawrence Van Tor, moving up to second place by virtue of that car being needing to spend less time on the pit lane compared to one Falcon Motorsport Porsche and the Scherer Sport Audi. And the Joel Eriksson pit stop was about a second faster than the Audi. They came in. It wasn't those two cars that came in together, was it? Because the Ericsson or the number 4 Porsche had a slightly better lead, or a bigger lead, over the Manthey car anyway. So even though 1 or 2 seconds were gained here and there, it should still mean that Ericsson has a better position on the road than the Scherer Sport Audi. But it's Ragginger who should be pitting at the end of this lap, 14 in total, who will govern the speed in a moment or two, and that's who they're all looking to chase. But it will help that he's parked up for the best part of 2.5 minutes in a moment or two, somewhere in that long 4th sector, which takes just over 3 minutes and is now fully green. In fact, the whole of the racetrack is green, which is a rare treat for everyone. The Conrad Motorsport car arriving into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein now, just behind one of the Aston Martins, which is the 179. Not up to race pace, is it? No, it's doing okay. It's looked slightly slower than normal, but it's not going to pit.
It looked as though it might have just had a little mistake. Dürr Motorsport running obviously one in the SP9 class, but that's class below the GT4.
Yeah, this is a GT4 car, in fairness, so
it would be slightly slow, but it did look as though there may be a little bit of outbraking, and it was a driver gathering himself together all over again. And through that quick dry that runs around the Mercedes arena, through the double right, which is the first hander, through the long left, you can still see the line. The driver's very wisely actually running a little bit downhill from there, and just trying to stay off. You don't want anything extra on your tyres. It certainly helps dry up the whatever liquid was down. And in fact, they did pretty much put it down to the point at which we saw the Robert Wickens driven Hyundai Elantra that we saw, pouring liquid out of the back, but it did seem to suddenly stop before it got to the 2/3 point of the Mercedes arena. So maybe that was the offending. Or maybe it's just a case of playing it safe, Johnny. Just thinking, let's not have it. I'm just going to keep an eye now. I want to see what pace we're getting from Danny Juncker. I'm itching to see if he can improve from 8 minutes 11 in the number 14 out racing team Mercedes, because I certainly think he should be able to make that car fly. But of course, it's a very long lap, so I have to wait a very long time for him to get around to see if I'm right or wrong. But the fact we've got green flag laps is great. But no one's lapped at all fast recently. They've all been either just coming out, getting their tyres up to speed. They're on full fuel loads as well. That's not to be forgotten in the early stage of this race. But then again, of this stint. But bear in mind that the fastest lap of the race, I think it was lap 3, might have been lap 2. They were still on pretty heavy fuel loads from the start of the race.
Now the Dottinger Hoor is affected by either one incident or multiple problems, because various marshal posts waving the yellow flags, Tiergarten and the early part of Dottinger Hoor could be potentially slow. Just heading through that section a moment or two ago, 1 or 2 cars now just getting to the pit lane, including one of the 2 Siroccos in the entry. We've got the Danny Brink driven 476 car, and where's the other Sirocco? That is the VT2 front wheel drive category 1, number 480. So this is it will be lap 16 for the race leader Martin Ragginger, but he's just come into pit lane, and that's what we expected. So at the end of lap 16, will they do the switch? Is it lap 15?
Lap 15, yeah, it's 15. So he did first pit stop after 7, add 8 laps to that. He's absolutely doing a textbook run. The one who swerved away from that, having been on that first stint of coming in after 7 laps, was the Manthey Porsche. It did 7-lap stint followed by a 7-lap stint. Has it helped it gain position on the track? Yes, it has. Because what it needed to do, 911 needed to get ahead of the Scherer Sport Audi that had been sitting in front of it and frustrating. And I'm absolutely sure that's precisely why they said, okay, actually, yeah, you might gain the advantage by staying, but just come in now. Yeah. We'll have a shorter pit stop, and it's then a done deal, and it was.
Well, yeah, there's always been an argument that 4 lots of 7 can be better. Again, it depends when you're catching code 60s and when there's traffic here and there as well, but keeping it consistent, therefore you're in the pit lane for the same amount of time, certainly in the early part of the race, 7 laps, 7 laps, 7 laps, 7 laps, and then hope the checker comes out at the end of 28 laps in total. But others deciding to do 7 and then 8 to the finish, presumably. And then we've had the scenario for John Ericsson, Nico Menzel doing 6 laps in the opener, and then they'll do 8 to the finish. So I like this. There's sort of 3 different routes to the checkered flag, and one of them is going to be the winner but we don't quite know which yet. And there was a driver change in the number 3 Porsche because Raginger's got out and Picariello, fleet of foot, was able to get suited and booted after his interview with Lucas Gajewski, and Picariello, Alessio Picariello, now in the number 3 car.
Now, another factor that gives team more scope today is the fact they look at the sky and it's the same colour as the flanks of the Glickenhaus. It's sky blue, and therefore they're not having to sort of bring their pit stops forward thinking they might have to rush in to get to wet weather tyres. We look as though we're set fair for this race. It's been a fabulous way to start the 2024 ADAC Nürburgring Langstrecken-Serie. Let the track do the talking rather than having to constantly think, is it going to rain? We know, Johnny, any circuit, if you leave it a lap too long to change onto wet weather tyres, can be crucial. But if it's a 25-kilometre lap, oh my word, if you just think, no, it's fine, and then you're just going out onto the Nordschleife and you go, actually, it's not fine. It's very much not fine. I've got to tiptoe around on my slick tyres and get to the end of the lap when everybody else has been able to change. So yes, we talk about traffic giving and taking, but the weather can do it in a much, much bigger way.
Excellent Sector 2 time from Picariello. So I was banging on about the fact that Falcon would want to hold him back to the crucial closing stint. Not a bit of that. I suppose what they're trying to do is keep their drivers as fresh as possible. And Picariello reclining in the garage in the hour or so between his stints. So he's just done a 103.7 through the second sector on brand new Falcon tyres. The only other car and driver equivalent to that, Marcus Winkelhock in his Audi down in the 103s through Sector 2. Other cars, Vantor lost about 2.5 seconds in comparison in his Grello Manthey Porsche. And the sister Falcon car did a 105, nearly a 106 through the second sector. These are minor fluctuations, but they could well have a ripple effect through to the end of the lap. We'll see how Picariello carries that speed through on lap 16 of the race. It came in, of course, car number 3 as the race leader, but will have dropped places now.
Right, again, you just have so many screens you have to look at, but one of the important ones was a yellow flag at Versailles, and that's been upgraded to code 60, slow zone. Slow zone becomes up to code 60, and as soon as I've said it, it's cleared. How about that? Horrible clouds, oh, they're gone.
Yes. Well, that can so easily happen as well, and important not to react too much, I suppose, to things going on around you. They feel very damaging at the time, and then the car that you're racing also then has to deal with a code 60 or 3 abreast Astras, let's say, in front, and have to get out the throttle as a result, and then you gain all that time back again. So yes, this place can be punishing at times, but it can also benefit you massively on just a single lap sometimes.
I've got to stop you there. It's gone back to code 60 at the Versailles.
There you go.
So as soon as they get the message across, they go, either there's something more we need to clear up or someone else has a moment there. But the officials running these races, they just have to be so supremely on their toes. And it's a formula they've worked on for years, and it really works. But it is, come what may, even after a 4-hour round, you can imagine the race director goes, oh, thank you, I'll sit down for a bit now. I will just unwind, because, you know, in a regular circuit, a 4-hour race with 100 and something cars, A, they wouldn't fit, but I mean, you know, you're going to be on your toes, but this is far from a regular circuit.
Down through the gears, you might be able to hear the engine note in the background. That's no doubt a car heading to one of the slower portions of the circuit at Arenberg, or into the carousel. And yes, acceleration's got to be good out of the slower speed corners, and often uphill as well through Klostertal and Kesselchen and the run up towards Rohr Act, but you need a car that's good on the brakes as well. So important. Again, talk about race officials and those organising an event like this. They've got to be very quick in making their decisions when we're actually in the race, but prior to that, getting the balance of performance correct, so crucial too. And there will be adjustments to that, I'm sure, through the course of the year. So these are qualifying events, yes, for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, but also important to get lots of data on board from a BOP perspective to make sure that all the various key manufacturers start as even as possible.
Just been taking a look, Johnny, at how the SPX class is going, because there's only one car in it, but it's the Glickenhaus racing car, and Lance David Arnold's taken over because car kicked off the race, started by Thomas Much, then it went in the hands of Frank Meyer, two drivers who know that Glickenhaus really well, but Lance David Arnold does not. It's great to have him on board, huge success here at the Nürburgring over the years, but his career recently has sort of fallen back a little bit, but it's good to have the German racer here, and don't forget he's had good results, came second in the Nürburgring 24 Hours back in 2014 in the Black Falcon Porsche with Jeroen Blekemolen, Christian Menzel and Andreas Simonsen, and he was third the following year, so really successful round here. But you know, sometimes you back the wrong horse or whatever, but you know, if I was running Glickenhaus Racing, he's exactly the sort of driver I'd get on board. As we said earlier in the race, that Cohn Ledergar is going to come over and join them to make a quartet for the Nürburgring 24 Hours, so maybe I'll have Kamui here next weekend, because it's the qualifying races for this year's 24 Hours of the Nürburgring, and all going to be covered, as you said, live on Radio Show limited network of channels, and we'll see who slots in. But I'm particularly pleased because I've always been a big fan of Lance Davids, because I think he's done a fantastic job over the years. But you know, sometimes you just aren't in the top teams anymore. But it's good to see Glickenhaus Racing. You've got him on board, see what he can do.
Great run from Joel Eriksson now onto the Dottinger Hoor on Laurens Vanthoor. Porsche's nose to tail, and Joel Eriksson does not want to move a muscle in the cockpit, just gently coaxing the car to the right, then to the left, but principally wants to stay in the wheel tracks. They've also caught a Cup 2 car, I think, which is the 133 maybe. I saw the number as it whipped by. Let's just have a look. No, we haven't got a 133, so it can't be that. Anyway, they were able to use that as effectively a double toe, certainly for the case of Joel Eriksson he was. And did Eriksson get in front of Laurens Vanthoor, I wonder? Only the order that they reappear at Hohenrhein will provide the answer. So Picariello, who led the previous lap, but remember he led from the pit lane, so he drops back. Who's going to be crossing the line very shortly indeed to now be the new race leader? Will it be Vanthoor? Will it be Eriksson, as we concentrate on the 311 Audi TT, which had those difficulties earlier on in the race? And yellow flags back at Tiergarten and the end of the Dottinger Hoor. Now, did that happen after the race leaders got through? Yes, it did, because it is still Vanthoor just ahead of Joel Eriksson, but they're only separated by 0.351 of a second. And Eriksson, I'm sure, all over the back of Vanthoor as they break for the first corner.
Right, top 5 positions covered by just under 14 seconds. The car that I think is the effective race leader is the car in 5th position. It's the number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche. Alessio Picariello has just taken it back over from Martin Raginger, but if he's just 13.794 seconds behind our race leader, just remember the final pit stop, the 3rd and final pit stop, they've done 2 so far, he will gain an advantage of, we worked out, 20 to 21 seconds. Yes, there's a clear lap, but if we have a slow zone, that will actually stretch his advantage even more. So certainly looking good for Falken Motorsports on the one hand, and their sister car is running 2nd at the moment, but that is effective 3rd place for Joel Eriksson. So it's like there's a little trump card in the hand of the number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche, because it was the last of the front runners to make the 2nd of its 3 planned pit stops, and that has bought it an advantage. They've worked for it. They paid for it early on by having the longer first pit stop than those that pitted early, but it's coming back, and certainly traffic's been quite good for them too. But I'd say the 2 cars that have really been the pace-setting cars in this race are the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche and that number 3 Falken Motorsport car. Don't forget, the number 3 had that side-by-side contact with a Hyundai Elantra TCR class car of Robert Wickens. We saw the damage, light damage, on the right-hand flank of Rob Wickens' car, but didn't see if there was any damage for the number 3 Porsche. But we must say the pace it's been able to run, whenever we've been able to judge it clearly, whenever there's been a clear lap, has been very strong indeed. But every time we get a slow zone created, it means it's another lap in which it's very hard to see the ultimate pace of the car. So it's slightly masked, but in terms of their separation from the lead of the race, certainly the number 3 Picariello driven number 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche has the advantage. Just under 14 seconds down. That final pit stop should be 20, 21, 22 seconds faster. So by my maths, that's good.
And as Vanthoor and Eriksson now head along the Hatzenbach for the 17th time, Really, again, nothing separating them. They were nose to tail heading through Sabine Schmidt's curve as the number 150 Bilstein sponsored SP8T BMW M4 heads around the Grand Prix circuit and ticks off another lap within SP8.
Still leading the class.
It's Steve Brown who's driving right now, yes. So I'm not sure whether Jimmy Broadbent's done a stint yet. They're into a code 60 on the Grand Prix track.
I'm sure I saw a message earlier saying he had a bit of a bad back, so maybe he wanted a bit more of the day to go past. So
Jimmy, you mean?
Jimmy, yeah, so he could recover, get himself comfortable. We've got a BMW being towed around the Grand Prix loop, and we'll go the back way into the pits. It's just on the ascent towards Vidal chicane, so of course you can sort of slightly go around the outside of that without too much obstruction, but clear line of sight for those giving chase. But good to see that number 150 BMW being backed off sufficiently by Steve Brown, just acknowledging the flags, not overtaking the course vehicle.
Yeah, and anticipating things well there. So, yeah, there is a yellow flag at the Vidal chicane. It's yet to be uprated to a code 60. Tiergarten affected by a speed limited section, as is Hohenrhein immediately after it. Versifen has a code 60 as well, and the Advan Arch restricted too. So there are various different places and spots where the marshals are dealing at the moment. It's exactly 2:30 in the afternoon.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
To the last hour and a half now of the first Nürburgring Langstrecken-Series race of the year. It's all live here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels. Bruce Jones and Johnny Palmer taking you through it with occasional interviews with Lucas Gajewski as well. And if we have English speakers winning the race, of course, we will pause to hear their thoughts. Manthey EMA in the Grello Racing Porsche now shown as the race leaders. They were able to take that lead because of a pit stop that was done slightly out of sequence from the Manthey and one of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches. That on that occasion it was Martin Ragginger handing back to Alessio Picariello, and they have slipped to 5th place as a result of that pit stop after 8 laps. So Laurens Vanthoor now leading by a very slim margin. They started this lap separated by just over a quarter of a second, and it's ebbing and flowing really. Perhaps but perhaps in the favour of the Belgian rather than the chasing Swede. But it's nip and tuck on this lap, and actually the Swede gains back about 0.3 of a second through the long sector 4. So we will get a true value at the end of lap 17. In fact, don't really need the stopwatch, because here comes Joel Eriksson in the slipstream. But now is he going to get out of the gas because of the Sirocco not really showing its intentions? That's because we're going into double waved yellows and then the code 60 at the end of the lap. So thankfully Eriksson saw that happening. It would have been brave anyway to stay on the right hand side of Laurens Vanthoor and try and thread the needle between a much slower Volkswagen Sirocco, and in the end that was the better decision for me. Joel Eriksson deciding, I'm just going to get out of this and stay right in behind Vanthoor.
Could have been a whole heap of penalties, couldn't it? He could have gone 1, 2, 3 penalties there. In fact, I tell you what, sir, take your helmet off. You're over for the day. But, yeah, right thing tucked in behind. So Vanthoor lives with a 9.11 from Manthey EMA to fight another day, leading 16 laps about to go on 17 laps about to go on the board. And certainly Falcon Motorsport, don't forget they've got 2 bullets in their gun, because they've got the number 4 in second place, Joel Eriksson, and number 3 down in 5th, that's Alessio Picariello. And bear in mind that the Picariello car, number 3, will be making its final pit stop a lap later, so it's got about a 20+ second advantage in its pocket at the moment. And in terms of the time on the clock, it's only 4.5 seconds down in 4th. Sorry, a bit more than that. Just waiting for that to come up on my screen. Wait a second, sorry. Flip over. It was about 14 seconds. Oh, we've got a car. Left-hand wheels on the left-hand side of the track as the cars go across Dottinger. It's about to make the climb. Oh dear, it's the car that Jack Aitken was hoping to get lots of mileage in. So did Micah Stanley. It's 466. It's the car, as you said, Johnny, early in the broadcast, not one you'd expect a driver who's racing at the top level in the WBC to have under himself. It's the Hyundai i30i, and it just scrolling down, shared with Joseph Warhurst and Joe Warhurst and Micah Stanley, but that is limping and it's not going where they want it. Getting it back towards the pits, but it's one of those long, slow runs in. Has it got a puncture? Certainly looks that way.
Yeah, Jack Aitken shown at the wheel in the 466, 70th position in the overall standings, and second place for the front-wheel drive VT2 cars.
So competitive, because there were 12 starters in that class. So, it was going well and he'd been gaining experience, but alas, this bit of experience isn't the bit he particularly wanted to gain, it must be said.
And have we also now got another problem for the Max Cruiser Racing VW Golf, the alternatively fueled car, which is shown in the final sector, and in fact it did that penultimate sector in a much slower time than you would expect. So this is the second puncture, I reckon, for the number 10 camouflage liveried VW Golf. And it's going to be a long, long run home from there. It's already, of course, been delayed, as I say, in the previous sector too. So a game of patience for the Max Cruiser car. The other Max Cruiser Racing entered machine, which is a Porsche for Benny Leuchter, has just entered the pits as the Cup 2 race leader, though. So car 100, much better placed in its relevant class.
And bear in mind, that's the one that Nico Otto was fighting with Tim Scheerbart to take the lead in the class on a restart, and was given a "we're watching you for your slightly robust tactics and strange lines across the grass" manoeuvres. So they've got that warning, that sort of Damocles hanging over them, but obviously it's been driven very well since then in terms of not upsetting the race officials. But let's take a look at the front of the field. 0.35 of a second, or 0.349 between the race leader, which is Laurens Vanthoor, Manthey EMA Porsche, car number 911, and Joel Eriksson giving chase in the number 4 Porsche from Falcon Motorsports, keeping the Porsches away from having a top 3. The entire top 3 is Sport PHX, the Audi of Marcus Winkelhock. He's sharing with Frank Stippler, who'll come back to take the final stint of the race in about 20+ minutes. We've got an hour and 22 remains in this opening 4-hour race. And again, just waiting for the track to be green the whole way round, waiting to see what sort of ultimate pace can be set. So far in the race, we know it's just 8 minutes, 0 seconds, 0.123, and that's Alessio Picariello early in the race. He's back into that number 3 Porsche, and he's now moved up ahead of Kelvin van der Linde's Red Bull team, Lamborghini. So he's moved up to 4th overall, effective race leader, because we know his final pit stop will be shorter than that of his rivals. So he's going the right way, 14 seconds down, and I'd say that gives him an effective lead of about 7 seconds when it comes to the final pit stops being completed.
Yeah, so we'll see at what point these cars will want to pit. Manthey not going the full distance that it's possible for them to do, and Laurens Vanthoor having taken over on the start of lap 15 should therefore, if we follow the pattern, be in at the end of lap 22 or 21. We'll see how things go, but Vanthoor happy at the moment to be just ahead of Joel Eriksson in the number 4 car for Falcon Motorsports, then Scherer Sports Audi for Marcus Winkelhock, trailing by almost 6 seconds from that leading duo. And Benny Leuchter did really well actually in the Cup 2 race leading car to get up back into the top 6 overall. That car's now pitted, as has the 148 Cup 2 car, and that's Noah Nagelsdijk, is it not? I seem to remember that's his first name. It's a very familiar surname. But he's just pitted in the 148 car for that car's second pit stop of the race. So 148 working its way back into contention for a good result. So Noah Nagelsdijk, Tobias Muller, Steve Jans are the lineup in the Black Falcon Team 48 Losch entered car. That's a full pro lineup. And the Aston Martin number 169 turning left now from the Grand Prix track. The Dua Motorsport car for Oscar Sandberg, Aaron Venisch and Nick Wustenhagen, which qualified in the SP10 category, 28th overall a little earlier on today. 169 at the moment is the second place car in SP10 for Wustenhagen.
Right, the latest car to pick up recognition, but that means punishment in this case. Car number 470, unfortunately, that has a stop and go penalty plus 30 seconds for speeding in the pit lane. That was the Auto Thomas by Young Motorsport Cupra. Now, I haven't seen too much of that, but unfortunately for them, the race officials did. And, as I say that, someone else has got a bigger penalty. Stop and go with a 60 seconds at a standstill. And we've got a car that has rather made a mess of things. They're trying to put it on a flatbed at the moment. It's car number, is that 431 or is it 831? If it's 831, oh my word, that's the Elantra, Hyundai Elantra, which Mark Wilkins and Rob Wickens were sharing. Just trying to scroll down. It's at the side of the track, but it's looking a little bit battered there. So Rob Wickens is still listed in that. The car's still listed as running. Is it 831? I don't want to... But it's had a clatter against the barriers.
So it's left the circuit.
Left the circuit. I mean, it's gone over the top.
It's hit the tyres that hard that it's actually flipped it over the track. And yeah,
it's right at the end of the lap. It's the final corner of the circuit. It's effectively where the barriers suddenly seem as though they're going completely across the front of the car. The tyres have slowed it, but it seems to have gone over the top and is sitting four-wheel square on the ground, albeit on a bank. Again, slight hesitation. I was trying to work out exactly where it was.
Now, understandably, those pictures aren't making the main feed because there will be concern for all involved at the end of the circuit. We have been talking about there being Code 60 in place at Tiergarten and Hohenrhein for a little while. And that's obviously meant that tyres have been scattered all over the place, but the car clearly being flipped over the barrier effectively and landing away from the safety zone of the racetrack. This is exactly where this battling Porsche scrap is about to arrive as well, so hence the reason why there are double waved yellows. But Joel Eriksson getting a really good run on Laurens Vanthoor and will take the race lead, in fact, just before the single waved yellow that begins this whole section where the Code 60 is in place.
Yeah, and immediately off the power, but the important thing for the Falcon Motorsport is they've got the nose in front. The number 4 911 has moved ahead of the number 911 911. So Manthey Racing and Laurens Vanthoor back. to second place. Winkelhock in third place, the Scherer Audi in number 16, and right on his tail now is Alessio Picariello. Just remember that number 3 car that Picariello is driving for Falcon Motorsport is the car that should make its final pit stop a lap after all 3 rivals, and the top 4 cars will be covered by 10 seconds, I reckon.
So past that scene, and obviously any more news we get, we will bring that to you. Jack Aitken, meanwhile, putting a brave face on matters down the Dottinger Ruhr when he had his tyre let go.
Driving in a slower car is a lot of fun. Yeah. What happened at the recent end of your stint? I was actually scheduled to pit this lap, and then I heard a weird noise coming from the front left of the car. But everything felt fine, so I was like, okay, I'm not sure what's happening. I slowed down a little bit, and I thought maybe that the tyre started to delaminate because it was making a noise like that. And I reduced the speed a bit, but then coming through the last corner, the wheel deflated completely, and it actually came off the rim also, so then I had no steering anymore. Luckily, the car seems fine, and I just came back very, very slowly on the grass to try to keep everything okay. So hopefully everything's okay.
We saw another TCR car limping back to the pits as well recently after, but there was no touch, no contact, nothing.
No, I didn't touch any other car. I think it was 2 separate accidents. There's a lot going on.
Also viel ist los draußen auf der Strecke, sagt Jack Aitken. Es war keine Berührung, hatte einfach das Gefühl, dass der Reifen Luft verliert. Und deswegen hat er das Auto schön langsam an die Box zurückgebracht. Ansonsten viel Spaß.
So Jack Aitken there talking to Lukas Gajewski, and the first word I heard as we flipped over was him saying scary, but then he was saying and fun. So his experience around the Nürburgring. But again, for him, just for Jack, you think about where he competes. You know, racing for Cadillac in the World Endurance Championship. He's in the top class. Here he's on a circuit he doesn't know terribly well, and he's in a car that is appreciably slower than the very best of the lot.
He was already here last year, I think. Yeah, I think it would be great if we could come back as teammates in the future. You know, it would be a lot of fun for a team like we have, but yeah, we'll see.
Do you already have an idea if we can see you this year in the 24-hour race?
Unfortunately not, because there is a clash with the IMSA calendar, which I know for many drivers in that paddock is a real shame. We all want to be here, so hopefully in the next years there is a bit more cooperation there.
Also Uwe und Olli haben das ja vorhin schon erklärt. Es gibt eine
Well, it's an interesting point that Jack makes. Of course, the importance for the Nürburgring, I suppose, is to not clash with any key European race meetings. They'd also like as many ACO rules drivers as possible too. But I mean, there was one occasion when the Nürburgring 24 Hours was held on the same weekend as the Le Mans 24 Hours, I think. Sometimes they've been weekends apart. Let's hear more from Jack.
We are in the timing because I think it was going quite well until the puncture, but I had to come back very, very slowly, so for sure we lost a couple of minutes or something like this. But, you know, car seems fine, so we keep pushing. Maybe we're still in the top 5. I don't know, I need to look.
Viel Zeit verloren gegangen durch den langsamen Weg zurück.
Jack Aitken, Mika Stanley and Joe Warhurst are the 3 drivers assigned to the Hyundai i30N. And a smile at the end of Jack's interview with Lukas Gajewski. Yes, they're further back now than they would have wanted to have been, but they sound like they turned the car around fairly rapidly to get it back into the race. And that's the one thing that Jack can take in his stride and not let it affect him, I suppose, is little moments like that to hopefully not affect their result too badly. They're still running 4th in VT2 front-wheel drive, although that car's not actually crossed the line again, so it might not be a true representation of where they sit in the VT2 order. Give that a lap or so to settle down.
And for Jack, he's only entered today. He's not down for tomorrow's race. The car will be back, number 491. Walkenhorst Motorsport Hyundai i30N, but he will not. Drivers are busy. They do have a globe to, trot their way around. I was just looking at what was happening on this lap. The fastest second sector of anybody is the driver who's been fastest overall around the circuit, which is Alessio Picariello. He's in 4th place with that sort of advantage at the final pit stop. There are slow zones, bunching the field, but you know, you gain a little, you lose a little, but the fact is, at the end of the previous lap, 7.5 seconds is the gap between 1st to 4th. And again, I know I'm like a scratched record. The final pit stop, it'll be 20, 21, 22 seconds less time spent at a standstill for Picariello in his car. He'll be handing it over to Martin Ragginger. Just on a restart there, though, I just have to sort of misinterrupt myself. Marcus Winkelhock, desperate to get away because he's got Picariello right on his tail. He got the tail of the Shearer Sport Audi very, very out of shape. And even now, as he's being pushed, the Audi R8 LMS running in third place overall is bouncing around the circuit. Marcus has got this right at the level of adhesion, and now a little more heat coming back in the tyres and approaching, it's calming down. But that was a case of he just had to try and build a tiny little gap between him and the chasing number 3 Porsche. He's done it for now, but when I say a little bit of a gap, it's what, 2-3 car lengths max.
Yeah. And closing, in actual fact, because Picariello has got slightly better momentum. He's also in the draft of the Audi as well. There'll be quite a lot of dirty air rippling its way from the rear wing of that Audi R8. The LMS GT3, sported by Shearer Sport PHX, as now Joel Eriksson is able to go around the outside of another one of the VW Golfs in this entry and actually deposit that car far sooner than Laurens Vanthoor can do. So had to wait for the whole concreted section before then bursting out from around the outside of that Golf, the right-hand side of it, and finally putting that Golf behind the Grello Porsche. But that has cost Laurens Vanthoor maybe half a second, maybe slightly more than that. Started the lap half a second apart. It might be north of a second now for Joel Eriksson if he can maintain this advantage. They're now at Hohe Acht on lap 19.
So no pit stops due anytime soon. We've got an hour and 10 minutes remaining in this race, and I would expect at the end of lap 21, we've got we're on getting to halfway around lap 19 at the moment. We'll have all but one of the top runners coming in to make the final pit stop. The one that's different is the one in 4th place overall. That should come in a lap later, which is the car number 3, Forker Motorsports, driven by Alessio Picariello. Martin Ragginger waiting to take it over to the finish. That's the car with the advantage. That's the car in 4th place. That's the car right on the tail of the Shearer Sport PHX Audi. Up front, though, gap is definitely opening out. That was a real advantage for Joel Eriksson. Of almost all the places on the circuit where you put a car between you and someone's chasing you, the carousel's quite useful because going on the very, very high line, it's a longer way round, it's a tougher way round, and I think he found almost a second in that little run past the one of the white Golfs. Might be car number 10, couldn't quite tell. Heli shot up high. But the big question is, where is the next slow zone? Because certainly between the carousel and what lies ahead, Laurens Vanthoor is closing in all over again for Manthey EMA, but I think there's a slow zone up in front of him.
The Grello fan base evident in the main grandstand on the start-finish straight, by the way, as it so often is whenever the green and yellow car is in attendance. By the way, if you're wanting the dates for your diary for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring this year, it's around the Corpus Christi bank holiday, which is Thursday the 30th of May. So it's that weekend, and so often it is arranged around that, so you can make it basically a 4-day weekend if you can get Friday off work as well. So the 30th and the 31st of May, leading into the 1st and 2nd of June, which is the Saturday and the Sunday. The very next Sunday after that, of course, we're into the Le Mans Test Day, again live here on the Radio Show Limited network of channels, followed by the 24 hours of Le Mans over the 15th and 16th. The Saturday and Sunday were obviously 3 days in the week prior to that as well. So set for sort of 3 weekends on the spin, really, of high-class and top-notch sports car 24-hour type racing at the end of May, start of June.
You know, I look back through the record book sometimes and what was happening in that year, and you just have to appreciate what an amazing time it is to be a sports car racing fan. GT racing all around the globe. Top-level prototype racing back at its very, very best. I mean, the racing in the IMSA WeatherTech Challenge, absolutely fantastic. Winded up by a factor of 2 at least for the World Endurance Championship, with more interest to come. You know, Aston Martin coming to play next year. It's and I just think it's brilliant, and I just think you have to grasp these days and enjoy them as much as you can. We know motor racing is cyclical. We've been down, we had the pandemic, we're definitely back up. But the point is, looking back over history, you think, oh, how did they manage to finish, you know, 6th in the Daytona 24 Hours? And you realise that was at a time when the racing was really, really thin in that championship. And likewise, the Nürburgring 24 Hours, the Spa 24 Hours went down to not very quick saloon cars at one point, and now it's right at the top of the tree again in GT. So just enjoy the days when they're good. And also the fact is, 30 years ago you didn't have the ability to watch any race in the world or listen to any race in the world you wanted. With streaming and so many other things, you can really get onto it. But also, when you look at something like this, you can go to the bln.de and you get the timing screens. There is so much information to be had, and I just think they're magical times.
Too right, and it's set to get even better potentially in the next few years as well. Surfing on the crest of the wave, and more manufacturers being attracted to this type of motor racing. Kamui Kobayashi in a Supra GT4 car and Jack Aitken in an i30 Hyundai is not by accident. Surely that is planning for the future when GM and when manufacturers within the Toyota family are thinking about coming here with a meaningful GT3 effort. That has to be the case. It can't just be sort of a weekend off and where can we go racing, because signatures are always tricky to get. As now, let's just go back to the matter in hand. Joel Eriksson had a decision to make there again on a BMW. Do I go left or do I go right? And it cost him time. Hasn't cost him the lead quite yet, but Lawrence Fantor getting sucked back into this battle. They started the 20th lap, separated by 2.3 seconds. It's now back to that 3 car lengths you mentioned.
Right, and it's absolutely... You guess, do I go left or I go right? I'll go down the middle. Oh dear, the BMW's gone down the middle. Now, I talk the car that's moved into 3rd place. The Audi's been dropped to 4th. Alessio Picariello's gone into 3rd place. And as that happened, incident between car 3, that's the car of which we speak, and car 633 under investigation. Car 633, that's 653, let's go to 633, might be much more informative, is the Ford Motors Bioconcept car. It's a Porsche Cayman running the alternative technology, alternative fuels class. We don't know what the incident was, but there is suddenly, on a day of blue sky, a grey cloud coming in for the car that was sitting pretty with an hour and 5 minutes to go, potentially with this race in its hand by small margins, but margin of potentially 7 or 8 seconds is plenty around here. Not around a lap, around the course of the 4 hours, but we'll keep an eye on the screen to see if there's any punishment issue from that moment. At the moment, did it have contact? I do not know, but anyhow, certainly the officials are looking at it.
By the way, Lucas was just catching up with Patrick Adenauer a moment or two ago at Manthey, and he was not letting too much strategy slip through, but the question was asked, what happened about your pit stop? And he said, well, we came in a lap earlier, had to stop for less time in pit road, and that's in an effort, of course, to beat the Scherer PHX Audi, which is sticking to the more traditional 8-lap stints. So we'd spotted it was 7 for Manthey so far. Again, a moment where Joel Eriksson has to breathe in and think, I can just about tuck in to the inside of this corner. But once more, not sure how to get by a BMW, the GT Tyres BMW. I'm sure that isn't this the same car that they encountered, or some cars encountered coming out of the Vidal chicane not long ago. I say that's probably about an hour or so ago, and that resulted in a positional change. This is down at Breitscheid with Bergwerk upcoming, and yet it is still the two-tone blue Falcon Motorsports car that stays in front of the two-tone Grello Porsche of Manthey. Lights flashing again from the Swedish driver Joel Eriksson, and thankfully the back marker is able to see that was the Click Vercipher on Porsche, I reckon, going slightly wider than normal at Bergwerk, and allows both leaders through.
You know, that's the thing I was just thinking about. You saying when they was that the car that blocked them last time. The last time they caught a car, it could just be coincidental that it suddenly ends up in the wrong bit of track, but they'll go away with the wrong image of the driver of that car. But
well, true,
you know,
yes.
Often a driver in front is responding to something else. But yes, you probably can almost mark the time, like when you get to the next ring as a candle burns down or something. But Oh,
the problem is, if it's an adrenaline car or a GT Tyres car, I mean, there's about 15 each of those, so you might be sort of going, oh, you did me wrong the last time we tried to get by, so I'm going to run you off the road. And you might get somebody completely different, or indeed just a different driver in the same car. Very difficult to tell, and you know, with each of the NLS races through the year, you're not going to get the same 113 opponents necessarily. You will learn the odd car from the rear mainly and work out perhaps general driving styles, as now Picariello is looking to pick off a couple of back markers, and he is hotly pursued by Marcus Winkelhock. So they've broken off into two separate battles. Ericsson and Vantor for the lead, Picariello and Winkelhock for third and fourth, but actually the gap that separates these two duos is condensing as well.
Yeah, it had been. I sort of sensed the first part of this lap, so the traffic slightly worked better for Ericsson and Vantor in that lead duo. Again, need a high shot to estimate. The start of the lap, it was 7.5 seconds first through to fourth place. Oh no, I think it is. I think you're quite right, Johnny. Look, so it's about 5 seconds between first and fourth. Two cars between the lead duo and third and fourth, and Alessio Picariello will be next to get them. He dives to the inside. The first one has seen him, the second one most notably has not. Porsche Cayman moves out of the way now, so just as he gained a bit of an advantage over the fourth placed Audi of Marcus Winkelhock, he gained with one hand, lost with the other, but they've now dispatched them. Clear track between them and Ericsson and Vantor, who are leading this race. Now, maybe, perhaps they'll start to close in a bit more. What have we got left on the clock? We've got an hour and 1 minute of this 4-hour race. The opening race of 2024. Been a good one so far. Intriguing. Also intriguing to me was the fact that Manthey Racing had to respond. They just become a little bit frustrated being blocked, or not blocked, just being delayed by the Shira Sport PHX Audi. And therefore they brought their middle pit stop, middle of 3, forward by a lap, shorter time at a standstill, able to get them out in front. And these are the decisions that Manthey Racing have made so many times over the year. That's why they have so many VLN and NLS races under their belt. And if you're new to this championship, the NLS has been with us the last couple of years, but before that it was the VLN. Same championship, different name. Oh, we do love an acronym.
That's right, yeah, and it's just remembering which year it was called what, basically, and making sure you get the letters in the right order. Marcus Winkelhock had a great chance there coming out of Schwabenschwanz to draw alongside Alessio Picariello. He stuck the nose in, but the problem was there was a back marker to his left as well, with Picariello on his right, and it would have done well to keep both dive planes intact there, because certainly there was a bit of contact, I think, on one side. Now, that's not the Grello car slowing. Or is it? No, it is a Grello car slowing, because we're going into a code 60. Sorry, there was another highlighter yellow car in the mix earlier on in the lap. But the problem now for the Grello car is that it's got caught in behind the 123 Porsche of Ludwig. This is the Mühlner Motorsport car. And also in this queue is the 112 for K. Kramer Racing. So right in the mixture of the Cup 2 battles, and the Grello car is trapped, whereas the race leader was able to leapfrog these before they hit the yellow flag and code 60 affected area, and Joel Eriksson might have been waved into a bit of a lead here.
I think that is a gift on a soft cushion, an absolute sitter for him. Now the restart, when they get going again, is going to be very, very sharp indeed, because the two Porsche Cup 2 class cars in front of them have got plenty of acceleration. Then the Grello Porsche is being chased down the start-finish straight as they're released. Tucked in behind is Alessio Picariello in fourth place. Tucked in behind him is the Audi, Marcus Winkelhock, but that has suddenly given an advantage of about 7.8 seconds between the race leader, Joel Eriksson, and Lawrence Vantor. Lawrence was going to be about half a second down, so he's lost 7 seconds in the final 16th of the lap. And now at least he's managed to get away on the restart. He could easily have been jumped by Alessio Picariello. I'm still keeping my eye on the reports from the stewards to see if there's any punishment coming the way of number 3, which is Picariello's car, because there was some incident with 633, one of the slower class cars in this race. So if there is any penalty coming his way, you can be sure Picariello is going to want to get clear and really put in some quick laps to try and gain a bit of time that he can at least have as a buffer.
Now, if we stick to the 7-lap rule for Manthey, do we expect, therefore, the Grello car to come in at the end of this lap, lap 21? I certainly would, and it will take them out of the heat of this situation. The problem is for Manthey, they might be thinking, well, we've tried our hardest to think differently from the Audi team and pit every 7 laps, as opposed to 7 and then 8, or 6 and then 8 to the finish. But it really hasn't worked, and it all turned for them at the end of that lap, just then, heading into Antonius Bucher, Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, when Joel Eriksson got the jump on the clutch of Cup 2 cars, and Lawrence Vanthoor was given no option but to obey the double-waved yellows, no overtaking, of course, and then to duck down to 60 kilometers per hour. As Joel Eriksson, I mean, he wasn't speeding through that, but he got ahead of all the traffic before Vanthoor had the opportunity to do so. And now Picariello's going to be delayed by a pretty swift Cup 3 Cayman, but it's not as fast as the GT3 car. The problem is, through the sweepers of the Hatzenbach, there's just no way by, as the Cayman just drifts into his path. In fact, the 962 car then was suddenly aware that one of the Falcon machines wanted to get by.
Well, the extraordinary thing in that moment, well, two moments, is one, Joel Eriksson, you know, we talked, at any moment we said this race could turn on a small incident. For Joel Eriksson leading this race, being gifted a 7-second advantage over the chasing Lawrence Vanthoor is one. But there, with the Porsche Cayman running in front of Alessio Picariello's 3rd place car, he couldn't afford. There's already a question mark about whether he's got a punishment coming his way. He couldn't be robust, but it is just so unbelievably narrow there. There was absolutely nothing he could do about putting another lap on that Porsche Cayman, so he's had to back off, and that's got him off the tail of the Manthey Porsche. He may be able to get back there again. In fact, we're getting towards the time those final pit stops will be coming our way. Probably the end of this lap for the 3 of the first 4 cars, not Picariello cars, so maybe he'll then get the clear track that he seeks. But that was a moment he had to have caution and pop back a little bit.
That was Moritz Oberheim in the Avia WNS Motorsport 962 Porsche, by the way. Possibly not entirely aware that the race lead, sorry, one of the quick cars, the Falcon car, wanting to get by in a hurry. But in the end, Picariello was able to pick off Oberheim on the open section down towards Flugplatz.
Yeah, it's not as though Oberheim is short of experience around here. I think it really just focuses the fact that at certain points on this track, and particularly, probably almost most notably, through the Hatzenbach sweepers, it's corner after corner after corner. Go slightly wide on one. And the fact is, on the left-hand side of the track, there's no runoff.
No.
It's just a barrier. It's just a tyre wall and a barrier. So you don't necessarily get quite as close to that edge as you would otherwise. So I just think it's one of those unfortunate things. Unfortunate for Alessio Picariello, not so unfortunate for Lawrence Vanthoor. It bought him a little bit of breathing space in second.
Green flags back at Exmüller and at Bergwerk as well, as the various marshal posts that have been affected. 123, 124, marshal post 126 as well, all now clear. I would expect the slow zone or the double waved yellows to be in place at Tiergarten probably till the finish of the race now. 55 minutes still to go. But a couple of seconds ago, Markus Winkelhock, who was chasing down Picariello, and Picariello, as I say, wanting to slice by Moritz Oberheim, and couldn't do it on his right-hand side. And then, there was a side-by-side moment, which we didn't see in the first opportunity to witness that, with Markus Winkelhock. So Picariello got a side swipe. That's the side that he collided with the Elantra early on in the race. And Winkelhock was right there to get 3rd position away. And he actually gave Oberheim a bit of a shoulder barge as he finally squirreled by the 962.
It's amazing, isn't it? That must have been just after the director cut to another angle. They did manage to get it on replay and bring it back, but we didn't see that contact. And it definitely was once, if not twice, that Picariello was given a bit of a kiss by Markus Winkelhock. Well, didn't realise Markus had got so far alongside.
It was because, as I was describing that to you live, I was witnessing the onboard camera from Picariello looking out front.
Of course.
Had no clue that Winkelhock was over the left shoulder of Picariello and actually making pretty stern contact with him on that left-hand side. And that's how much of a delay Picariello suffered, because Moritz Oberheim was taking the racing line. And you might argue, well, that's perfectly within his rights to do so. Shouldn't be making space for Picariello. It's the job of the faster car to find a way by. But Winkelhock wasn't going to relax at all and rest on his haunches, because he was stabbing that Audi down the inside as now Picariello runs very, very wide coming out of, well, it's towards Ice Curver. Flansgartner up next. So they're now at, after Brunchen. The cars, no, this is Brunchen now, the right-hander, and Flansgartner just prior to that. So 3 cars absolutely together: Vanthoor, Picariello and Winkelhock. And you wonder whether they've now kissed goodbye to any scope of winning this race. 7, nearly 8 seconds the gap to the race leader, at least at the start of the race. Could the key be the fact that Manthey are probably planning to pit at the end of this lap, whereas the Porsche and the Audi behind should be staying out? Or will they not be? Go on.
No, because the Audi is on the same pit sequence as the Manthey Porsche. The Manthey, remember, adjusted its sequence. The only one that should be staying a lap beyond this lap on the track is Picariello's Porsche in third. The race leader, the sister car to Picariello, should be coming in at the end of this lap.
But Winkelhock's not doing 7 laps, though, is he? He should be doing, well, it depends how they want to do it, but Winkelhock can do an 8th lap. He pitted at the end of lap 14.
Yep.
So this will be the end of lap 7 on this stint. He could do 8. Whereas I don't think Vanthoor will do, because Manthey have decided to do 7s all the way through. We haven't yet seen a 7-lap stint from the Audi. This might be it. So they may do 6 and 8 and now 7, but that'll be a peculiar pattern.
Well, Alessio Picariello, to avoid many doubts, is trying to put himself past the Manthey Porsche. He's got alongside, he's now got his nose in front and his tail in front as they go along the Dottinger. And in fact, the Audi is closing as well. Is he going to make a move? No, of course, we've got the waved yellows. They get towards the end of the lap, effectively where it stops being straight, and we've got the slight climb. There's still the instant up at the final corner, or penultimate corner, because it's the right and left combo. So on the brakes they go. I would expect 3 of the top 4 cars to dive in the pits. The leader, number 4, is only now still at a bated pace, going through that final sequence of corners. His teammate, Alessio Picariello, has made it a Falcon Motorsport first and second, and then right on the tail, almost pushing the Grello Manthey Porsche, is Marcus Winkelhock. Is always game for a laugh. He's about to push it into the pit lane. They come into the final right, and there's now still an Audi safety car on the edge of the circuit, but on driver's left, so they duck past that. Expect race leader surely Joel Eriksson to come into the pits, but who's going to go on past the Manthey racing car? None of them at all, of course. Take your notes, Jones, throw them in the bin.
Well, that's
that takes them to 21 laps. Yes, okay.
Yeah, but that's the end of the pattern for Manthey.
Yep.
They are not doing the 7 laps all the way to the finish. They've decided to stick with 8 for this one.
Yeah, but don't forget, a 7-lap opening stint with that formation lap is equivalent of an 8-lap stint, whereas some of the rivals came in after 6 laps. They came in a lap later than most of their rivals, other than the number 3 Porsche on that opening run in the race. So they're staying out for a further lap. And of course, every lap they get closer to the finish of this race, every minute they get closer to the finish of this race, their pit stop time will be shorter. But still, in this group, that number 3 Porsche that's just moved up into second place for Falcon Motorsport to make it a Falcon 1-2 has 1 lap more in the bag beyond this one. Will it use it?
Well, yeah. I mean, there was never a doubt in my mind that Vanthoor could do 8, but I thought Manthey had just committed to doing 7s to get to the 28-lap marker, unless they've worked out, of course, that it may be a 29-lap race, as now Winkelhock is fully off the road on the Grand Prix circuit. So coming out of the Ravenel sequence of corners and now on towards the Vidal chicane. There's gravel on the exit of that relatively high speed left and right, and he overcooked it a tad, so the tyres will not have been at their grippiest, and that Audi again is moving around all over the road between Vidal chicane and the Sabine Schmitz curve. So for avoidance of doubt, Joel Eriksson did not pit then either, because that is 7 laps on his stint. So Eriksson's just completed 7 and now will go on to an 8-lap stint. Picariello's done 6, could go a lap further then and would pit at the end of lap 23 potentially.
Yeah.
Because they did 7 and then 8, and now I reckon 8 again for Picariello before handing back to Ragginger.
Two rivals of Blink, though, in 5th and 6th place. They've dived for the pits at the end of 20... Should be 22 laps, shouldn't it? Kelvin van der Linde brings the Red Bull team ABT Lamborghini in, and Danny Juncadella, who's been closing in bit by bit in the car that started on pole, but was effectively denied pole on the run to the first corner by its own teammate, the sister car from HRT, the Mercedes team, with an ambitious start from the team boss Hubert Haut. But since then, they've worked their way back up the order. But up front, well, I reckon 3 of the top 4 will pit at the end of this lap, and 1 the lap afterwards. And the 1 is car number 3. It's the Falco Motorsport car driven by Alessio Picariello, Martin Ragginger to finish off the race.
Yeah, so in the case of Danny Juncadella, this is his first stint in the race, and that's the first time the number 14 Mercedes has actually done 8 laps on a stint, because Frank Bird was in and out with the various problems. He had a slow puncture very early on in the race, you may remember, then came in after only 5 laps, did a 6-lap stint, and then eventually handed over to Spanish driver Daniel Juncadella, who's just done 8 and could go no further, so the 14 car is in. Red Bull Team ABT are doing what I expected Manthey to have done. So it's been 7 across the board. 7 as the first stint, and then Jordan Pepper did a second 7-lap stint before handing over to Kelvin van der Linde. And I'm assuming, I was going to say van der Linde will stay on board, but he's not. He's only going to do 1 stint in this race, because it's back to Jordan Pepper now to close things out. Are they entered in tomorrow's race, the 27 Lamborghini?
Let me look at my annotations. Yes, they are.
Yes, they are. So maybe they'll flip it around and give van der Linde 3 stints and Jordan Pepper just the 1 tomorrow, in an effort to balance things out. Time will tell.
Well, keep them on their toes. Still no further news about the investigation of whatever happened between number 3, which is the Falco Motorsport car in the hands now of Alessio Picariello, and one of the cars from the alternative fuel class, what we say, number 633. It was a 4 Motors bio-concept car. Karl Flantz, Oliver Sprungman and Henning Kramer, but the investigation is not yet complete, or they're not prepared to share the outcome. So that being the case, the car in 2nd place can only do one thing, and that's press on. If there's any time penalty coming their way, they need to negate it. But in terms of track position, they're up to 2nd. In terms of when they can make their final pit stop, they've got the advantage of coming in, should they so choose, a lap after all of their rivals. And if they can do it a lap after their rivals in dry conditions, you would, because it means your final pit stop's going to be shorter.
45 minutes to go. The Halder Motorsport Cup 2 Porsche turning left through Sabine Schmidt's curve, with one of the 2 Halder family on board. Unfortunately, our timing screen doesn't differentiate between Mike and Michelle. In the Cup 2 entered GT3 Cup car. Oh, well, Michelle's talking to Lucas Gajewski, so that rather gives me the clue, doesn't it? That's Michelle Halder, so it must be Mike, therefore, currently at the wheel.
It's good when they do that.
Yeah. I just suddenly twigged, and I realised why our director was finding the 117 car on the racetrack. Carousel, concrete section, Porsches up against one another, as they have been really all race, and the Grello car still just in behind Picariello, but it is a Falcon 1-2 now. And it's taken a bit of time to fashion this running order, but every credit to those involved, running obviously a very different tyre from everybody else. They are an event sponsor as well, though, so the name Falcon evident on all the cars in the entry. Markus Winkelhock absolutely driving the wheels off this Audi, using all sorts of lines that nobody else really knows about, but they sort of work, and running a tad wide there through the really fast sections immediately after the carousel, with Flansgarten and Brunchen to come just around this corner. And that time, in fact, it was Picariello finding the very limits of the racetrack.
You know, fantastic three-way battle for 2nd, but had it not been for the positioning of 3 cars as they approached that the double wave yellows, we'd have 4 cars, because the number 4 Falco Motorsport car gained, what do we reckon, about a 7.5 second advantage, as they all had to slow down. He put those 3 cars between him and the chasing pack, and then since then, of course, his teammate Alessio Picariello has been able to pick off the Manthey Porsche of Lawrence Vanthoor. Markus Winkelhock, as Johnny says, is putting it all out there, hanging onto his Audi from the most lurid of angles. And now they're bunched up against one of the newcomers in the top class, the Renazzo Motorsport Team Lamborghini, yellow and black, and it tries its best to keep out of the way. No advantage to anyone. If anything, maybe Marcus Finkelhoff closed up a bit in 4th place into third, getting closer to 3rd. Again, you just can't predict where some of the slower cars are going to be, but you just got to hope the law of averages comes your way over the course of a race. No, actually, you want it to come more your way than just making it all even. But they will get onto the clear run out of the Schraubenschwanz and now accelerating along the Dossinghöhe. I presume we've still got strictures up ahead where they'll have to back it off. I was trying to see through the intervals on this lap. Has there been an advantage for the race leading car? No, there hasn't. So the gap to Joel Eriksson, who's leading in the number 4 Falken Motorsport Porsche, will be coming down. At that point, he will then dive into the pits. The car in 2nd place, the sister car with Alessio Picariello, ought to shoot on past the pits. And they slow down as they get towards the end of the lap, as before, but no advantage. But he should continue. 2nd will become 1st. He should make a pit stop the next time around. The Manthey Motorsport Porsche tucked behind in 3rd place will pit. The Scherer Sport PHX Audi right under the tail of the Grello Porsche will pit as well. The only one who will not be coming in unless something untoward has occurred or something I can't think about, it will be the car in 2nd place, the number 3 Porsche. Still looking to see if there are any further messages, and there aren't, about whether any punishment is coming away, but still under investigation for an incident some while ago.
So we're clearly very easily into the final 70 minutes of this race now. So all of a sudden the time to go is the important thing, and the closer you can pit to the end of the race, the shorter your pit stop can be. That's the reason why Picariello will stay out, and indeed he does, whereas Joel Eriksson comes in because he'll have no fuel left, certainly not for a full 9th lap on the stint, and the same goes for Laurens Vanthoor and Marcus Winkelhock. So shooting off into the distance there is Alessio Picariello. So he'll have road position, and he'll also have a shorter pit stop. So, and it'll be by a decent chunk, won't it? It's at 8 minutes. And what did you say, about 2 or 3 seconds the difference between each minute on your chart?
Yeah, indeed, whole minutes. But in fact, we calibrated on the ultimate lap in the race so far has been 8 minutes flat. Their last laps were between 8 minutes 40 and 8 minutes 48, but it's a whole minute has to count. So it doesn't matter if you're back by 20 seconds on your lap time in terms of that. But so what's left on the clock? We've got they've come in effectively with 40 minutes remaining. Means their pit stop, here, jot this one down at home, 281 seconds. Let's add 9 minutes. Let's be generous. We're going the other way, 31 minutes, 257 seconds. So yeah, they will potentially gain 24 seconds is the advantage for number 3, for Falken Motorsport. If no further action is coming their way, that is a very, very tidy advantage. Driver changes. Marcus Winkelhock hops out of the number 16 Scherer Sport PHX Audi, and the red and white striped helmet of Frank Stippler hops on board. Fresh set of rubber all around, clean the screen. Again, you don't have to hurry these pit stops. I'm a bit of a fan of that. You can have slap bang, bish bash bosh, and out you go. But safety is, this circuit more than anywhere in the world, it's imperative that everything's screwed on properly before you head out. Not just for the driver's safety, but also it can really affect the race if someone is around a corner with a wheel having come off their car. So, this is the right way of doing it. Also means you don't have to have so many mechanics working on the car. Lovely shot up close on the grille of the Scherer Sport PHX Audi. That's car number 16. You can see it's been in a battle. Little bits of other colour on their car, and most notably, shades of Grello, you could say. So clearly some contact with the tail end of the Grello Porsche at some stage. Remember, it got very, very busy at the end of the opening stint of the race when they were fighting over the lead of the race.
If you are just joining us, you may be still wondering why there's been such a lengthy Code 60 and yellow flag area on the approach to Tiergarten and Hohenrhein. We still haven't had full details of exactly what took place there, but it looked to be a significant off for the Hyundai Elantra, which by the looks of things hit the tyres and then flipped over the fence to land in the concreted area, the non-safe side of the barrier. And we're obviously waiting news on Robbie Wickens, who we think was driving at the time, but I can see that Code 60 staying in place for the rest of this race now, because there'll be questions asked about the integrity of the Armco barrier behind those tyres and other clear-up work taking place as well. But a big off. Obviously, if you have something fail on a car at that point, you're approaching at such high speed through the kink at Antonius Bucher and into Tiergarten itself. So I'm sure that code 60 will stay in place until 4 o'clock and slightly beyond that, of course, because it takes a bit longer to get all the cars home to the checkered flag. It's just gone 20 past 3 now here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. 38 minutes remaining on the clock there, and the rest of the racetrack is clear. So it's just yellow flags at Dottinger Horst 3, the final set of marshal points on the long straight, and then that final bit of the lap. But everywhere else you can be full speed and overtake. And for the cars in the key positions in SP9 Pro and Pro-Am, pretty much all the stops have been done now, with the exception of number 6 Mercedes for Ralph Aron in his team Advan by HRT car.
Just pitted.
Just doing its final stop, what should be its final stop now. Oh, and Picariello, of course, is the outstanding one, which we will see him do his stop at the end of this lap. And that could be as much as 14, 15 seconds quicker.
24 seconds.
24 seconds quicker, you reckon? That's the difference between, what are we talking about, an 8 or 9 minute lap? So
I push it out to 9.
All right.
As opposed to 8. But,
okay.
You know, otherwise it's 21 seconds.
So let's call it easily 20 seconds they're going to gain by pitting just a lap later. And, I mean, Picariello leads anyway. This is all of a sudden flipping things massively in the favour of Porsche number 3.
Still looking at the screens all the time, aware that number 3, the new race leader, the car that's going to make the final pit stop a lap after the others, under investigation for something. But a message is coming up saying no further action for car 16, which is the Scherer Sport PHX Audi. And that was a long time ago that went on the screen. So maybe not until after the end of the race will we know if there's anything untoward or nothing at all for the car that's now into the lead of the race for Alessio Picariello. Patience is a virtue. It's not always as informative as if you can have the answer here and now, but
well, no.
Patience is a virtue.
But you don't necessarily need all the information all of the time. That's the beauty of live sport, is that we don't quite know what is going to happen next. And in the case of Cup 2, the 148 car is certainly being driven rapidly by Tobias Müller, who's got back on board this car and is chasing the 122 of Moritz Krantz for Müllner Motorsport. Michele Di Martino is actually quite a bit further back in 5th, so it's between 2nd, 3rd and 4th to determine who's going to finish on the podium, because Nico Otto's got a big lead now for Max Kruse Racing in their number 100 car. There is the sky blue and white though of Müllner Motorsport with the yellow door mirrors, and right in behind you can't actually see the car that is doing the chasing. So is that actually Moritz Krantz who's got ahead of that's still the Müller car, I reckon, as they now both head into the double waved yellows. So it's definitely car 122, and in behind, is that the 148? Yeah, I think it is, of Tobias Müller.
Yeah, I think so. It looks like a Black Falcon livery.
I just remembered Tobias Müller's car being gold for some reason, but I think I'm getting that mixed up from an early, maybe a race meeting from last year. That definitely says 148 in the windscreen. So let's say that that's Müller chasing Krantz, and it's for 3rd and 4th in Cup 2. Also, the 120 car's not too far away, which is the 2nd place car in Cup 2, and that's being driven by David Jahn, sharing with Tim Scheerbart and Danny Blickel, who were taking part in the race a little earlier on. Cup 2s, remember, can do sometimes as many as 9 laps on a stint. And I'm not sure where we sit in terms of pit stops there. Obviously, again, the later you can pit, the better it will be. Nico Otto is 5 laps into a potential 9, so he's not going to be able to get to the finish without one more stop. But the later he can leave it, the better it will be.
So many things to think about when you plan a race, but I must say it's an unusual treat to have one where the weather hasn't been an element at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. It doesn't matter if it's summer, winter, spring, autumn. plays its hand. And Johnny, you and I have commentated on enough where you spend an enormous amount of time during the course of the race debating whether the clouds are getting more, or are they dwindling, or are they rain clouds or snow clouds or whatever. But today it's been uniform, and you know what, that's the best way to start the championship, particularly with another race coming tomorrow. Get the mileage in, get the lap times in, work towards if you're going to be doing the qualifying events, which we will cover here on Radio Show Limited network of channels next weekend. Qualifying races for this summer's ADAC Nürburgring 24 Hours. A lot to play for.
674 BMW into pit lane for the 4th time. This is one of the 240i entries, and the Teichmann racing car is in 6th position. The 240i, though, that leads this class is all the way up in 36th place. And also making a stop, I noticed. That's the 650 car. And 650 is the entry from Adrenaline Motorsport, funnily enough, with Manhattan wheels. And Toby Goodman's just brought that car in, sharing with Ranko Majatovic and Sven Market. I remember mentioning Sven's name, actually, probably an hour and a half or so ago. So it feels like they've had the race lead in the 240i's for quite some time. The number 650 BMW.
Our race leader in the pits, as predicted.
Yes.
23 laps on the board, and this Picariello brings it in all on his own. Obviously on his own in the car, but the pit lane fairly quiet because most of the front-running teams, other than him, made their pit stop last time around. So he's come in. We'll wait to see what the margin is when he goes back out. That's the critical moment, and then he'll have about, well, just over half an hour to defend the lead of the race, if indeed he does come out in the lead. But from our various looking at the investigation of the time you need to spend in the pits, it's shorter when you pit later, and he's pitted later than his rivals. So having got up into 2nd place overall before the final run of pit stops, he ought, bar disaster, to come out in front and then have to take it through to the end of the race. But there is still, Johnny, this question about the number 3 car, his car, which ought to be handed to Martin Ragginger, having a potential penalty. It's under investigation, but under investigation for what? We know no more than that at the moment, I'm afraid.
Away goes the number 3 Porsche, and although the other 3 cars in the top 4 are already on the Dottinger Ruhr, this should gain back quite a bit of time for the Picariello-Ragginger combination. As that number 3 Porsche reaches the end of pit road, it's Picariello again. So Ragginger's only done 1 stint. In actual fact, Picariello starting things off. He rested for a period of time to allow the Austrian to take over, and then 2 more stints.
And he's got the length of about the pit straight advantage. The sister car comes through. That's in the hands of Nico Menzel. That's got an advantage of, actually quite a big advantage, built of 6 seconds, nearly 7 seconds over the chasing Lawrence Van Tor. So it's Falken Motorsport first, Falken Motorsport second.
And as the number 3 car leaves the Mercedes arena, the number 4 car heads into turn 1. So that gives you an idea of the advantage that Picariello has got, and the beauty of leaving their pit stops slightly later in the piece. So they've gone long on every occasion. 7 laps, which is as far as they could have got on their first stint, and then it's been 8 lap stints ever since then. And the only difference is that Joel Eriksson pitted after 6 laps rather than 7, and that just hasn't quite worked for them. But remember that there was the moments that really separated the leader from the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place cars, and that, to be honest, has decided things, as Picariello needed to leap on the anchors even more than he'd intended to do there to avoid running into the side of the 131 Teichmann Cup 2 entry. And I'm not sure how much that driver, who is Stefan Kiefer, or Marius Kiefer, or David Kiefer, there's 3 Kiefers in fact in that car, I'm not sure how much they knew about it, but contact was avoided into the Sabine Schmitz curve.
So keep it cool, keep it calm, keep it on the island, and at various points on the circuit, every single driver as they go through the Hatzpass will go, I was blocked there 1 lap, I was blocked there another, but just remember a handful of laps ago, most notably the number 3 Porsche very much was blocked going through there. It was a yellow and black Porsche Cayman, wasn't it? It was Moritz Oberheim that kept it on the black stuff. That was important. But looking to see exactly what his margin will be at the end of this lap. But the fact it was, as you said, Johnny, we had the visual, almost the entirety of the length of the start-finish straight, or from the entrance to the Mercedes arena, which is turn 1, through to the exit of the Mercedes arena. That's a good visual. And again, we love helicopter shots when we treated them. It really, on a circuit that twists around like this, it just gives you something to absolutely peg it. Because otherwise, if you say it's 12.9 seconds, what does that mean? 12.9 seconds. But if you can place it where it is on the circuit, it makes it much, much more interesting.
And that time through Sector 2, Picariello wasn't quite as quick as his chasing teammate Nico Menzel, but we're only talking a second and a half there or thereabouts, and it's probably something like 14, 15 seconds the advantage. I was going to try and do some hand timing through as they go through the split sectors, but I wasn't quite quick enough at the end of Sector 2. So we've got to wait the best part of 2 minutes for them to appear again at the end of Sector 3. Again, Picariello in two minds. He's not quite as clinical through the traffic, let's say, as some of the other drivers like Estra might be, for instance, like Lawrence Vantor might be. And yes,
I think he's just being slightly cautious because he was just their match in the earlier stints, but maybe, you know, it's also that role of driver psychology. Should I be in the lead of the race? Oh my gosh, what have I got left? I've got under half an hour to go in this race. Right, just be kind to the tyres. I don't have to push too much, but maybe it just plays. There was one driver I know in the single-seater formula at the start of his career who basically every time he got into the lead of the race, he'd throw it away. Yeah. And he'd sort of decided he wasn't good enough to win the race, despite the evidence, the stopwatch, and so on and so forth. And he was one of the few drivers who really decided to look at the driver's psyche. You know, consulted a sort of leading psychiatrist and tried to work on it. A lot of people in racing didn't even want to think about stuff like that, but, you know, full marks to him for doing that. And a lot of drivers have since understood they can maximise their performance by really paying attention to how they apply themselves and to the pressure and how they respond to all of that. So, again, whole new job market for some people.
Liebe Fans, besucht unsere
Social-Media-Kanäle
auf Facebook, Instagram, YouTube,
Twitter und TikTok.
Willkommen bei der NLS.
So Manti EMA really did look as though they had a chance in this race today, Johnny, but they're settled back in third place. It just hasn't, the pace seems to have gone away from them a little bit. Laurens Vanthoor 6.7 seconds down on second place, which is Nico Menzel, and I would think actually lost a little bit more through the course of this lap. No, he started to gain towards the end, so maybe he'll close that down. But at one point that looked good for a possible victory in this race. Then, because they've been blocked up for several laps behind the Shira Sport PHX Audi, they decided instead of staying out and staying true to their original tactic, come in a lap early. It gave them track position because that second pit stop was shorter, but it really cost them in the end because they were the only car that were on the same sequence of laps as the car that's now leading the race, the 3 Falken Motorsport Porsche, and it hasn't gone their way. Good to see in the top 10, easily in the top 10, is Glickenhaus Racing entry car number 706. Of course, it's not the same class as the SP9 cars, but it's had a good, solid run. Lance David Arnold doing a double stint to take it to the end of the race, 8th overall. However, it's only 4.5 seconds clear of the leading car in Cup 2, which is Max Cruz Racing, the number 100 entry in that, with Otto at the wheel at the moment, Nico Otto. However, ease with which a faster car can catch is slightly curtailed at the moment by the number of slow zones, and there's one obviously to final sequence of corners. The cars only as they come onto the start finish straight probably go 100 meters up there are they release. So again, if you're chasing, you may not gain.
Hang on, Picariello's just come in again, hasn't he? That was Picariello leaving the pit lane.
Drive-through penalty. It never came on the screen for us. I've been looking with an eagle eye, and he's come out behind the Manti car. Would he also be behind?
I honestly thought my timing screen was lagging there and still hanging over from the previous stop, but he definitely came in at the end of lap 24, and as you say, right through the pit lane, because finally a decision has been made. You've been talking about it an awful lot, and Picariello rejoining. Now we've got to tell the difference between Menzel and the 16 car. Well, Menzel's ahead of Vanthoor, so that's got to be Picariello, who's slotted in to third position now, ahead of Frank Stippler, who is fourth. There is the number 3 car heading now through Ravenol, the left and right-handers, and down the hill towards the Vidal chicane. So thankfully for Falken Motorsports, they still have a car that can lead this race, but it is no longer Alessio Picariello, because now Nico Menzel leads ahead of Laurens Vanthoor up to second for Manti.
You wait an age for some information. The first thing you see is a car coming out of the pits rather than going into it. So yes, sorry we couldn't inform you before, but we were waiting. We're trying to work out what was happening. It was for forcing another car off the track, and the 633 Bio Concept car was the one that was adjudged to have been given a helping hand from probably in the race lead or possibly second place. It was Porsche Cayman. And anyhow, a stop and go, a drive-through penalty. That's why it was pretty quick. But instead of leading with what we got left, just over 20 minutes remaining in this race, it's back out into third place, and the Audi is all over its tail. Frank Stippler fancies us half a chance. He's about half a second behind in fourth place, and for Alessio Picariello, so I have to wait for those timing intervals to come, because I've just got to wait for my screen to catch up a little bit. But the visual is that Falken Motorsport still leads the race, but they've swapped their cars over. Number 4 is now the new leader, and number 3, with that drive-through penalty, back into third position.
Yeah, so first and second no more, first and third instead for Falken, and has Picariello got anything up his sleeve to take the fight to Laurens Vanthoor in the closing stages? Frank Stippler will fancy his chances of sneaking onto the podium to at least break this stranglehold of 911 GT3Rs that are infiltrating the podium as we speak. Jordan Pepper a little helpless in 5th position in the number 27 Lamborghini Huracan. Stippler is able to get by the Müllner Motorsport Cup 2 Porsche. Nico Otto for Max Cruiser Racing leading Cup 2, and Cup 3 is in the hands of Heiko Eichenberg now for SRS Team Zorg Rennsport. That's an all 718 Cayman class, remember. But the Cup 3s have done well to get up to 22nd and 23rd overall, with Moritz Oberheim in the second position for Cup 3. And in SP10, which is a good mixture of GT4 cars, it's a Toyota Supra, the Toyo tyres with ring racing car number 170 that leads that part of the race. with a few laps to go and potentially some pit stops, of course, as well. 170 is currently being driven by Andreas Gulden, the car that he shares with Tim Sandler and Mark Henrici. So, Nico Menzel leading, Bruce.
Yeah, just to give you a recap, the timing screen at the moment would tell you that Alessio Picariello is still leading the race, but unfortunately that was him inside the pit lane. His advantage was cut down to 7.5 seconds when he crossed the start-finish line, but obviously he'd already decelerated. So you're probably talking a dozen seconds was his advantage after that final round of pit stops, possibly minimum. But now he's back in third position overall. Teammate Nico Menzel into the lead race and setting some very, very quick times indeed. Oh, what might have been, but it was such a long wait, must have felt even longer, just waiting to find out what the punishment was. But eventually, for forcing another car off track, obviously not something that will be forgiven for Alessio Picariello and Martin Ragging. And we don't know actually who was at the wheel at the time. I think it was probably Picariello, just in terms of when that initial message came up. That's cost them big time. Back into third, but press on as you might, there are only 17 minutes remaining in this race. 4 hours to play, 4 hours again tomorrow, so we'll wait and see how that one unfolds. Hopefully the weather will be just as good. And certainly it's been a very fair start.
And there's every chance now of a grandstand finish if the top two can get close enough to one another, because the whole track is now clear of any incident and clear up that was taking place. Particularly, I talk about Tiergarten, well, the end of Dottinger Hohe, Tiergarten itself, and Hohenrhein, which has been affected by Code 60 and a significant chunk of it. But it does mean that you can now overtake, if you get a good run through Antonius Bucher on the brakes into Tiergarten. So it could be a bit spicy in the closing stages if Lawrence Vanthoor can get close enough to Nico Menzel. However, Menzel's just done the absolute best second sector time with a 1:03.1. He's charging like crazy, potentially with a clear road in front of him, of course, now with Alessio Picariello delayed. So Menzel, no let up. The gap between the 4 and the 911 Porsches at the start of the lap was 6.5 seconds. And it's still about the same, actually, as they are now in the long sector 4 part of the track.
Just before the start of the race, I was just saying that, you know, some days, some weather conditions, you know, one tyre manufacturer has an advantage at the end of the stint rather than the start. But today, you know, coolish but sunny, bright, and certainly the Falcon Motorsport cars, their rubber seems very, very good at the end of the stint. That's why both of their drivers, Alessio Picariello in second, Nico Menzel leading, have just set the fastest second and third sector times. So certainly looking very, very good indeed. But again, we just have to see where the traffic is going to lie, what incident might be up ahead of them, what car might drift across in their path. And that certainly just happened for Frank Stippler, fourth place, still giving chase, and a driver in a car of a less high-performance class has just moved into his path, and it just costs you that little bit of momentum, something you've been trying to build for a while. Momentum is everything around the Nordschleife, and certainly there are very many points, most notably the Hatzenbach's curves. If you get someone in front of you, there isn't space to pass them. Your momentum goes, and then as the track opens out, all you can do is curse, because you're not hitting it as fast as you had before. Another problem for a car in SP9, another punishment, a Code 60 infringement, failed to manage Code 60, so under investigation car number 7, that's the Conrad Motorsport Danny Sufi Torsten Kratz Lamborghini, so possibly some punishment coming their way. So many things to look out for, and you do have to admire the performance of the race officials here. We started with 114 cars, we've got 172 corners, divide those accordingly. There's an awful lot of places and people to look at.
Very good time, that time through for the Dual Motorsport Aston Martin, which is running in second position, and second position in the class. There's only 3.2 seconds between the two GT4 leaders, in fact. So Toyota Supra up against Aston Martin Vantage. 3.2 seconds I make it at the start of this lap, and Sandberg is pushing like crazy.
And I've just noticed we're finally clear at that final sequence of corners. So
I did say that.
Oh, did you? Sorry, I must have had. I've been looking down at how the car in 32nd position was going. I apologise to you.
That's all right.
We seek the stories for you. We look here, we look there.
Yeah, well, as I said, I rather suggested that we might be Code 60 till the end of the race there, but the track crews have done an incredibly good job to make it safe again.
Whoa, significant those lap times are so much faster now,
there you go. Well, that's as a result of it, isn't it?
8 minutes 1 for our new race leader, Nico Menzel. 8 minutes 1.2. That is for him. 8 minutes, half a second faster. 8 minutes, 0.7 seconds for Picariello in second place.
Well, the point
no, it's slower. Sorry, that's of course the slow. The second place is the Manthey car. Sorry, third place is Picariello. 8 minutes 18. That includes coming out of the pit lane. That's why his one is so much slower.
The point I was making though about the clear up having been completed is that now you can overtake into Tiergarten and Hohenrhein, and we might be in a position to do that. The margins are still a bit too much at this stage, as Arno Klassen has just gone quicker than the Keeper Tess Audi has managed all race. Lots of absolute best times coming through. How about Jordan Pepper? 8 minutes 0.0. That's faster than anybody else in the Lamborghini Huracan. They just left it rather too late, trailing by nearly 70 seconds on the leader, Nico Menzel.
You know, the drivers just have to take what's in front of them, but suddenly presented with a track in perfect condition, hopefully their cars are in perfect conditions. You know, every driver wants to show they can put in a really quick lap. Will we dip under 8 minutes? I think we quite possibly could. How much time have we got left to do it? 13 minutes. So we've only effectively 2 more laps in which they can manage that. We were debating whether we get to 28 laps. I think not, but maybe just. It could be, with that final sequence of corners now being clear of the track clear up there, the barrier repairs, the tyre wall repairs. Now we're finally going to get some quick times in. Will it be enough to tip us onto an extra lap? Have the teams put enough fuel in for an extra lap? That's always the thing. You don't want to be carrying extra fuel, but you want to be carrying enough.
Yeah. And also I worry for the teams in the other categories who cross the line just in front of the race leader and think, you're kidding me, we're going to go all around again. When actually, I mean, the clever strategists in the pit lane, of which there are many, surely will be straight on the radio saying, the leaders on the Dottinger Hohe behind you, just blend out of the throttle, let them by, because we can finish our race here and now, rather than having to go around for a further nearly 25 kilometres. Ralph Aron for the best lap in SP9 Pro-Am. So that Team Advan by HRT Mercedes that started started a little too early ahead of everybody else and had to take a drive-through penalty because of that, but it's fought its way back to 7th position as now Nico Menzel, together with Joel Eriksson's efforts, take the number 4 Falken Motorsport Porsche back onto the Nordschleife itself.
He is being caught hand over fist by Lawrence Vantor. We're not trying to make artificial drama here. The first 2 timing sectors as well. There's a second and a half has been gained by the chasing Manthey EMA car. Just it's my fault. I'm saying, you know, today they look good, but they've fallen away. What do I know, quite frankly?
So this is about how hard Nico Menzel wants to push in those into minds moments through traffic. Alessio Picariello has experienced plenty of them in his Falken Motorsport Porsche. This is the sister car, remember, that hasn't actually spent much time out front. A lot of that instead has been in the hands of the sister car, and also we had a bit of time. No, I don't think the Grella car's actually ever led, has it? But the 4 car and the 3 car have taken turns in being in front. And Falken now, it seems unlikely that they will get a 1-2 finish because of that late drive-through penalty for Picariello, but it only dropped him back to 3rd, and he's now 3 seconds ahead of a truly revved up Frank Stippler. Stippler and Winkelhock, for entertainment value, have certainly won awards in my mind this afternoon. It's just that the Audi's not been quite on the same performance level as the 3 Porsches ahead. But they've certainly been driving absolutely every inch and every 10th of a second out of it through the course of this nearly 4-hour race. We've only got 10 minutes to go. We will complete this lap and head on to 1 more, so that'll make it 27 laps in total. But how long can Nico Menzel comfortably stay in front? Because again, through the last sector, sector 3, about a second eaten up by Lawrence Vantor, who is truly on a charge.
Well, tight. Vantor is absolutely making his Manthey Porsche fly, but I sense surely it's enough to start your penultimate lap with a 6-second advantage. But every single timing sector is coming down, and I was looking to see if Alessio Picariello could match Lawrence Vantor. Not quite. Lawrence is going a little bit faster, so 3 Porsches, 1st, 2nd and 3rd. It's Falken Motorsport 1st and 3rd, but the one in between, Manthey Motorsport, Lawrence Vantor, really starting to find top form again. Will he have enough time in this race? Will he be begrudging the fact that there were a handful of laps with no chance to go through the final sequence of corners at the right sort of pace, the proper pace? But of course it was the proper pace as an incident was being cleared up, and our race leader had just been a little bit obstructed. And again, there is that element, which way are they going in front of me? I'm a much faster oh no, he's coming into the middle of the track anyhow. So little advantage being gained, unless he's blocked, to Laurens Vanthoor. Nico Menzel cautious, but as you say, Johnny, how much caution do you want to have in the mix if you're trying to defend the lead of a race? And the clock is ticking deep into just 7 3/4 minutes remaining until the flag could be waved.
So this fourth and penultimate sector began maybe about a minute ago, so it takes just over 3 minutes. They'll probably cross the line with 4 minutes and change left on the clock, with a further 8-minute lap to do. So we'll be slightly beyond time, but of course the checkered flag waits for the overall leader. And now just about in the same frame of our overhead camera from the helicopter are the two Porsches. So Menzel trying desperately to be out of that tight frame, and Vanthoor wanting to be as close within it as possible as they now head into the Swallow's Tail, the second concreted section of the lap. Already through the Stefan Beloff S, therefore, and now heading for Galgenkopf on this, the penultimate lap. Vanthoor's not going to be anywhere close enough to pick up the tow from Nico Menzel's car, but it might be a different story in a lap's time if he continues to take this amount of time out of Menzel in the Falken Motorsports car. So they're about the same speed, surely they are, with the same balance of performance for both Falken and Manthey down the long straight. And how much traffic is Nico Menzel going to encounter on this final tour of the first NLS race of the weekend? Also not very far away, a recovering Alessio Picariello, and then the headlights ablaze for Frank Stippler. So all top four cars in the race occupy pretty much the same bit of asphalt on the Dottinger Hoor.
The Dacia Logan is back. The Dacia Logan is passed by the car in second place, Manthey EMA. End of last lap, or the start of this lap, if you will. Just under 13 seconds from first. That's Nico Menzel to fourth, Frank Stippler. What's it going to be this time around? Menzel continues to lead the race. 4.1 seconds clear of Manthey and Laurens Vanthoor. Third place, Alessio Picariello comes through, 9.7 seconds down, and 11.8 seconds is first through to fourth place to Frank Stippler. He's 2 seconds down. Will these change? What's the one that's most likely to change? I think 4 seconds is a massive ask, but Laurens Vanthoor has got 25 kilometres to see what sort of speed he can find. He's just done another lap in below 8 minutes and 2 seconds. He was the fastest of the top four last time around, so he's closing in. I think he's just not going to... I can't say that. In your heart of hearts, you think he surely cannot gain that time, because these cars and these drivers are so well matched. But then you have to go, it's the Nordschleife, it's 25 kilometres. There are slower class cars that could obstruct them. One little bit of unintentional blocking through, let's say, Hatzenbach, and it can cost you 1-2 seconds, then a further incident around the track, and hey presto. And don't forget that this number 4 car was gifted an advantage of 7 seconds. Remember, it came up towards the end of the lap and then got 3 cars as it came into a newly created slow zone between itself and the chasing Manthey car, and that is why the advantage is still in Menzel's hands. It was Joel Eriksson at the wheel at the time. He took those gifts, said thank you very much. The final pit stop was coming up soon. He banked those 7 seconds, and he's still living off them now.
So 4.1 the difference between Menzel and Vanthoor as they cross the line, and far less than a lap time still on the clock as they did so. So on to lap 27 and the final tour for Menzel, Vanthoor, Picariello 5.5 adrift of Vanthoor, and the gap third to fourth is 2.1 seconds. That's possibly the one that's more likely to change, but it's all on Stippler to at least stick with Picariello and then maybe pick him off at the end of the lap. But I think Vanthoor's got to now drive the lap of his life, and he'll get one stab at it, basically getting a good run out of Galgenkopf and down the Dottinger Hoor to see if he can pick up the toe on the Menzel Porsche. He'll need to be within 2 seconds. Maybe even that's a bit too hopeful. Certainly 1.5 seconds to then all of a sudden gain a lot more kilometres per hour as he's sucked along by Nico Menzel's car, and then it's a question of whether Menzel will provide in the track space. He may not be able to hold Vanthoor back, but there's lots of ifs in that sentence. As now Ralph Aron crosses the line again with a good time within the Pro-Am subcategory. It's 8:02.3 for the Mercedes that is in behind the sister car at HRT. So Danny Juncadella starting with much promise in today's race from pole position, but they're looking like a 6th and a 7th place finish will be the best they can muster, as the race leader is now at Adenauer Forest for the 27th time.
He's just lost a little bit more momentum behind a back marker, and I was just thinking about Laurens Vanthoor. Of course he likes a challenge of trying to haul back 4 seconds in a lap, but you know why it's important? He's got a chat show with his brother that he's got to get bragging rights. It's a very feisty little podcast they have. They've certainly become very entertaining indeed, but you know, older brother needs some advantage sometimes, so that's what Laurens is racing for right now. Not just the glory, it's the bragging rights.
Yeah, well, they had a sort of bragging right argument here at this venue, did they not, into Tiergarten a few years ago when they arrived door handle to door handle, and Laurens Vanthoor very much coming off worse in that, in the Manthey Porsche, with Dries apologetic afterwards, but I bet he was sort of fist bumping the air as the moment was taking place, as long as Laurens was okay, which thankfully he was. Now, what's happening here with one of the, is that the 3? It's the 3 car of Alessio Picariello. Now, I feared that when the car came in for a pit stop a little while ago that there was a slow puncture on the car. In fact, that was a drive-through penalty, but this time the 3 is genuinely going slowly, and surely Stippler is already through, because he was only 2 seconds away anyway and had taken time out of this number 3 car. The timing is just absolutely atrocious for this to happen on the final lap.
Well, at this abated pace, that'll be 3rd place gone, tick. That's Frank Stippler having gone through, and 4th place as well, because Jordan Pepper, who's been flying, even though he was about a minute in arrears, will surely overhaul him before the end of the lap. So for Falken Motorsport, thank goodness they had 2 cars in this race. They've got number 4 leading the race, and number 3 still circulating, but can we see anything wrong with the car? The answer is no, but it's now being pulled off to the edge of the circuit. It will not finish the race. So Alessio Picariello has worked out that something is not going to get him back to the pits, and it's not worth taking the chance, and he's parked it off the circuit outside the white line.
Yeah, it's the second entry point at Brightshire, the lowest point of the circuit, just after the road bridge there. And what a peculiar incident this is, and horrendous luck. I mean, they were leading the race, remember, and because they were pitting a lap later than everybody else, it seemed that they had a huge advantage to be able to easily win this race. Then there was the drive-through penalty, finally attributed because of some contact with another car, and now this has happened. It didn't seem to be down on one particular side, but if it's a slow puncture, then they can be difficult to pick up, and of course the sensors will be going crazy inside the car, and no doubt on the pit wall as well. So whether that was a message to Picariello to say slow down, or whether it's actually a drivetrain related problem, so difficult to tell from this distance. But they're out of the race, and all of a sudden Frank Stippler, who was hoping for a podium, looking like he will finish at least 3rd, probably no better than that in fairness, but Scherer Sport gain 3rd place as a result of Picariello's travails.
Yeah, well, it stopped it being a Porsche 1, 2 and 3. At the moment it's going to be 1st and 2nd. Which order will it be? Will it still be number 4, Nico Menzel for Falken Motorsport, who actually, having had a car that could have won the race, the sister car, dropped back with that drive-through penalty, and now with a problem. Thank goodness they're at the front of the field for the Falken crew. But Manthey EMA, no, the opening part of the 1st, the 2nd and the 3rd timing sectors on this lap, it's all gone the way of Falken Motorsport, at least for their number 4. So Manthey EMA, we did wonder if that 4.1 second margin could be cut back by Laurens Vanthoor. It's not going to be so, but how fickle everything can be. Now, on my screen, a car that's going faster and faster is the Glickenhaus. It's just moved up from 13th to 12th to 11th. Lance David Arnold's just set the fastest lap for that car, 8 minutes 10. Falken Motorsport, it's a garage of 2 sides, and it's the number 4 side that's smiling, because their car is leading. Nico Menzel taking it through to the finish of this race, the opening round of the NLS for 2024. The number 3 car, the car that looks as though it had everything in its bag, until that drive-through penalty, and now until whatever made it pulled off is parked at the side of the circuit. I really think that actually at that point, Alessio Picariello was just looking for the gap in the barriers, the first place he could pull it off and park it. Because as you said, Johnny, and when I looked, I thought that car is four square on the track. It's not locked down on one side, but who's to know? Maybe a tuppeny bit that's just gone on the car.
Yeah, can often be the case. We had the change, by the way, in SP10 because Sandberg's got ahead of Andreas Gulden. So Aston Martin, with just a few laps to spare, squeeze ahead of Toyota Supra. There's going to be no change in Cup 2. It looks like Nico Otto by 3 seconds over David Yarn. But SP9 Pro and the overall win will go to Falcon Motorsports and Nico Menzel in the number 4 car with his teammate Joel Eriksson. Perhaps not the Falcon car we expected to win after the final set of pit stops, because Alessio Picariello and Martin Ragginger were so well placed because of their slightly off strategy or off-kilter strategy pit stop visits, and it waved them into something like a 20-second lead, but then that disappeared almost as quickly as it had arrived with a drive-through penalty and then retirement for the Belgian-Austrian combination. So it'll be a non-finish for Porsche number 3. But on the flip side, Falcon still win with their number 4 car. From Manthey EMA in the number 911 Porsche to Lawrence Vantor and Kevin Estre reached the podium in the second step. And Frank Stippler, along with his teammate Marcus Winkelhock, will finish 3rd for Scherer Sport PHX to at least break some of the stranglehold that this race has had around with Porsche and their 911 GT3Rs. It could have so easily have been a 1-2-3 finish for that manufacturer, but Audi squeaking on there. Picariello still shown 4th, but of course he won't finish there, and the Lamborghini Huracan, Jordan Pepper, will finish 4th instead, driving with Kelvin van der Linde. Yeah, he's nearly another 50, or just over 50 seconds back behind Stippler, but again showed decent pace. But the number 3 Porsche sitting pretty in 3rd place was the contact, because suddenly the car slowed. Can't tell you why as yet, but certainly at various points. Stippler's already passed before the problem hit, and there was more contact between those two cars. That's not the first time the 3 and the 16 have come to blows, and it feels as if as a result of that, that's what made Picariello limp away from the scene. Yeah, I thought it was a different moment. We'd seen it from a different angle. It was 2 side-by-sides. Remember, going at effectively just beyond Hatzenbach, they were waiting for a restart, 2 side-by-sides, and it does seem as though it's been a slow puncture. If we try and join the dots on that one, eventually on the final lap, halfway round the final lap, there was the number 3 car pulled off, and as we speak up on screen, incident between 3 and number 16 under investigation. So perhaps for Scherer Sport PHX, they may not be holding on to that 3rd place. At the moment, they're there. And if anyone's going to get promoted, it'll be number 27. So we could have Porsche, Lamborghini as the top 3. We're not there yet, but what we can tell you is it's Porsche 1-2 with the number 4 Falcon Motorsport car brought home by Nico Menzel, shared with Joel Eriksson, taking victory by 3.6 seconds from Lawrence Vantor in the Manthey EMA number 911, which he had started by Kevin Estre. So interest aplenty. We had the split tactics, but with the removal of car number 3, first by the drive-through penalty and then by possibly a slow punch that pulled it off. The car that looks that it had victory in the palm of its hand does not, but at least for Falcon Motorsport, the sister car did and took victory. So I'm just trying to chase back to exactly what happened in Cup 2. Just hearing that some of the leaders have stopped on the racetrack. Well, there's bodywork missing. The front right-hand corner of one of the challenges in the Avia WNS Motorsport Porsche has certainly had contact, unless my eyes have just got so tired after 4 hours of fabulous battling that I can't quite see straight. But it looks like that's had a little bit of a tattered front on it. So it's Nico Otto at the wheel of that. Well, we called them through the 3rd sector with roughly the same sort of times from both Nico Otto and David Yarn. Tobias Muller's not really close enough to be involved in the number 148, but it's the 100 and the 120 cars that are the ones that are potentially concerning us. I don't think they've reached a point around the track yet to have tripped the beam at the end of Sector 4, because that is at the start of the Dottinger Hoor, isn't it? And they're much further back on the lap, in fact. Still waiting for the result in SP10. No, we can call that now because they were a couple of laps behind the overall winners. So it is Door Motorsport, and every credit to that final stint from Oscar Sandberg. It's the Aston Martin he shares with Aaron Venish and Nick Wustenhagen, and they eventually got ahead of the 170 Toyo tyres Supra for Andreas Gulden, who was doing the final stint, Tim Santler and Mark Henrici. But there's definitely been is that Otto now ahead, or was that the order that they started this lap in anyway? That's the Nico Otto car, the white, gold and black machine.
David Yarn is behind.
Yeah, okay. So that is still the same order that they crossed the line in.
But Yarn is catching hand over fist. He's half a car length behind.
And looking for a way by, but Nico Otto not falling for David Yarn's antics. Certainly the Avia WNS Motorsport Porsche has been ahead at times. The first few stints were led by the white, red and black car, but it's the one with the central gold band that now leads. The Max Cruiser Racing livery, number 100 Porsche. 3:16.2 is a decent time in Cup 2 for the fourth sector, and Otto's just gone through there now and about to head onto the Dottinger Hoor for the final time. Actually, 3:16 was from Balkan in the Pro Sport Aston Martin. We're still waiting, therefore, for the sector times and the splits to come through. There it is, 3:12.8 for Otto and a 3:11.4. So again, more time taken out by David Yarn. And is Yarn close enough to the Cup 2 race leader to be able to be sucked along? He's certainly gaining a lot of pace here. This is for the race lead and potentially the race win. Thank goodness we've now got green flags into Tiergarten, because around the outside for Avia WNS Motorsport, it's going to be virtually a last corner overtake. They're not yet into the braking area for Tiergarten. Now they slow, and Nico Otto could do very little about that. Otto trying on the inside, and he's taken him out. He takes him out into Tiergarten, a do-or-die manoeuvre from Otto, and that will spin the Avia car into the barrier. Poor old David Yarn, who played it perfectly to that point, and then that was absolute desperation from Nico Otto to try and hustle the race lead back again. Max Cruiser Racing and Nico Otto, very naughty indeed there. Surely that will not be allowed to stand. But the sorry thing for David Yarn and for Avia WNS Motorsport, they're not even going to finish second now, because everybody else will sweep through. He's found reverse, and this is a bit of a dangerous thing to be doing, but the double-waved yellows will hopefully warn anybody else about to head through Hohenrhein to do so. And the Cup 2 finishing order, we're still trying to get confirmation of that. Yeah, Tobias Muller's gone through into second. That might be the race win, of course, if Otto is docked places, and David Yarn will finish in third position on the road.
Unless my memory escapes me, I think Nico Otto was already under a warning for behaviour from his first stint. I might have imagined it, but I don't think I have in this instance. And I thought the front of David Yarn's Avia car was damaged before. It was actually just the effect of the fact he's got it looks as the corner of one of the front wings is missing. It's just because it's in black. Still talking about what went out on the track is Falco Motorsport and Frank Stippler, who was obviously involved in the thick of the battle at the tail of that event. And of course we ended up with the number 3 car that possibly, well, we know it had contact, side-by-side contact with the number 16 Sport PHX Audi, but we also know the Audi finished in third place and the number 3 Porsche didn't finish at all. Nico Menzel, though, we can tell you is the winner of this race, and he's down with Lucas Gajewski for a quick interview at the finish.
Also just noting that contact between Picariello and Frank Stippler is unsurprisingly under investigation. That happened at Schwedenkreuz, and I think there were possibly 2 points of contact there. So that will be investigated from all possible angles. Again, that doesn't help Picariello and Martin Ragginger's cause, but it might well affect who finishes third in this race, because at the moment it's the Audi number 16 of Frank Stippler and Markus Winkelhock. But if they are penalised once that incident is checked again, then it'll be Jordan Pepper for Red Bull Team Act, who will be promoted to the podium. But of course, just because Picariello couldn't finish the race, that doesn't mean he wasn't the one in the wrong, if you know what I mean.
No, entirely.
And we've only, you and I have only been treated to one view of it, which was actually from the camera on board Picariello's car. need to really see what Frank Stippler saw in that whole situation, and ideally race control will look at cameras externally as well to try and attribute, if there is any blame, it might be called a racing incident, of course, but it is just simply under investigation as we speak. It doesn't sound like a particularly early night for those in race direction, and there's another race to look forward to tomorrow, of course.
Yes, I was about to joke there. They could put take the tops back off their pens and get their notepads back out. Certainly that isn't the only incident under investigation. An incident late in the race between a couple of cars in Cup 2, 119 and 124 under investigation, and still other people being done for speeding in the pit lane, and many, many more. But if you think how many reports you can have in the field of 24 cars, we had 114.
Let's just hear from Joel Eriksson.
And obviously, we maybe not fight for the ultimate win in the championship, but I mean the main focus is the 24. But I mean, to kick off the season like this with a win, there's nothing more to be said and to be done. So yeah, the car was flying today, and Nico did a great job as well on track. So yeah, just had a great package today, and also to score the 4th win here is yeah, it's amazing. Really happy.
Enjoy the podium. Thank you very much. Danke an Joel und an Nico.
Joel Eriksson and his teammate Nico Menzel. Perhaps a slightly surprising win for those two drivers, but they were absolutely hard at it throughout with the hope that the race would come to them, and that's precisely what happened in the end. And Lucas Gajewski in a moment or two will also be chatting to Kevin Estre and to Laurens Vanthoor. Estre's German is exemplary, so this will all be in the home language of the Nürburgring. Not sure about Laurens Vanthoor. Surely he speaks German as well. Being Belgian, there'll be a Germanic element to that. No. We'll wait and see. Yeah. Because it'd be nice to hear from Laurens. It was certainly an eventful race for him as well. Let's just dive in to hear what language this question's being asked. I think that is German. It is German, isn't it? Yeah, fine. So we won't get the thoughts of Laurens Vanthoor.
He's smiling. We can tell you he's smiling.
Well, okay. Well, maybe that's just about the best that they could have managed today. We always know Manthey turn up with a quick car, but it didn't seem to be quite as quick as the two Falcon machines.
Yeah, but I think they gambled. They took that pit stop a lap earlier than they could have done. That could have given the sort of 20-second buffer at the final pit stop. But they decided track position was key. They had to get ahead of the Shearer Sport Audi. So they might be slightly rueful. Had they not jumped at that point, had they not lost 7 seconds that was gifted to the number 4 car that went on to win for Falcon Motorsport, they'd done enough.
They pitted at the end of 7 laps, they pitted at the end of 14 laps, and then I fully expected them to pit at the end of 21 laps, but they pushed it to 22. And like you say, that might have been the pivot point, because if they'd come in a lap earlier, you save, what did we say, 24 seconds?
21 seconds.
21
24
seconds,
later in the race, yeah.
Okay. And it puts some maybes now. But it was interesting to me that Manthey would, they went very different to try and offstep the Audi, and then didn't continue that on through the race, and they almost got sucked into the race when they were stuck in traffic as well. It would have been wiser, surely, to get them out of that and try and return them to the racetrack in clear air, unless they worked out it was going to be even busier by the time the Porsche rejoined the racetrack.
Yeah,
I don't know.
They came in from 4th. They could have continued on for another lap and then come in from 2nd, and I think merged back in 2nd. But, Manthey has the experience. They decided that was the right thing. No weather effect today. So, again, that simplifies your hand. But it's still just so many choices you can potentially make. But I think that's one that got away from Manthey. But then again, you think how many races they've won over the years. So it comes good sometimes. Today, not for them. Today, Falcon Motorsport could have had a 1-2, got a victory. I'm still waiting to find out what exactly happened. No further action. The incident between 3 and 16. That's the just heard from Frank Stippler, who was driving the number 16 Audi. So he's all smiles. So is his teammate Marcus Finkelhoff. But for number 3, Porsche for Falcon Motorsport could have won the race, didn't win the race. Will have to be towed back to the pits. So happy on one side of the camp, not on the other. But no further action. So as you were, and for Jordan Pepper, don't head for the podium. You are not being promoted to 3rd place.
It certainly seems that way, but there are still many talking points, including what happened at the sharp end of Cup 2 for the final run through Tiergarten on that closing lap, and that, I'm sure, will be investigated for a few more hours yet, and they'll want to, in race direction, get the viewpoints of both Nico Otto and the other driver involved.
David Yarn.
David Yarn, thank you, who was left stranded off on the grass there.
Having just got himself into the lead.
Yeah.
That slipstream down along the Dottinger Her, job done. Got a full car length and a half, pulled across in front, that was fine, but then diving up the inside into the penultimate corner, unfortunately, I think Nico Water got a little bit greedy there.
So that is it for the first of 2 Nürburgring Langstrecken Series races of the weekend. The ADAC ACAS Cup is in the books, but tomorrow we can look forward to the 63rd edition of the ADAC Reinoldus-Langstreckenrennen. It's the same timetable pretty much, so we're on air at 11:15 local time for a midday start, 4 hours through till 4 o'clock. And if today is anything to go by, you'll want to hurry back to get more of NLS for 2024. We'll see you then.